won't change. You have Sinn Féin on 14, but we know that, they're going to get a very, very significant vote in Leitrim, so that's going to bring them way up. Fine Gael are on 25, again, that should hold. I don't imagine there'll be major change. So depending on Martin Kenny's vote there, that will really be important. But remember, others are still on 24%. Where is that vote going to go if it doesn't elect one of them? That I said it. The one thing I said earlier was that where independents are not elected, regardless of whether they're right, middle, or left, their votes in many cases will determine where the final seat goes.
Okay, you mentioned there are over 10,000 votes in Cavan. Remember, it's a significant area.
Yeah.
Okay, Michael Kilraven, we'll bring you in at this stage. Michael, I haven't been talking to you for some time. Right. Had a chance to sort of mooch around the count centre. What are you picking up, Michael? Chris McMahon is doing well at this point, as we know.
He is. Chris is doing very well and might well be in shake-up for the fourth seat. Again, we've only opened Sligo boxes so far. And I think what we will know in a few hours is the candidates who will not be featuring in the fight for the fourth seat. We'll probably know that within a couple of hours. But I think beyond that, it'll take a very wise man to predict who's going to win out for the fourth seat. I expect that we'll have two. We'll have one Sinn Féin seat, and we'll have the second Sinn Féin candidate in the fight for the last seat.
Okay,
and that's before we open any Leitrim boxes.
All right. So how are you calling? You're calling it for Mark McSharry?
He's calling very well, certainly not only in Sligo town but outside Sligo town as well.
Okay, and then you're giving one seat to Fianna Fáil, one seat to Fine Gael, one seat to Sinn Féin, and then that battle for the fourth seat, as you say.
That's what I think it is, and I think Sinn Féin will be in that battle for the fourth seat.
Okay, okay. So you're confident or hopeful that you could actually get two seats here today?
I'd be hopeful at this stage, yeah.
All right.
I'd be hopeful at this stage.
Okay, John Comiskey, what can you tell us?
Well, I have some interesting news for you now, despite the fact that we haven't finished County Sligo yet, and these are totally unofficial tallies at the moment from Ballyshannon Booth 1.
Okay.
Here we go. Breathe.
These are unofficial ones now, Charles.
They're unofficial, but I'd be pretty confident that I'm fairly accurate.
Okay.
Bree 4, Casserly 11, Filan 1, Gallagher 3, Guckian 4, Kenny 13, McManus 22, McSharry 31, McLaughlin 19, Murray 0, O'Hara 1, O'Hora 0, O'Keefe 6, O'Rourke 2, Perry 6, Reynolds 2, Scanlon 2, Sweeney 0. And we can compare that with the last time directly.
Yeah, and the turnout will be interesting here if you've got a handle on that as well, John.
I don't have anything on the.
Okay, but give us the comparison. You can.
What that would suggest, I know it's only one box, but it bears out the perception that Mark McSharry on the Fianna Fáil side was going to get the bulk of the Fianna Fáil vote in Donegal rather than any of the other two candidates, and that figure would seem to suggest that, which is going to be a considerable help to him.
Yeah, and that was always the speculation, wasn't it, that he would do well, he would get the Fianna Fáil vote in Donegal.
Yes, but remember that we're looking at Donegal here, and bear this in mind, that of the two areas in Donegal, the two urban areas, Ballyshannon and Bundoran, Ballyshannon would have been regarded as being a Fine Gael supporting district rather than a Fianna Fáil, and yet we see McSharry taking 31 votes there as opposed to McLaughlin's 19. That's the important thing in Ballyshannon. And the other important thing that we must note about Ballyshannon there is that the last time Pierce Doherty in Ballyshannon got 49, and I must smile as well because somebody has said I should smile.
I was just coming to that. People are texting and saying you need to smile more. It's a very serious business we're talking about here.
Kenny and McManus, between them, have 35 votes there in Ballyshannon. So given the Pierce Doherty's personal vote and have Sinn Féin managed their vote there as well? That's an interesting one now for us to look at. Have they managed their votes, and how have they managed their vote in West Cavan? But certainly there's a trend there for us that's going back to what Michael has been talking about there. Sinn Féin are certainly going to be in the fight with, at this moment, it looks like Fianna Fáil for the last.
Okay, Marion, you've got
just a quick comment again. John is absolutely right there. Looking at the Sinn Féin total and the Fianna Fáil total. Now, these are just not percentages, these are just total votes. But you have Sinn Féin on 35, Fianna Fáil on 33. Nothing between them. And again, if that pattern is replicated, as I said earlier, it's those who are eliminated, particularly the independents, that will determine that last seat. But a good showing for both of them. Fine Gael on 27 votes. Again, not 27%, 27 votes. So a nice showing there for independent Marie Casserly. She got 11 votes. That's one of our higher boxes, I'd say. But the big fight, I think, is looking like Fianna Fáil and Sinn Féin. But again, look, a long
break for our 11 o'clock news. I don't know if we're going to take a news update or not. No, we'll come straight through. We'll take a very quick break. Join us again in the Clarion Hotel in a few moments. Very interesting past 2 hours, to put it mildly. Right. Because of the sheer volumes to our website, and it has been quite extraordinary apparently. The entire website has crashed at the moment because there are so many people wanting to see what you all look like, presumably, and hearing what you have to hear. Right, Francie, there are some ways around this for a few minutes till we get the site back on.
Once we get the website up and running again, and we're working on that ASAP. But if you go to Facebook, the Ocean FM Ireland Facebook, we have a link there that you can watch on YouTube what's happening here and hear what's happening obviously as well. If you go to Twitter at Ocean FM Ireland, use the hashtag Sligo Leitrim, there's a link there that you can watch it on YouTube. So if it's a thing you've been watching it online, if you go to Facebook, the Ocean FM Ireland Facebook page, at the very top of the page there is a YouTube link there, and all you got to do is just refresh it every now and again. And on Twitter at Ocean FM Ireland, there's a link there. Just click on the link and you'll be able to watch it on YouTube. And once we get back up and running on the website, because as I say, it's unprecedented the amount of traffic that's going to the website, we will let you know about that then. But Facebook and Twitter for the time being, the links are there.
Okay, but just to remind people, we will be back. We will be back very shortly.
Absolutely.
We have teams working on it. It's just slow, and that's just down to the sheer volume of traffic, and I think it's gone beyond New Zealand and Australia and elsewhere.
Exactly. By the way, I'd only one comment in that I'm disappointed that there's some of the Sligo boxes we don't have.
Yeah.
I wonder what the reason for that is, if they've moved on to Sligo Town. I'm talking about.
That's because the website. It's the website. We're just going to get the updated ones.
Okay, fair enough.
The website is not updating from that. So now we were making the point. Well,
Marion wanted to.
Sorry, Marion. Yeah.
One there. I'm looking at Ballintroher, my own hometown. Just one of the boxes here. The second box isn't available, but I just did a quick comparison, looking at the votes last time and the votes this time, and just interesting. Last time out, Bree got 10. This time he got 20, so he doubled his vote there. Looking at the Sinn Féin vote, between McManus and Kenny, they've got 36. Last time out, Calrivi got 38, so it's just holding. It's no difference. Looking at Tony McLaughlin's vote, last time out he got 50. This time it's 56, so it's up a small bit. Mark McSharry, though, is the big winner, going from 24 up to 46. He's doubled his vote. John Perry, a significant loss, again according to the tallies, from 92 down to 49. And Eamon Scanlon is down a little bit. So Mark McSharry is the big winner there. Declan Bree doubled his vote, but again it's from 10 up to 20, whereas McSharry is up at 46. But as I said, Perry has the highest vote at 49. Actually, no, I'm sorry. The highest vote is McLaughlin at 56, but it'll be a disappointment there for Perry on that vote. Sinn Féin holding, Fianna Fáil vote up.
Okay, just to give people an update, Pascal was wondering, 70 boxes opened in County Sligo. That's 61% of the boxes open. The running total is as follows. Declan Bree's on 10%, Marie Cassidy's on 5%, Finbar Filan is on 2%, Nigel Gallagher 4%, Des Guckian on 1%, Martin Kenny 2%, Chris McManus on 12%, Mark McSharry's on 17%, Tony McLaughlin on 13%, Eamon Murray 0%, Bernie O'Hara on 2%, Leslie O'Hara 1%, Susan O'Keefe's on 4%, Paddy O'Rourke is on 0%, John Perry is on 11%, Jerry Reynolds on 2%, Eamon Scanlon on 15%, and Bernard Sweeney is on 0%. As I say, that's with 70 boxes.
Isn't that interesting that there's just 1 percentage point now between Scanlon and McSharry?
Yeah.
And interesting, the boxes really that we haven't tallied in Sligo, just for people to know, we have nothing from Tubbercurry, we have nothing from Strandhill, we have nothing from Riverstown, nothing from Rathcormac.
Which would be very significant.
Yes, nothing from Gurchin, Grange. So both sides, I think, you've got both sides.
I agree.
There.
I agree. Yeah.
I think the difference, there may be a difference, but it won't be hugely significant.
Okay. Now,
so
I don't like putting either of you on the spot, as you know, but people like to know, and they'll be tuned in. They might be going to work and they want to hear just a very quick snapshot of what you think might happen. So based on the figures we know so far, and this comes with a health warning, as Pascal would say, where do you see the seats going at this stage?
Because of Leitrim and West Cavan.
You can't.
Yeah, I'm afraid, Niall, I wish I could, and I'm sure Marion the same. You can't, because of the significant amount of votes that come in from Leitrim and West Cavan.
Okay.
Yeah, it's you really can't tell, and even every 15 minutes we look at this, we refresh the boxes, and there are changes, but there is one thing that seems obvious to me. Fianna Fáil have regained some of the vote. They lost or they lent, or whatever way you like to put it.
Yeah.
They've certainly regained some of that.
And we saw this in the local elections in County Sligo 2 years ago.
You have to look at the local elections. I mean, Fianna Fáil got 5 councillors in South Sligo, 3 in North Sligo. Fine Gael have 3 overall. Sinn Féin did very, very well in both Sligo and in Leitrim. So I think we will both agree that the final seat is probably going to be between Fianna Fáil and
Sinn Féin.
Another, which could be Sinn Féin.
Yeah.
Which could be.
Yeah, but again, it's hard to know, but I know that Reynolds is expected to do well in Leitrim, and again, you got to look at that Cavan vote. What's going to happen.
Well, I
there.
met him yesterday in Carrick-on-Shannon, and he was very confident.
Well,
very confident. He believed he had done an excellent campaign, that he was going to pull a significant vote out of Cavan, which he said was a traditional Fine Gael vote in it.
Yeah.
That he was going to get, apart from his family connections, and he was very buoyed up.
Well, again, I heard that during the campaign, but you hear lots of things, and some of them are true and some of them are not, but I certainly heard that the Reynolds camp were really very, very hopeful of doing well. So, I mean, if you're looking at that, what we spoke of earlier, you may be looking at 2 Sligo, 2 Leitrim.
Well, the only one little caveat I would add to that, Marion, is that I spent most of my canvassing period in North Leitrim, and I have to confess he was not picked up in North Leitrim from the Fine Gael side. It was Tony McLaughlin. So maybe one will balance the other out. Maybe he's looking at the perspective of South Leitrim and West Cavan.
Okay. Yeah. As I say, it's just amazing the way things swing around. And we were talking about Declan Breen, the great performance he had a while ago. He's slipping back outside.
Well, we did indicate, Niall, in fairness, that once he left his comfort zone of the Sligo and its environs, the question would be, would he be able to maintain momentum?
Yeah, and he has, in some boxes, maintained the vote. Obviously, the 19% he was on, he couldn't maintain. He's on 10% now. Like, he's not out of the picture.
But 2,000 votes, as things stand.
Yeah, so, and there are other left-leaning independents and whatever behind him, so you don't know what's going to happen.
Okay, bear with us. I think we're back online now. I hope we are anyway. And again, apologies. Apparently, this is unprecedented.
But it's
the amount of traffic which has come,
people are interested and that you're providing the service.
Both online, both viewing wise and the tallies and listening live as well. Okay. Mark McSharry, just let people know, Mark McSharry and Eamon Scanlon now out in front. McSharry is on 17%, Scanlon is now on 16%, with 63% of the boxes in Sligo open. Right, John, you've been running around there.
Right, well,
what can you tell us?
Whatever about momentum being maintained by them, we'll maintain the momentum here, because there are only 14 boxes in the Donegal area that are coming into this constituency. We only have, and I'll give you the second one now. Okay. It's booth 2 from Ballantrae. So if Marion wishes to...
This is the second booth, Marion, in Ballantrae, Donegal.
Yes, in Ballantrae.
Yes. Ballantrae, which is a 1/7 of the total boxes for Donegal. Again, these are unofficial, but I
have nothing here.
I'm going to stand over them if I can at all. Bree, 4. Casserly, 12. Filan, 3. Gallagher, 6. Guckian, 4. Kenny, 24. McManus, 81. McSharry, 46. McLaughlin, 23. Murray, 1. O'Hara, 8. O'Hora, 0. O'Keefe, 3. O'Rourke, 1. Perry, 16. Reynolds, 9. Scanlon, 10. Sweeney, 1. Now, we talked about momentum. Marion particularly mentioned it there. Yeah. McManus is the one that has the momentum going there.
Yeah, a good Sinn Féin vote in Ballantrae there.
And we'll compare it exactly with Pierce Doherty the last time in Ballantrae booth 1. Pierce Doherty had 115 votes. and this time,
and if you add up
combined
McManus 105, so not too far away.
Not too far.
So the Sinn Féin vote coming out there in that case.
Yes, but again, going back to what I said earlier, is this a management of the Sinn Féin vote? And if it's a management of the Sinn Féin vote, are we going to see the same with Kenny, where they'll be neck and neck? And yes, the momentum is with Sinn Féin here.
Okay, Marion, Pascal, do you want to...
I'm curious to know what the Fine Gael comparisons are and the Fianna Fáil comparisons are in the last election.
Yes, we'll...
Just to put a context on that.
We'll just go with that. Again, Jenny McGinley had 100 votes in Ballantrae, won the last time. This time, McLaughlin, 23, Perry 16, 39, and Reynolds 9, 48. So that's halved in Ballantrae. And Tomas Pringle the last time had 43. So compare that with the independents, 12 and 4, 16, 19, 25, 29, 30, 38. 40. So the independent voters had about the same there. Fianna Fáil, Brian O'Donnell the last time had 4, and Mary Coughlin had 71, 75.
They've lost.
So 75 the last time, and this time we have McSharry with 46, O'Rourke 147, and Scanlon 10, 57. So it's down from 81 to 57. But again, we're not looking at the exact turnouters.
Okay. Well, we can see a nice graph, courtesy of Schiefer here.
Yeah, but the interesting thing, the interesting aspect of what John has just been saying is that the Sinn Féin vote has held up.
Yeah.
The Fine Gael vote has halved, and the Fianna Fáil vote has not maintained. Let's say it hasn't really. It's lost some.
Yeah.
It's lost some when in fact perhaps you would be expecting they would have held their own, or that they would have gone up. But then again, maybe that's a local issue about no candidates. But then again, you could argue the same with Sinn Féin, and yet they've held their vote.
There are 73 boxes open in County Sligo. That's 64% of the total number of boxes in County Sligo. McSharry is currently on 18%. Eamon Scanlon's on 16%. Chris McManus and Tony McLaughlin both on 12%. John Perry's on 11%. Declan Breeze on 10%. After that, it's Marie Casterly on 5%. Nigel Gallagher and Susan O'Keefe both on 4%. On 2 is Finbar Phelan and Martin Kenny and Bernie O'Hara and Jerry Reynolds, and then on 1 we have Leslie O'Hora and Des Guckian and Paddy O'Rourke, Eamon Murray and Bernard Sweeney on 0%. Right, what time is it? It's 30 minutes past 11.
Sorry to interrupt you, but just,
okay.
And people may not be that interested, but I just got a text. Dr. Harty in Clare, he's the doctor who was running the rural doctors. I just got a text saying he's looking good in Clare, but then Clare was always good at electing independents.
There's always something left of centre in Clare, hasn't there?
There has been, and I tell you, I was very sorry to lose it in the European elections. But it's,
Marion, I know that was the suggestion before the election, but that GP rural service has been addressed in the last week, 10 days. There was an agreement between the government.
There was some money given,
and you'd wonder then why the momentum maintained for the doctor on a single issue, which has now been addressed.
Clare always elected independents and mavericks
would that then shift Michael McNamara of Labour?
Oh, it will. Michael McNamara of Labour was in real trouble. Now, I haven't seen his vote, but I mean, if Dr. Harty is looking good,
sure.
it's not likely that he would take a seat. He seemed to be in trouble.
You're right. No, I agree with you.
Okay, all right, okay. We're still trying to get our website back up and running because people like to watch us online, like to watch the tallies, and as I said, just the sheer volume of traffic has just temporarily interfered with our feed, and we hope to get that back shortly. We have all sorts of technicians in Dublin and elsewhere.
Another question here that I'm looking at, Niall, it's not something to address now, but something that perhaps isn't often talked about is the question of the retaining of your deposit.
Yeah,
you have to
just explain how that works, because I got a lot of questions.
I'm not sure what the figure is. What is it, 25% of the vote? No? Do you know, Mary?
It is, Pascal, yeah.
I think something like 25%. Maybe it could.
Of the quota.
It's a quarter percent of the quota.
25% of the quota.
25% of the quota. So depending on what the quota is, that would mean you'd have to get around.
John is shaking his head.
Have you got it, John? You have.
Yeah. No, the 25% of the quota that's gone. It's 25% of what vote you have at the time you're eliminated, and that allows you to claim expenses as well.
Yes. But what 25% of what?
25% of what vote you have, the vote, if that's at the time you're eliminated, you have to. Your vote has to be 25% of the quota then. At the time you're eliminated.
The quota.
Yeah.
Of the quota,
right.
that's what we're saying.
Yeah.
So in other words, if the quota is around 12,000, candidates would need to get at least 3,000 votes in order to save their deposit and also to claim expenses, which is very significant for independent candidates, Marion, as you would know yourself, starting as an independent. And that's why one has to feel on a human level for many of these candidates among the 18 who aren't going to come anywhere close to 3,000.
All right, okay.
But the maximum that a candidate can spend in this election here, any candidate individually can only spend 37,250.
Yeah.
Okay.
And again, Niall, to add to that, the expenses that a candidate can claim back if they get a quarter, of the quota is 8,700. And John is right. You can spend up to 37,650 in a 4-seater, 30,150 in a 3-seater, and 45,200 in a 5-seater, but you get 8,700 back. So for a number of the independent candidates, that may be difficult. What do we expect the quota to be here? Somewhere
around 12?
Around 12
and a half, 13, I'm told.
Yeah.
Okay, just before we proceed, just Francie, to tell people again, you can still access us through social media, isn't that right?
We've 2 links on our Facebook page and on YouTube, or on Twitter. So if they go to Ocean FM Ireland, there's a link at the very top of the page, and you can watch the proceedings, what's happening here. And also we're going to have a link on it you can watch the tallies, and you can see the tallies as they happen as well. So if you go to Ocean FM Ireland on Facebook or Ocean FM Ireland on Twitter, both links are at the top for tallies in Sligo, Leitrim, Donegal as they come in, and for where you can watch live here in the Clarion Hotel.
Okay, so Ocean FM Ireland, go to Ocean FM Ireland on Twitter or Facebook.
Exactly, 2 links at the top, and you'll get a link for tallies, and you'll get a link to watch live what's happening here in the Clarion.
Niall, we were talking about the difference and the comparison figures, and we're talking percentages, but in real terms, there's a little bit of an interesting battle developing between Tony McLaughlin and John Perry, because although there's a difference of 2% between them, in real terms, there's only about 400 votes between Tony McLaughlin and John Perry. So it goes back to the point we were making earlier about Leitrim. Will Tony McLaughlin gain more votes out of Leitrim than John Perry? We think he will. That might push him further ahead, but we haven't got all of the Sligo boxes yet. Particularly out of Tubbercurry would be very interesting to see what would happen there. Noel.
Okay, right, Noel, you've been out and about for the past few minutes as well on the floor. What are you picking up?
I was just out for a coffee, Niall.
Are you? Okay, and there's me thinking you were out trying to find out who's going to find out this 4th seat.
But in the last election, Tony McLaughlin got about 1,600 or 1,650 votes in North Leitrim. Now he has had an office there for the last 5 years, but he was the only Fine Gael candidate. That area was assigned to him, specifically assigned to him. This time, Jerry Reynolds will be pulling out of that. So I suppose, given the fact that Leitrim people vote for Leitrim, I suppose it would be maybe fair to expect that vote will be split between Jerry Reynolds and...
it's difficult for me from a Fianna Fáil perspective, and I made this point earlier on, and I was only expressing an opinion rather than statistics.
Yeah.
But I felt that there was a that there was sentiment behind Tony McLaughlin. I canvassed most of North Leitrim, more so than Jerry Reynolds, I have to say. That whenever there was talk about Fine Gael vote, or whenever names came up, let's say. And it's anecdotal, of course it is. Because people are very, very coy and very sophisticated now about how they deal with canvassers. But I felt that there was more behind Tony McLaughlin than Jerry Reynolds. And maybe I'm wrong. As I say, I'm talking from a non-party perspective.
I suppose, as I said, Tony McLaughlin had an office there in Manorhamilton for the last 5 years. And his uncle was a TD in North Leitrim, Joe McLaughlin, in the 70s, and before Tony.
So that must count for something.
Of course, it will count for it. Yeah, it will count for it, but
which might damage Jerry Reynolds' vote maybe in Leitrim.
Well, in North Leitrim, I mean,
North Leitrim specifically.
Of the 1,600 votes, I would imagine that Tony McLaughlin will probably pull about 1,000 votes out of North Leitrim.
Yeah. So that's going to have an impact, Niall,
Okay.
on the ongoing battle between John Perry and Tony McLaughlin. That's the reason I raised it, rather than Jerry Reynolds' impact.
Also, I think in South Donegal, the fact that Tony McLaughlin located here in Sligo is nearer to South Donegal. There's about 1,000 or 1,100.
We've already got some tallies from John while you were out.
All right,
that Tony was gaining more votes than John Perry.
Yeah.
All right, okay. 75 boxes open in Sligo, 66%. McSharry's still out in front on, what's he on, 18%. Scanlon's on 15%. McManus is on 12%. McLaughlin is on 13%. And Bree is on 10%, so they're the front runners at the moment. But as we say, lots more to happen. Still, 34% of the boxes in Sligo still to be opened. Then we're going to, and I'm trying to remember the sequence of event again. Wasn't it Cavan next or Donegal second?
Cavan after Donegal.
It was Donegal next, and then Cavan, and Leitrim are the last boxes to be open. Right, before we go to a break, John Comiskey.
And staying with Cavan, we have box number 140, Griegagon, booth number 1, and I don't have a complete comparison with it from the last time because the polling stations changed. But anyway, it makes very interesting. Again, it's unofficial Cavan tally. Bree 4, Casserly 1, Filan 5, Gallagher 6, Guckian 2, Kenny 50, McManus 5, McSharry 16, McLaughlin 5, Murray 3, O'Hara 9, O'Hora 1, O'Keefe 5, O'Rourke 93, Perry 5, Reynolds 44, Scanlon 2, and Sweeney 0.
Okay, so there's a big vote there for Paddy O'Rourke and for Martin Kenny as well. And
could I also, Niall, say that it bears out what I had been suspecting all along, in that Paddy O'Rourke has made inroads into West Cavan. That's only one box I appreciate, but look at the figures between O'Rourke and McSharry. Now, Mark McSharry spent time up in West Cavan, and his team spent time up in West Cavan, but Paddy O'Rourke spent a lot of his time in West Cavan because he's sitting in Carrigallen and literally a neighbour across the fields. So we're just trying to figure out exactly where that particular constituency is.
Yes, Marion.
Yeah, but just maybe looking at the totals there, I'm again just looking at Fianna Fáil sort of versus Sinn Féin, again, if we're looking there for the fourth seat, and you see Kenny on 50 and McManus on 55, which is a Sinn Féin, not a percentage, but a vote.
The combined vote
of 55. And if you look at Fianna Fáil, I think they have a combined vote of 111. So that's a significant vote if that were to be replicated in Cavan. And there's no reason to think it will, but if it were to be replicated, it's a significant vote for Fianna Fáil there versus Sinn Féin. But I'm not sure how strong Sinn Féin might have been there, etc. So but it might be a straw in the wind, just might.
John.
It's Drumacon. It was the last time Griegagon booth won, and we can compare Catherine Riley the last time for Sinn Féin was 28, and Quivino Quailon had 15. So that's 43 votes for Sinn Féin the last time, and this time we have a total of 50 for Kenny and 5 for McManus. So the Sinn Féin vote is up there. And let's have a look at the Fianna Fáil vote. The Fianna Fáil vote the last time, Brendan Smith was Pascal may know, but was he the only candidate in that area the last time for Fianna Fáil?
Yes.
So he had 75 votes. So there's a swing to Paddy O'Rourke. Despite the time that he spent there, he has only managed to increase the vote by 18 votes. But it's a swing to Fianna Fáil of 18 votes nonetheless. I wouldn't say
but
that.
McSharry got 16, so that's an extra there.
Yes.
It's a definite swing to Fianna Fáil there.
Okay, I'll tell you what.
Can I say there is something significant about that might damage Paddy O'Rourke in that there was no, I don't know what the story was with Fine Gael, but there was no agreement on boundaries between the three Fianna Fáil candidates. Consequently, the candidates went everywhere. Now, Paddy O'Rourke confined himself to Cavan and Leitrim primarily because of coming late into the game and his own resources. Eamon Scanlon, I gather, came in to Leitrim in the last week, but Mark McSharry made it clear from day one that he was going to canvass all four counties, which was his right, absolutely. But the fact that he got 16 votes up in Belturbet, which is at the far end of the West Cavan constituency, in fact, Belturbet itself is in Cavan Monaghan. I think that the boundary goes to the bridge at Belturbet. But the fact that he got 16 votes, which might ordinarily have gone to Paddy O'Rourke, could be potentially damaging for the remainder of the West Cavan Fianna Fáil votes. Just a point.
Yeah, I have a quick break to take, and I know more people want to get in. As Francie said earlier, Ocean FM Ireland on Twitter or Facebook. Just access Ocean FM Ireland on Twitter or Facebook. You can you can sort out the tallies there, and you can watch us online. We'll be trying to get our website sorted out. 083 3500 530 is our number if you want to text in, because I know there are a lot of queries coming in and we will get the panel to answer them. Quick point for you,
just
Mary,
a slight shift before you go to your break, Niall. We have now 70% of the boxes in Sligo tallied. A very slight shift from the last, about half hour ago. Fine Gael are up 1 to 26%. Fianna Fáil are up 1 to 34%. Sinn Féin down 1 to 13%. I mean, very minor changes, but maybe not quite what we expected. Others are still on 24%. That's really important. Those votes have to go somewhere. Okay. But slight changes up and down.
All right,
there.
back in about 2 minutes.
Yeah.
if you want to watch proceedings live here from the Clarion Hotel from the Sligo Leitrim Count, just go onto our website, go onto Twitter or Facebook, Ocean FM Ireland. On Twitter or Facebook. That's the address, Ocean FM Ireland on Twitter or Facebook, and you will be able to watch this proceedings live here with our panel discussion, and you can also see what's going on in the count, and you can access those tallies as they happen, updated tallies at your fingertips. So Ocean FM Ireland on Facebook or Twitter is the way to go at the moment. Okay, we're just looking at the latest tallies, and I see where there are now 82 boxes open in Sligo, in County Sligo. That represents 72% of the entire boxes in County Sligo. Mark McSharry is out on 18% of the vote at the moment. Eamon Scanlon is on 16%. Tony McLaughlin's on 12%. Chris McManus is on 11%. Declan Bree is on 9%. John Perry is on 11%, as we say. That's with 72% of the boxes in Sligo open. Now, Pascal, you wanted to make a point before we took the break there.
It's just a statistic that might be relevant. In the last election, and this for Sligo North Leitrim, Mark McSharry got 4,633 first preference votes. Currently, with not all the Sligo boxes done, Niall?
No, 72% only opened.
And that's what we're basing these figures on.
Yep.
He is currently sitting on 4,167. Okay. In other words, he's around 500 votes short
of what he got.
In total.
In total, the last
time. In Sligo and North Leitrim the last time.
Okay.
And equally, Eamon Scanlon, who got 5,075 first preferences the last time, is currently sitting on 3,837. He's about 1,200 again, and this is only 75% of the Sligo boxes. So I'm only making the point to suggest that McSharry seems to be leading the pack overall at this stage.
What do you think the big talking point is so far this morning? Is it the performance of McSharry? Is it the performance of Fianna Fáil? Is it the independents?
Well, I think in fairness to Sinn Féin, I think they must be very pleased with the way that their vote is developing at the moment, particularly those few boxes that John gave us out of Donegal, and the one or two, the one I think out of Cavan. But overall, they must be pretty pleased, sitting on 11%, and Kenny has yet to develop any sort of momentum because
his strong areas are to come.
And the strong areas are to come. For Fine Gael's point of view, what's again, and I made this point earlier on, and I'm sure Noel has a comment to make about it, the gap between John Perry and Tony McLaughlin is astonishingly close. I mean, there's very little between the two of them. In real terms, John Perry is on 2,709 votes, while Tony is on 2,908 votes. There's only 200 votes between them. And again, with 75% of the boxes, and that West Sligo, Tubbercurry has to come in yet, which I would presume, Noel, might favour John Perry.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Would you agree with that, Noel?
Well, Tubbercurry will definitely favour John Perry in that it's traditionally John Perry's stronghold in Tubbercurry, and Tony McLaughlin would be weak enough in that part of South Sligo.
But just to say, we still have Strandhill to come in and Ransborough. So,
well, I suppose in general at this stage it would look to be running very, very similar percentage-wise along the lines of the last local election here in the constituency. The local election now. So, I mean, it's all to play for. We really have to wait and see how the three Leitrim candidates, Jerry Reynolds, Paddy O'Rourke and Martin Kinney perform in Leitrim.
And all right, Michael, I'll bring you in here. Pascal saying it's a good day so far for Sinn Féin in the constituency. Is that your read of it? Are you happy enough so far?
I'm happy enough so far. Obviously, I'd like to have Chris a little bit higher than the 11% that is shown on when 72% of the boxes are open. But there's a long way to go with that one. It's certainly a very credible performance. We still don't know what the overall picture because we have Leitrim West Cavan boxes to open. I agree that it's going to be interesting to watch the John Perry, Tony McLaughlin tussle there because they are so close at the minute. And I heard some of the factors that you were talking about there. But I'd also say that Tony McLaughlin will get a certain vote out of North Leitrim because he would be well known in North Leitrim there. So that's going to be a very, very interesting one to look at. It's already becoming apparent that the candidates who are not going to feature at the end of it. So we'll be looking very closely to see where the transfers from those
which way they'll go.
Those candidates go. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
There is one little caveat here about Sinn Féin, in that, and I think inferring something from what Michael said about Chris McManus wanting to be a bit higher. He's currently sitting on 2,700 votes, and if you add in Martin Kenny's, quite impressive for a guy living up in South Leitrim that he has picked up 375 number ones in Sligo. That's around 3,000. Michael himself ended up with almost 6,000 votes in Sligo North Leitrim. So if you take out we're talking about 75% of the boxes in Sligo only. That's 3,000 short on Michael with North Leitrim yet to come in. So I'm only raising it that maybe that there might be a bit of a stod possibly to the Sinn Féin momentum.
I'll come to John. I'll come to John with some more information in a moment. A couple of candidates we haven't mentioned at all this morning. Susan O'Keefe, for example, Labour Party candidate. Pascal, you want to make a comment on that, Susan O'Keefe's performance in Labour?
Yes, considering that she got 4,553 number ones in the last election, and admittedly, there was the Labour Gale behind them, I'm sure Susan must be bitterly disappointed that she's sitting on 925 votes. That's a long, long way from 4,500 votes. 925. Admittedly, it's 75% in Sligo, but Susan momentum was generated with the Sligo vote. And I seem to remember the last time that when it came down to the wire between Michael, Eamon Scanlon and Susan O'Keefe, she was sitting on 6,500 votes. And there was a hope that Eamon Scanlon, because he came from the same geographical area as Susan, that he might pick up a vote. But of course, Fianna Fáil were toxic in terms of transfers, and Michael won the day. But in general terms, this is a reflection of what is the national vote for Labour. In fact, at 4%, it's 3 to 4% lower than the exit polls. But she has to be, considering that Sligo traditionally had a Labour vote, but it has now seemed to have diluted among the anti-austerity, the other independents. Anyway, Noel, you'd probably be more familiar with that.
I just read the left vote probably all around the country and here in Sligo as well. There are a lot of what would have been seen as breakaway groups from Labour originally, and it's I think the left vote is very split, and it's definitely preventing that left vote from
maximising the potential. And maybe Susan O'Keefe has been.
Yeah, but Susan O'Keefe's vote is probably running in line with the way Labour is.
That would seem to be the case. And indeed, I should say we will get a national picture very shortly. At 12 o'clock, we'll maybe go and get a news update to give a national picture. And I think there are some shocks in the cards, understandably, across the country from what I'm hearing. Right, John, you have some updated information for us.
And
the Kit Kats are out now, so it's getting really serious.
It is, and that'll make us smile a little bit more if it doesn't melt on us, or that the whole lot going to melt down. But anyway, from Rockfield, Ballyshannon, another area from Donegal here, again unofficial, but I'm pretty confident. Bree 3, Casserly 5, Filan 2, Gallagher 5, Guckian 5, Kenny 9, McManus 41, McSharry 56, McLaughlin 28, Murray 0, O'Hara 0, O'Hora 4, O'Keefe 0, O'Rourke 1, Perry 4, Reynolds 2, Scanlon 1 and Sweeney 1. And if we might just maybe be able to do a comparison with those from the last time. Mary Coughlin the last time in Rockfield had 45, Brian O'Donnell had 5, so that's 50.
Okay, and McSharry has 56.
McSharry has 56. Again, that's an area that you would expect Mark to be doing well in there. O'Rourke had 1 and Scanlon had 1.
What about Sinn Féin, John?
I'll come to Sinn Féin now in a moment. Tomas Pringle the last time had 7. So again, the independent vote has held up there if we count in all the others. 3, 5, 8, 10, 15, 20. and right down 24, 25. So the independent vote is quite substantial there in Rockfield. Sinn Féin the last time with Pierce Doherty. Pierce Doherty the last time had 87. And this time we have McManus on 41 and Kenny on 9, which is 50. So that's a reduction for Sinn Féin there. But again, it's shown that McManus, the vote seems to be being managed there.
Would you suggest, John, maybe a slight swing to Fianna Fáil away from Sinn Féin there? Slight?
Only marginally at this point in time, because the McGinley vote there the last time was 45, and comparing that with McLaughlin 28, Perry for 32, and Reynolds 34. So not that much of a swing there from Fine Gael in that particular area. Okay. And these are all new areas for all these
candidates. That's in Rockfield and Ballyshannon. Sorry.
Go on. We have Erva as well.
Okay.
I'll give you Erva.
Give us Erva.
Erva from Booth 1, and the total turnout in Booth 1 in Erva was 426, just for comparison's sake. And I'm not sure the last time, we had 2 booths in it the last time, and that both of them only totaled 470. So I'm not sure if I'm comparing like with like. Maybe we'll leave that, but it's Booth 1 anyway, and again unofficial, but I'm pretty confident on it. From Erva, Bree 2, Casserly 5, Phelan 7, Gallagher 2, Guckian 3, Kenny 29, McManus 2, McSharry 18, McLaughlin 12, Murray 2, O'Hara 7, O'Hora 5, O'Keefe 3, O'Rourke 164, Perry 5, Reynolds 156, Scanlon 1, and Sweeney 1. So there we see neck and neck with Reynolds and O'Rourke, and they're the two King players coming in to play there now and that there. So that's the bet. And when we come to the Leitrim vote on it now, and I hope to have a Leitrim box or two very, very shortly.
To get some sort of indication of how things are going. I'll come to Marion in a moment. Pascal, just an observation on that, and it goes back to something you said earlier.
John, do you have any comparative figures for Arva the last time? I know the different booths, but any sort of comparative figures?
Well, what I know is that those figures that I've given you there total to 426, and the last time the total vote in Erva over both polling stations was 480.
So what were the figures for
and out of the 480, but we still have a second booth maybe the combined both into Erva.
I would think so, looking at those figures.
So if we just look at it for the moment, on Fine Gael the last time, Peter McVitie had 69 and 64, which is 133.
Okay.
And Heather Humphreys for Fine Gael had 26 and 16, 42. And comparing that with the Fine Gael vote this time, well, it's down. Reynolds has 156, McLaughlin 12, and Perry
it's
5.
Roughly the same.
Near enough the same. So the Fine Gael vote has practically held there. Fianna Fáil, Brendan Smith the last time had 67 and 66, 133. 133 as opposed to O'Rourke's 164
and McSharry's 18.
And McSharry's 18. Yeah. And Scanlon's 1. Let's not forget it. Erva, who bought a Volkswagen in Erva?
Yeah. So, Niall, it's bearing out. There's 2 now boxes out of West Cavan. It's bearing out that Paddy O'Rourke's strategy of focusing a lot of his attention on West Cavan is beginning to pay off, because there was a real concern that the Brendan Smith vote was a largely personal vote rather than just a party vote. And once he left the area, because remember, for listeners down here, this is where Brendan comes from. He comes from Bonboy, Glan, and there was a feeling that there was a hugely personal vote going back even to John Wilson's time, with whom he worked. So I think Paddy O'Rourke can be very heartened by this, and it goes back down to what we were saying earlier, and I think Noel will agree, there's going to be one heck of a battle between the three Leitrim candidates.
All right. Just to remind people again, Ocean FM Ireland on Twitter and on Facebook, Ocean FM Ireland, and I know a lot of people are contacting us. If you want to watch proceedings, if you want to access the tallies as they happen, Ocean FM Ireland is the handle to use. Okay.
Just wondering there, Niall, if we had a vote for Sinn Féin before in this area.
Absolutely,
because
yes.
I just looking at the figures John gave us there, we had Kenny on 29 and McManus on 2, which is only 31 votes. Now I don't know how that compares to what they had before, but
we'll get John back in a moment. He's just
it's against 183 for Fianna Fáil, 173 for Fine Gael. It's a small number, but it may be in keeping. But if remember we talked about the straw in the wind before in another Cavan box, Pascal. This may be it, but just I'm going to be parochial, Niall, if that's allowed.
That's what people like.
And go to the second booth in Ballintroher.
Yeah, which you're always interested in.
Yes, of course. And not hugely significant changes here. Michael Conreevy got 60 votes. This time the combined Sinn Féin is 65, so it's a small increase. John Perry seems to have lost again. These are tallies, but he seems to have lost a significant portion of his vote there, from 224 down to 122, and 122 and 29. So that's about 150. Eamon Scanlon got 102 the last time. He's down a bit to 90. Mark McSharry got 40 the last time, up to 74. So I was wondering, where did the vote go? And of course Marie Casserly got 42 votes there.
Just to answer Marion's query about the Sinn Féin vote in Arba, it's down by about a dozen on the last time.
Yeah, so
down by about a dozen.
If that keeps replicating across West Cavan, there's no reason to think it will, but it's happened twice.
I'm not surprised, to be honest with you, because I've always been of the opinion, from listening to people up there and to Brendan's own camp from before the election, that the vote was very much split between Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael primarily, and that Sinn Féin were the third party in West Cavan.
But there is one other thing, and you mentioned it earlier, Pascal. The two Sinn Féin candidates, we think, may be managing their vote quite well. And they're staying fairly close to one another, so that could be very telling at the end of all this.
That's why, looking at Mark pulling votes out of West Cavan, I'm sure Paddy's people aren't going to be too happy when it comes down to the final shakeout, that they'll maybe looking at lost votes. But in overall terms for Fianna Fáil, it's very positive.
All right, it's 10 to 12, and I'm going to just ask you to summarise in a moment, just for people who are just tuned in or just waking up maybe, just to get an overall analysis of how things are going so far. So just have a think about that for a moment. Francie, again, people are texting us and calling us, wondering how they can watch this and access the tallies online. Just tell people again how to do.
If you're on Facebook, all you got to do is log on to Ocean FM Ireland. At the very top of that page, there's two links. One link will bring you to YouTube, and you can watch the proceedings live, Noel and Pascal and all the gang here. And the second link will bring you to the tallies page. And on that tallies page is the Sligo tallies. At the bottom of that page, there's a link to the Leitrim tallies and the Donegal tallies as they come in. And all you got to do is just keep refreshing that page. So if you go to Facebook, Ocean FM Ireland, two links for you. One to watch live and the other one to view the tallies. If you go to at Ocean FM Ireland on Twitter, same thing at the top, two links for you. Just keep refreshing. And if you have any questions or comments for the panellists, just hashtag Sligo Leitrim. We'll get to them and we will have them throughout however long it takes. So Ocean FM Ireland on Facebook and Twitter.
Okay, and we welcome your comments. And of course, John's nephew is watching in was it Australia? He said. And Pascal, your daughter is in
Perth.
In Perth. A long way from home and tuned in and online as well. Okay, just to give people a summary, Pascal, I'll start with you. Just give people a summary over the last 3 hours. What can you say at this stage?
I'm showing bias here, but I'm also relying on the statistics. Mark McSharry is having a great day. His people must be very, very pleased. He's on 4,611 votes currently, and that's with, 80% of the Sligo boxes?
Yeah, 77%.
77% of Sligo only. And compare that with the totality of his vote for Sligo and North Leitrim the last time, which was on 4,633. In effect, he has now achieved with 77% of the Sligo only boxes, the same vote as he got in the last election. So it has to be, so far, his day. Okay. The other element of it is the closeness of the vote between himself and Eamon Scanlon, of the ongoing regional battle between John Perry and Eamon Scanlon in South Sligo, but also John Perry and Tony McLaughlin are effectively neck and neck on 3,200 for Tony and 2,950 roughly for John. So again, that has not yet been resolved, and it looks like it's going to wait until the Leitrim boxes. I think Noel and I have agreed on that. It maybe sort out that particular battle between the two of them. And in terms of Sinn Féin, I agree with what Michael was saying, that perhaps they might have liked Chris McManus to be a little bit more ahead. He's currently on 2,843 votes, compared with Michael's total vote for Sligo and North Leitrim of almost 6,000. And if you add in what Martin Kelly has got, an impressive 400 votes and in Sligo as well, that would give the Sinn Féin vote around 3-2, but they're still a long way off that figure. And remember, Michael only picked up the last seat, so I think Sinn Féin have still got a fair bit of work to do in terms of any talk of a second seat,
and again,
as things stand. And it's just an opinion at this early stage.
It's very, very
nothing
early,
more.
People like to know, and and I know when we talked a couple of hours ago now at this stage, Marion and Pascal were both talking about the independents being in with a very, very strong shot for that fourth seat. Are you as confident now as you were?
Well, Declan Bree's vote is currently on 2,266. His total vote the last time was 2,284. So with another 30 boxes to go, or another 30% of boxes to go in Sligo, and it doesn't look like, Marion, you've been looking at the other figures, it doesn't look like he's picking up traction or momentum outside of his comfort zone, even in Sligo rural.
Would you agree with that overall assessment from Pascal?
I mean, it is important to say that others are still on 23%, but that's tightening all the time. Every box that's opened outside Sligo, that's tightening. You've got Declan Bree on 9 and you've Marie Casserly on 6. They're the major ones, if you like. As you said earlier, Susan O'Keefe must be bitterly disappointed on 4%. She's just on 1,005 votes at the moment, with 77% of the votes opened in Sligo. It's interesting to see, as you said, Perry and McLaughlin, only 1% between them. One might be inclined to think that when you move into Leitrim, McLaughlin will shade it, and that's all he needs to do. But
or will Reynolds pick up the Leitrim vote?
Yes, but whatever might be available to a Sligo candidate. Can I just say one thing? We said earlier, there's always a South Sligo TD. We have a different constituency this time, but if we're going to have a South Sligo TD, whoever is ahead, and right now Eamon Scanlon is 5 percentage points ahead in Sligo, that's the person who has the better chance. But
obviously,
it's
a long way to go. It's very exciting, and it's changing as we know. Now I want to come to Porrick, and then I'll come to John. Porrick Hart.
Okay.
From the tallies.
Okay, for anybody who's online, they can click on the Cavan tallies. We're entering the Cavan tally sheets now, and the Cavan pages are actually going to be showing data. Initial figures, we've 9% of the boxes opened. We've 29% of the boxes open there in Cavan.
In Cavan already, 29%. For people at home, just click on your Cavan tallies icon and you can get the Cavan tallies up there.
And there's some very interesting stuff going on there here, so there is.
Like what, Porrick?
Well, for example, McManus in Cavan is on 248 votes. But here's a turn up. All the way from Sligo, McSharry is on 480 votes.
Okay, and that's
all the way from Sligo. As well is McLaughlin is on 400 votes. Murray is on 115 votes. Paddy O'Rourke is 595. Perry is on 253. Reynolds is on 635 votes. And the furthest away man, I suppose, of the whole lot, Scanlon, is on 191 votes up in Cavan. Now, it's early days yet, obviously.
Yes. 29% of the boxes tally.
But that's just a sample of how the vote is going.
Which is what Marion and Pascal were talking about a moment ago.
How
many boxes is that?
in Cavan, that was 8 boxes. 8 boxes have
29%.
29%. So it's heading for 1/3.
Okay.
In fact, what's happening here is there's a battle between Paddy O'Rourke and Jerry Reynolds in West Cavan, and it's I think Marion has a point to make about her own experiences in Cavan that might bear this out.
I always said that, and I've canvassed 15 counties.
Okay, you're going to make a very interesting point here.
Yes.
We have a lot of Cavan listeners now, so
Yes.
She's going to make a very
I always said
interesting
it was
point now.
difficult to get independent votes in Cavan.
And you
That was
found that to
always,
be the
yes,
case,
I
didn't
did. I always found I got them, but it was never easy to get them. And today's tallies would indicate
Would
a
bear
Strong
solid
party support. Yes.
35 for Fianna Fáil, 33 for Fine Gael. I suspect you'll go a long distance in the country today if that continues to get that replicated.
And you know something, and I said this privately, I'm not sure if I said it here throughout the morning, but I've always been of the opinion that there would be a real battle ultimately between Paddy O'Rourke and Jerry Reynolds within Leitrim West Cavan.
Yeah.
And that has been borne out by the early tallies from Cavan, and that's going to be maybe very critical in the eventual
We're going to take our 12 o'clock.
Yeah, but just
Sorry.
one
I
small
support
point.
that thesis there because, for example, Fianna Fáil is on 37% there, and that's a strong party vote, so it is. And I'm going to just do the calculations now very quickly on Fine Gael on 9%, and where are we? Perry is on 6, Man and 6 is 15, and where is the other candidate? 15, and just lost the figures there for
What I was thinking was, I'd be very interested, Porrick, when the tallies come in for Ballyconnell and Swanland Bar in the context of the Reynolds-O'Rourke battle, because that's going to indicate as well maybe the totality of the vote out of Leitrim.
29% for Fine Gael there in Cavan, in West Cavan.
And I think I'm looking at 15 for Sinn Féin. Is that correct?
15 for Sinn Féin, yeah, that's
between
correct.
Kenny and McManus.
Yeah, but again, we talked about straws in the wind earlier. If we're looking at a battle for a 4th seat, things are crystallising a little bit.
We're going to take our 12 o'clock news break. I want to bring in John before we do, because we just want to get a national picture as well, and there are some very, very interesting stories nationally, I can tell you. We'll get a quick update from Ciaran at 12.
Very briefly, just for people to consider it over the break. 2 polling stations in Leitrim at the moment that I have unofficially got. Reynolds 159, O'Rourke 104, and Kenny 142. So that's something to contemplate over the two. It's in County Leitrim.
What boxes? You can't say, John.
County Leitrim unofficial figures.
Be very guarded about that.
That's not good enough. That's not good enough. Not good enough.
Right, remember Ocean FM Ireland on Twitter, Ocean FM Ireland on Facebook if you want to watch what's happening on our panel discussion, or indeed throughout the Count Centre here in the Clarion Hotel, and Ocean FM Ireland on Twitter or Facebook if you want access to those tallies. And now, as Porrick Hart said, we're on to the Cavan tallies, and there is a Cavan icon as well. Your comments or questions welcome. You can tweet us now at Ocean FM Ireland, and hashtag Sligo Leitrim. Hashtag Sligo Leitrim. And we'll come to some of your questions with Francie maybe after our 12 o'clock news, which is next. Join us again in a few moments. side, because I mean, where would you get tension and drama and excitement like this? And it's really starting to hot up here now in the Clarion Hotel in Sligo. The Sligo Leitrim count. What time is it now? It's about 12 minutes past 12 o'clock. They've been counting now for the past 3 hours and 10 minutes. And just to let you know, for those people who may be joining us, if you want to watch proceedings or want to update yourself on the latest tallies as they happen, when we're now going into the Cavan tallies, go to Ocean FM Ireland on Twitter or on Facebook. We'll bring you some of your comments and questions in a moment. And again, for those people who are wondering just how long this is going to go on, the returning officer Pádraig O'Grady said at the very outset, before the boxes were even opened, that he does not anticipate this count will be finished today, that we will be heading into a count again tomorrow. Tallies coming in thick and fast, and we'll just update you on that. 101 boxes now opened in County Sligo, which is 89% of the boxes in County Sligo. And just running through the figures on that, Mark McSharry is heading the poll in County Sligo on 18%. Looking across the line, Scanlon, his Fianna Fáil colleague, on 15%. Tony McLaughlin's on 13%. Chris McManus is on 10%. And as Pádraig Carr told us before the break, they're now into the Cavan boxes, and you can get the Cavan boxes also online. Ocean FM Ireland is the Facebook site or Twitter site. There's so much excitement, speculation. People are now starting to ask each other, how's it going to pan out? What's going to happen? Who's safe? Who's not safe? Who's likely to get the seats? Okay, right, Mary. Sorry, Pascal.
Yeah. Just a quick question, Marion. We're getting separate tallies here on our screen for Sligo.
Sorry.
We're getting separate tallies here for Sligo, Leitrim and Cavan and Donegal. Do we have an overall figure that's been added to? Do we have a screen that will be giving us an overall figure?
That's the question I was just asking of the tally man, and Francie's going to find that out for us. We're going to
because it would be important,
because
otherwise it'll be slightly distorted in terms of our analysis.
We need to get an overall tally. Okay, Marion.
Yeah, I was wondering if we had any percentage figure for Sinn Féin in Sligo the last time out. We might look at that because Chris McManus is on 10% and Kenny is on 1%.
Well, all I have, Marion, is the total figure for Sligo North Leitrim, which was 13.3.
Yeah, well, we have 89% of the boxes open in Sligo. So that is a very representative, section, if you like. And we see 11% for Sinn Féin. So that would need to bump up a little bit to be at where they were the last time. But, as you say, we still have Cavan and Leitrim. But I'd say maybe, as of now, even a very slight disappointment there on that, a small bit of a slippage. But, one of the things I said from the beginning was, if we didn't get an independent seat, that the independent transfers would be hugely important. We now see Declan Bree has come back to 8, Marie Casserly is on 6, but there's a lot of other independents there. But Fianna Fáil, doing really well at the moment.
Okay, sorry, Pascal, I can answer your question, because if you click onto the Cavan tallies icon, if you go down to the very, very bottom, you'll see tallies for County Cavan, and then under that you'll get the rolling total for the boxes which are open so far, which is Sligo and Cavan. Right at the very, very bottom you'll get the rolling total, which is Sligo and Cavan. Okay, so just to let people know, and remember to refresh your computer, F5 refresh button. Kevin will sort Pascal out, but just to give in Cavan, we'll update people. Right, there are 12 boxes opened in Cavan. There are 101 opened in Sligo. That's 113 boxes opened, and the rolling totals are as follows. Bree is on 8%, Casserly is on 5%, Filan's on 2%, Gallagher on 4%, Guckian 1%, Martin Kenny on 3%, Chris McManus on 10%, Mark McSharry is on 18%, Tony McLaughlin's on 13%, Eamon Murray 0%, Bernie O'Hara on 2%, Leslie O'Hara on 1%, Susan O'Keefe on 4%, Paddy O'Rourke on 2%, John Perry 10%, Jerry Reynolds 4%, Eamon Scanlon 14%, and Bernard Sweeney 0%. So I hope that answers your question.
That's Sligo. Yeah, we've got the totals here, which are making for interesting reading. The constituency totals, and Maria just said to me there, and she's right, that the total Sinn Féin percentage is now hitting around 13%. Is it? Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Yes, it is. For 10.
Okay.
Sorry, we got something wrong there, Kevin. I thought that these figures are okay.
Yeah, actually, it's my mistake, Pascal. I gave you the wrong information. They're sitting on 16%.
Okay,
but they were
16.
13.7 the last time, taking the last seat, taking one seat. Substantial uplift. We do expect there will be when we get the Leitrim boxes, but that will need to be a very substantial uplift.
Well, I'm looking here at a figure, a total, which is giving me.
Looked at that too, but we're getting 16.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We have two separate boxes here, whichever is right. But yeah.
To consolidate the vote they had the last time and probably moving ahead.
Yes, that will need huge consolidation.
I can't see it at all. In fact, it's increasingly that Fianna Fáil are certainly going to be fighting significantally for that fourth seat in Ireland, I would think.
Okay, all right.
As things stand, but again,
do remember,
we have to wait for
20% of the votes, coming from others, etc. So.
No, you're absolutely right. The question remains from the very beginning: where are those votes going to go? How are they going to transfer? I would think that the bulk of that independent vote, left vote, is going to stay within Sligo. I can't see it travelling, Marion, up into Leitrim.
No,
I think it's going to stay.
But equally, we know that even within parties, Pascal, votes go everywhere, and there's no such thing as solid transfers. I mean, a 60-70% transfer is absolutely rock solid. So even at that percentage of votes, will they go rock solid to the left? I don't know. And some of you're looking at people like O'Keefe and Filan and votes like that as well. Where are they going to go?
I don't know what Noel's view is as well, and I'm basing this comment on the last election. Fine Gael got 2 seats in Sligo North Leitrim on 1.5 quotas. They didn't have 2 quotas. They had 1.5 quotas and they got 2 seats. Now their vote is down. And I don't know what Noel's view is here, but it seems to me that they are guaranteed 1 seat.
Okay,
not
just before we come to Noel, we'll bring John Comiskey in again, who again has been out and about around the council here in the Clarion, sorting some figures out. John, what can you tell us? You've got some more information.
Well, what I have at the moment now, again, unofficial ones, I have 5 booths from the count, 4 from Leitrim, 1 Pascal mentioned it earlier, Swanland Bar. Maybe we'd start with Swanland Bar if it's not already up on the screen.
It's not, no, we're still waiting the Swanland Bar. There's 2 booths in Swanland Bar.
Well, Swanland Bar booth 2 then. Bree 0. Casserly 0. Filan 3. Gallagher 1. Guckian 1. Kenny 26, McManus 1, McSharry 12, McLaughlin 1, Murray 0, O'Hara 1, O'Hora 0, O'Keefe 0, O'Rourke 36, Perry 1, Reynolds 27, Scanlon 0, and Sweeney 0.
Swanland Bar, yeah.
Yeah, that's significant. Yeah. What's the comparisons? Do we have a comparison on that? And by the way, could I just mention while John is looking that up, Niall, we had somebody that texted in or tweeted in when we were talking about the candidates in the last election in Cavan. Of course, Margaret Conlon was the second Fianna Fáil candidate, but she was Monaghan.
She was in Monaghan.
And she was very much, and that was the way that the boundaries divided, so that the substantive vote for Fianna Fáil in what is now West Cavan would have been Brendan Smith. I don't know what Margaret's vote would have been, but I'd say it was very, very small.
Yeah, okay. And just to tell people the stage we're at with the tallies, 12 boxes opened in Cavan, which is 43% of the total number of polling booths in County Cavan, which of course, as people well know, is a new part of our constituency. Not everybody happy about it, and not least the people of West Cavan themselves. Around 10,000 or so voters in West Cavan. John?
Direct comparison for those that are interested in booth 2 in Swanland Bar last time out. Peter McVitie of Fine Gael had 45. Heather Humphreys had 2, 47. And Joe O'Reilly had 0. So that's 47 and Pascal or Marion can do the calculations there.
I missed
McLaughlin,
some of that, John.
47 in total for Fine Gael.
Yes. Against what?
Against McLaughlin's 4, McLaughlin's 1, Reynolds 27, that's 28, and Perry 1, 29 from 47. So, let's do the Sinn Féin. Catherine O'Reilly the last time in boot 2 had 13. Caoimhín O'Caolan had 5, which is 18 votes, and this time Kenny has 34, and McManus is 26.
And McManus won.
So it's 27. So
All right, okay.
a little increase.
What's the Fianna Fáil comparison?
Yeah, what's the Fianna Fáil vote?
Fianna Fáil, Brendan Smith the last time had 36, and he's the only.
Margaret
Conlon, I'm sorry I didn't have Margaret Conlon here because for some reason is not.
Yeah.
Well, O'Rourke is getting 36 there, so that's the same vote as Brendan Smith.
Okay.
And McSharry is also getting 12.
got 12.
All right.
So they're up. So the Fianna Fáil vote is up.
Just as an aside, Ray McSharry was shaking your hand there, Moyle. It's a very, very happy-looking man this morning.
Yes, sorry
Ray
we didn't
McSharry.
chat to talk to him because I was trying to pick up on what John was saying there about the comparison.
And, we were shown a photograph earlier of Jackie McGowan, who apparently canvassed for Ray McSharry back in 1969. Somebody was showing me the photograph earlier on.
Nice.
So there, I mean, that's I was saying earlier about the electronic.
Niall, do we
voting.
have the Cavan tallies on our screen here?
We should.
Because I have a Sligo Leitrim.
Yeah, I'll get you the Cavan tallies, Pascal.
That's we probably just
And you've a maths teacher sitting beside you, and she can sort you out.
And while we're going to the Cavan tallies, while you're doing that, Jackie McGowan, of course, was also a candidate in the local elections, stood with the great Willie Fairden, the Lord of Mercy on him as well, in the local elections here.
It's like being back in
Sligo. Can we now, if you're interested, we have some Drummond. Leitrim, we'll go right through for you. Bree, 2. Casserly, 2. Phelan, 5. Gallagher, 2. Guckian, 46. Kenny, 66. McManus, 2. McSharry, 22. McLaughlin, 3. Murray, 0. O'Hara, 3. O'Hora, 8. O'Keefe, 5. O'Rourke, 83. Perry, 3. Reynolds, 96. Scanlon, 5. And Sweeney, 0. And I'll be able to do a comparison.
Okay. I'm aware now we'll do a comparison. I'm aware for listeners at home. I know the numbers are coming thick and fast, and it's hard to take it all in and assimilate. And we'll give some comparisons in that one. But that was Drummond you were talking about.
That was Drummond.
Okay, Porrick Hart is back with us again from the Tally Nerve Centre. Porrick, use some information for us.
Very interesting now. The boxes have all been opened. In fact, they're just opening the postal votes at the moment, and we're tallying those.
You're talking about Sligo now, are you? No.
All the boxes have been opened, but the big thing that now the big pressure is back on the tally centre. We have 2 sets of operators entering all the data, and there's quite an amount of summary data that has to be entered. All the tally sheets have to be added up, and then they have to be keyed into the computer system. So in the next half hour, those pages on your websites are going to be changing rapidly and constantly. So all the figures, we'd hope to have them in the next hour at the most.
Okay. Any more trends you would hazard to say at this stage? I know you're a busy man right beside.
To be honest with you, we didn't get a chance to look at the figure sets because we just wanted to get all those tally sheets in, and I want to pay a great compliment to all the parties, all the independents, and the way their people turned out today.
I'm sure we'll have time later on today to talk about this. And we saw you outside and the address you gave to all the. I mean, this is just unbelievable cooperation, as is always the case.
Well, I always marvel at the great country that Ireland is, and I know we all have the naysayers, but when you see all the independents and all the parties coming together and working the way they all work together, it gives you great hope for Ireland. And you know, this is a very important day for our democracy, because why are these tally people in here? Well, it's to ensure that the elections are open, fair and transparent. And in other countries, where there are all type of irregularities, that doesn't take place here, and a compliment to everybody involved.
Okay, all right. Thanks for that, Paul. We'll talk to you later on. Again, we're estimating here the official first count won't be till what, 8-9 o'clock? You would estimate? You don't know.
I think we might be a bit earlier than that.
Earlier than that. And what time would you expect to have all the tallies?
We'd expect to have the official tally. We'll be very hopeful by 2 o'clock that we'll have the official tally.
Okay, all right.
And I'd say give them another couple of hours and we'll have the first count, and it's going to be really eagerly awaited.
That's for sure. Okay, there's going to be
awfully excited, really terribly excited. Great stuff going on here at the moment.
Lots of talking points as we hear all morning. Right, Pascal. You've Cavan sorted out.
Yeah, I have. Thank you. But a bit of a gap emerging between Tony McLaughlin and John Perry on the totality of the vote in the constituency, in that Tony is now on 4109 and John Perry is on 3370. That's opened up a bit of a gap. In percentage terms, it's 3 percentage points, but in real terms, it's around 700. Would that seem to bear out, Noel, what we were saying earlier, that with other boxes coming in, that maybe Tony is going to increase his lead?
And McLaughlin is getting more votes in Cavan than Perry.
He seems to be doing very well in the Cavan in the constituency. I suppose surprisingly well up there, really, and quite well in Leitrim. I suppose, there are a lot of there'll be a lot of significant eliminations around the Sligo town area as the counts go on, which will obviously help Tony McLaughlin because of his location in Sligo town.
Okay, and I think everybody would generally agree with that. Okay.
We don't have any tallies coming up on the screen for Leitrim yet, even though John has
a few unofficial ones. They're not in yet.
They're not in.
I say the sequence of events are Sligo, Cavan, Donegal, Leitrim are the last to be opened.
And just for people that might be accessing.
And John will give us a few unofficial ones here and there, and he had some there as well. Some indications. Sorry, yes, John.
Yeah, it'd be very interesting.
All right, well let's hear a few. These are unofficial, but they are.
They're unofficial,
but they're very accurate.
I'm pretty prepared to stand over them.
These are Leitrim.
I'll give you Ballinamore Boot 2. Ballinamore Boot 2. Bree 2. Casserly 1. Filan 5. Gallagher 2. Guckian 6. Kenny 117. 117. McManus 4. McSharry 4. McLaughlin 1. Murray 6. O'Hara 2. O'Hora 2. O'Keefe 0. O'Rourke 46. Perry 4. Reynolds 155. Scanlon 2. And Sweeney 1. That one.
I have to say, I think Paddy O'Rourke will be disappointed with that vote. I appreciate that that's Jerry Reynolds' hometown, but it's not Martin Kenny's hometown. But of course, there was a Sinn Féin councillor there, the legendary John Joe McGurl and his son Liam. So there would have been a Sinn Féin vote there. But at the same time, that is part of Paddy O'Rourke's local electoral area. Admittedly, it's moving out of his own comfort zone in Carrigallen. But having said that, I would have thought that perhaps he might have got more. John, do you have any comparative figures for Ballinamore for that particular booth from the last election, just to put it in context?
Just not able to get it at the moment.
Maybe I'll just be curious.
But I will go. I have some more from Leitrim.
Yes.
If you're
just give us another booth from Leitrim, and then I want to go to Francie because there are loads of questions coming in, and we'd be just interested to hear how people are thinking.
Right, we'll give you from the furthest end of the Leitrim constituency from us here, Carrigan Shannon. I have both Carrigan Shannon booth 4 and 5, so I'll just give you the totals from booth 4 and 5. Bree 1, Casserly 7, Filan 5. Gallagher 14, Guckian 29, Kenny 87, McManus 1, McSharry 32, McLaughlin 5, Murray 2, O'Hara 14, O'Hora 14, O'Keefe 21, O'Rourke 62, Perry 3, Reynolds 143, Scanlon 6, and Sweeney 1.
Right, okay, we'll digest those figures in a moment, and Pascal might want to comment on them. Right, Francie, as I say, you can text us now. There's so many platforms here today, we're getting confused. 083 3500 530 if you want to ask a question of Noel or Pascal or Marion or John or Michael, or indeed yourself, Francie.
Oh, yeah. I'd be a great analyst, right? You can text 083 3500 530 on Twitter at Ocean.
You better take off that sticker now before you go online.
It's number one. Actually, speaking of that, right, I'll get to that in a second. Anyway, you can watch us online at Ocean FM Ireland. If you go to Facebook or Twitter and use the hashtag Sligo Leitrim, all the links are there. Pascal, here's one for you. If Tony McLaughlin fails to get a good Leitrim vote, then he may be in trouble. Joe McLaughlin in the past had big support in Sligo Leitrim, and of course we've Michael Kumsky, who's a senator as well. What does Pascal think?
I would believe, and Noel and I have talked about this, that Tony McLaughlin has had an office in Manor Hamilton for the last 5 years. He was designated the North Leitrim area by Fine Gael from the off. Also, John Perry traditionally never canvassed in Leitrim until this time, from what I've been told. So the general expectation is that Tony is going to get a significant Fine Gael vote out of North Leitrim. The only question here is, will Jerry Reynolds' presence affect or dilute that potential Tony McLaughlin vote, which might go some way to addressing the question asked by the listener. But our view here is that because the gap between Tony and John Perry is widening as we speak, that he is on course to take guaranteed Fine Gael seat. That would be our call. That would be my call.
Okay. John, this is one for you. Absolute rubbish analysis by John on your panel. Momentum with Sinn Féin. But folks, where is McManus going to get his transfers tonight? Any of you can maybe take that.
Maybe I'll answer that one straight away directly to them, because McManus may not be looking for the transfers tonight. We may be in a situation where Leitrim will have no TD at all.
John, come on. An hour ago you were saying 2, and now you're saying possibly none.
Well, the listener asked me to answer the question directly.
Okay, what else, Francie? This is a flavour.
This is one. Delighted for McSharry, but so disappointed. Marie Castlery, such a great worker. Here we go again. No women representation.
Well,
it's an interesting point. Pascal made it earlier.
Yeah, I
did
make it, and John made it. But do you know what's another interesting point? When I heard John coming out with some of the Donegal boxes, I was particularly interested in Bernie O'Hara's vote, because she's pro-life.
Yeah.
And traditionally, as you know, Donegal in all the referenda booked the national trend.
Yeah.
And yet she hasn't gained any momentum whatsoever on the basis of that. So it's another question for another day about is the pro-life vote as live as it was?
Well, it's interesting, because when we had our election debates over the 2 nights, the general consensus was that one of the star performers in our debates was Bernie O'Hara, and that came from.
But it's not reflecting in the vote now.
A lot of people who were politically minded as well thought she was a very, very impressive candidate and answered questions on every subject. But as you're right, you're right.
Just specifically on the pro-life issue, because the pro-life movement, they communicated with all of their pro-life supporters. They sent out lists of candidates that they believed were pro-life or pro-choice. They encouraged those that supported the pro-life movement to vote for pro-life candidates.
It's an interesting,
but it doesn't seem to be generating any.
Okay, it's an interesting question. Also, we'll deal later with turnouts in Cavan and Donegal. A lot of people want to hear about that. Right, Francie, what else?
And they're looking for a turnout in West Cavan. Jerry was on Twitter there at Ocean FM Ireland. He says it'll probably be low. Any chance of a tally roundup for the Sligo Leitrim area as well?
Yeah.
And if you have any other comments, you can tweet them at Ocean FM Ireland. Use the hashtag Sligo Leitrim, or text 083 3500 530.
Okay, thanks for that, Francie. And as I say, keep your comments coming in. If you want to watch us live here, Ocean FM Ireland on Facebook and Twitter, and the hashtag is Sligo Leitrim. Hashtag Sligo Leitrim. And Francie, apparently Sligo Leitrim is trending.
Well, it was.
Which means exactly what? That there's so much interest in...
There's a lot of people, there's a lot of talk about this fourth seat, where it's going to go, what's going to happen, and a lot of people are kind of interested in that. So when people are searching Sligo Leitrim, they can see what's happening, whether it's from here or from people tweeting on the ground.
Just hold up that to the camera, because we want to we want to thank the... It's not for you. But I just want to thank Anthony Gray of Ellabone for sending us in some refreshments, which are going to be badly needed in the next hour. So
Ellabone on Rockwood Parade in Sligo's after dropping in. So what are the they're open?
Sandwiches.
Sandwiches.
Francie's only looking at the... There'll be no wine here today now, in case anyone thinks there'll be any wine drank.
It'll be beer later though. But
anyway, many thanks to Anthony. It's much appreciated.
Burgers.
And that's from Anthony Gray in Ellabone and Sligo. And Anthony, of course, is president of the Restaurants Association.
Okay. Oh no, there's the camera up there, isn't it? Where's the camera? Is it up there? Is it? Oh, it's that one there. I'm having one of the burgers.
Okay.
Now,
all right.
Oh yeah, Ellabone, absolutely wonderful place. We were out there, weren't we?
We were out there.
We had a great meal out there. Yeah, we had a great meal out there. It was wonderful.
All right.
Yes.
Pascal has his burger, and that'll refresh you, Pascal.
Yes,
and give us a deeper insight into what's going on.
By the way, can I just also comment on Jerry Reynolds' Paddy O'Rourke, which I'm kind of focusing on too as a kind of a side issue at the moment, because we can't really be substantial about it until we get the Leitrim boxes.
Okay.
But Jerry Reynolds got 600 votes in Sligo. Now, there could be a suggestion there that might have been maybe Fine Gael people that had an option of voting, let's say, for Jerry and didn't particularly want to vote for the other two, but wanted to stay within the Fine Gael family. Because I think that's an impressive vote for somebody like Jerry. Admittedly, he was a TD for this area. Noel, I think you might have been very active at that time when he was actually given the territory of South Sligo, and he got something like 2,500 votes out of it as a TD, I think, in '97. If I remember. So maybe it's not too much of a surprise.
Well, I mean, Jerry, the Ballymote area was traditionally, if Fine Gael had two candidates in Sligo Leitrim, Ted Neelan being the Sligo town candidate at the time, and Jerry Reynolds being the Leitrim candidate, the Ballymote area was always designated to Jerry Reynolds.
Right. So maybe it's not too much of a surprise.
No, but also I think Jerry Reynolds has picked up a business vote around Sligo. I mean, he'd be associated with the business people and the business community, and I'd say he would have got a business vote around Sligo here.
Well, of course, that was his main plank, wasn't it?
Yeah,
he pushed this, and all of his message was always about business.
I'll tell you what, we're going to take a quick break. Francie, we'll take a break because we're way overdue. We'll take a break, and we'll let Pascal get a bite of his burger, and Francie has some more. Back in a few moments. anybody
Gary Reynolds is eliminated.
Yeah.
Curry will gain. I don't think
anybody has discounted him at this stage, Pascal.
Who, John Perry?
No, for Fine Gael to get 2 seats. It's still a possibility, is it?
On the basis of the vote.
Yeah, it's a possibility. We're not ruling it out.
What number of votes do you reckon is needed for a seat? Pascal? Or Noel?
Well, I don't know. What do you mean by that? The quota is going to be around 12,500, 13,000 or so. And I think it's fair to say they'll all be well short of that on the first count. Well short of it.
Okay. And somebody was wondering, when can we expect the first count?
First count, I think 8 o'clock. Paul Ricard said maybe earlier, 7, 8 o'clock, but we will have the first tallies in, and the tallies, as we know, are incredibly accurate. So we expect to have the tallies complete at 2 o'clock this afternoon.
Okay.
2 o'clock this afternoon, we have a very, very accurate and complete picture of how the first count has gone.
Okay, and just finally for me, hello to Serena in Strasbourg, who's listening in live, and she says it sounds like a dogfight. Will Leitrim get a TD? And I'm not getting any work done today in, this is Henry Jewellers in Sligo, glued to the coverage, well done. Hashtag Sligo Leitrim. So any questions, just hashtag us on Twitter at Ocean FM Ireland, Sligo Leitrim, or on Facebook at Ocean FM Ireland. Pascal.
No questions about my eating habits.
And no question about Pascal's eating habits, he said there. All right.
Anyway, just in general, people are interested. I know that the cameras are showing what's going on at the count and that. And I seem to think, and I'm sure Francis you'd agree, there seems to be a surge of people in the last hour, particularly into the count centre. And I have to say, a lot of them are from the Fianna Fáil party. It seems to me, and they've all got smiles on their faces. So Fianna Fáil has certainly performed well.
O'Grady's after coming in there as well.
I see Councillor Rosen O'Grady here, a number of councillors. Tally still ongoing as well. We'll just allow Pascal to keep having his lunch, and Noel as well. Okay.
And is there any word on the Ballyshannon boxes yet? Somebody was wondering, do we have anything on them, Pascal or John?
John gave us a flavour of Ballyshannon.
All we're getting is a flavour.
Yeah, he told us one from the Rockfield box in Ballyshannon, which showed Fianna Fáil doing well, McSharry and Scanlon holding up the Mary Coughlin vote.
What
there
seems to be happening is that Donegal, Fianna Fáil is going McSharry. I think Eamon Scanlon and certainly Paddy O'Rourke did not canvass there at all, but in fairness to Mark, he not only had been canvassing that area, but he had been working that area for the last 12-18 months, and I think that he increased his activity there. He gets strong support from Councillor Sean McNiff and from the McNiff campaign team, which is pretty formidable in South Donegal, which obviously is reflected now in the vote that he's getting. As regards Cavan, I have to say that I'm surprised that he is picking up votes up in Cavan. I wouldn't be surprised about Donegal, but the fact that he is picking up votes in Cavan, which is so far from his Sligo town base. But again, he had been working parts of that area, and that's reflected in the vote. But what's most important and significant from a Fianna Fáil point of view, Niall, is that the Fianna Fáil vote in Cavan, insofar as we are seeing the tallies, is holding up. And I think Noel would agree that the Fine Gael vote is holding up in West Cavan as well. And as Marion Harkin indicated earlier, it's very much a straight fight traditionally between the two major parties there, with Sinn Féin perhaps in third place, and their vote is remaining somewhat static rather than increasing. But again, we have to wait for the Leitrim vote, because the Leitrim vote, because of the fact that the county was split in the last election, and therefore there were different voting patterns in 2011, in that one half of Leitrim was voting with Roscommon, the other half voting with Sligo. That's going to have, I believe, increasingly significant impact on the outcome of the fourth seat.
All right, okay, just to give people rolling totals, and this is with according to the latest figures we have on our Ocean FM Ireland Twitter feed and Facebook, the rolling totals, and this is with 113 boxes opened, of which 101 are in Sligo and 12 in County Cavan. Breeze on 8%, Declan Breeze on 8%, Marie Casserly on 5%, Finbar Filan 2%, Nigel Gallagher 4%, Des Guckian 1%, Martin Kenny on 3%, Chris McManus on 10%, Mark McSharry out in front on 18%, Tony McLaughlin on 13%, Eamon Murray 0%, Bernie O'Hara 2%, Leslie O'Hora of the Green Party on 1%, Susan O'Keefe is on 4%, Paddy O'Rourke on 2%, John Perry on 10%, Jerry Reynolds 4%, Eamon Scanlon 14%, and Bernard Sweeney on 0%. So the Cavan boxes are being tallied. Incidentally, in Sligo, we're told that 101 boxes open in Sligo, 12 boxes opened in Cavan. Right, Marion?
Just a quick one, Niall. I've been away for my cup of tea, and I'm just looking here at, there's 51% of the boxes tallied.
Yeah.
And earlier I spoke about the others, their votes, they'll matter. But what we see happening now is that the others are down to 14%. And we've got to obviously wait on the rest of Cavan and all of Leitrim. But it is reasonable to expect that vote will contract even further, Niall. So may have less impact on the final seat than we originally thought. I mean, just looking at where it is now, at the totals of all the parties, we have Fianna Fáil on 35, Fine Gael on 33, Labour on 2, Sinn Féin on 16 and others on 14. If Sinn Féin were to have a realistic chance of looking for a second seat, we still have to wait for Kenny's vote and it'll significantly lift that. But with others tightening, there'll be fewer transfers maybe to go left. So, and not all of those other transfers will go left because some of them will come from Renua and from Labour and elsewhere. So it's certainly tightening as we go along, but it's still too early. But it is looking more positive for Fianna Fáil.
For Fianna Fáil, okay. Yeah. So at this stage, if someone said you had to call it, you would think Fianna Fáil were in prime position for 2 seats, would you say, at this stage?
Not prime position.
Okay.
But I think if I had to call it, and I might call that, but maybe I'll be wrong. I don't know. Okay. I can only look at the figures that are in front of me.
It has ebbed and flowed all morning.
It has ebbed and flowed.
Yeah, 138 boxes open. We'll give you an update in a moment because these are changing as we speak. McSharry is still out in front on what is he on? He's 17% at the moment. Mark McSharry 17%. Scanlon's on 13%. McLaughlin 12%. Right, okay. John Perry is on 10%. There's significant figures. Chris McManus is on 9% at the moment. Bree is on 7%, and that's with 62% of the boxes open in the constituency. So we're heading towards a final tally, I would say, in the next hour and 15 minutes or so. Yeah, Noel wanted to say something.
Sorry, go on, Noel.
Pascal. Go ahead, Noel.
I was just saying, I suppose so far it seems to be running very much in line with the 2014 local elections. In County Sligo, where there's 99% of the boxes opened and tallied at this stage. So, again, we have to wait until the Leitrim ones comes in, but it, I suppose, looks at this stage that Fianna Fáil is probably in a strong position to take the 4th seat.
Okay, you would see that at the moment, yeah.
Well,
you agree with Marion on that?
Yeah, I mean, it just depends on the situation in Leitrim, but if Leitrim was to mirror Sligo, that would seem to be the direction it's going in.
All right, okay. I'll bring John in a moment. Marion and Pascal are still mulling over some of the figures. Pascal, would you agree with that? Marion and Noel saying that at this stage, and it's still early days, that Fianna Fáil would be probably in the best position to get the 2 seats.
Well, I've vindicated that from the outset. I just felt that on the ground that I was picking up a Fianna Fáil vote in North Leitrim that I thought might have deserted the party, and also that there were people coming back from the last time, particularly Michael Culreevy, because he was the only Leitrim-based candidate, and there were people that decided that they were going to give him a vote irrespective of party affiliation. And now that Michael is out of it, they're looking at a Sinn Féin candidate up on the other side of the county and a Sinn Féin candidate in Sligo town. So I think that they reverted certainly to explain the increase in the Fianna Fáil vote, and that will hopefully be reflected when the tallies come out.
Yeah, people are interested in the Scanlon-Perry battle. The Scanlon's on 13% at the moment, Perry's on 10%.
Yes. Well, I think that as things are happening here, say for example, let's go farther down the count here, that Paddy O'Rourke, and I'm not suggesting it for one moment, but say that Paddy O'Rourke were to be eliminated. My view is that because of Eamon Scanlon's legacy as a TD, that he, on balance, will probably get more number 2s from Paddy O'Rourke's papers than Mark McSharry. Well, as things stand at the moment, I don't think Mark is going to perhaps need as many as he may need, because he's powering ahead. He's now on 6,257 votes, and if we're looking at 12,000 of a quota, I mean, he can't be taken out of it.
Okay, which is, as you say, he got what, a total of, was it 4,600 odd last time? So he's already exceeded that by 2,000.
Well in
and
advance.
we're only 62% of the boxes. Marion.
Well, just again with a few more Cavan boxes in, I'm just giving you overall figures, but I think we have 62% of the boxes opened altogether. Mainly Sligo, virtually most of Sligo, and quite a bit of Cavan at this stage. What we see is Sinn Féin now is moving up. They're up to 20%, so that's a significant jump, but that would have been expected. Fianna Fáil on 36, Fine Gael on 31. Others are tightening further down to 12. So, even looking at that Sinn Féin vote with others, it's still on 32. So Leitrim is going to be a major player as to where that last seat goes.
As is usually the case.
Yes.
One small point in relation to Paddy O'Rourke. I think that Paddy is going to have some difficulty in terms of staying ahead of Reynolds, because looking at the vote he got in Ballinamore, Drumshanbo and Carrick-on-Shannon, now admittedly there were only single booths, Reynolds beat him in all three, and there was always a difficulty about Paddy coming from Carrigallen, that the farther he moved into County Leitrim and moved north, that there could be an identity issue, because he wouldn't have had a track record and he had a short time to establish his identity. Now, I'm not suggesting that's a trend, but I'd say that it's a worry for the Paddy O'Rourke camp that he hasn't been generating the sort of votes, because those areas were all intensively canvassed.
Again, a general question was asked of me yesterday, and we like to answer all people's questions on our coverage, because a lot of people will be familiar with how it works and a lot of people won't be so familiar with how it works, and they were wondering, will anyone reach the quota in the first count, which she obviously won't, or won't even come close to it. And the suggestion was then that will speed up the count. Any views on that at all, Pascal?
No, it won't speed up the count. Well, it will, in the sense that it's far better than waiting for surpluses to be distributed, because they are, as you know, Marion and Noel, they take an extraordinarily long length of time. No matter the bigger the quota, the bigger the surplus, the longer it takes, and it could drag on for hours, whereas with a straight elimination, and remember what will happen inevitably here, looking at the totality of figures for some of the independents, is that there might be one or two early eliminations, but it's possible that the returning officer could group some of the eliminations on the basis that the outcome is not going to make any material difference to the next available candidate.
The assumptions we can make is that this is going to be a cliffhanger, lest anyone thought otherwise. It's going to go right down to the wire at this stage, we would anticipate, and Pádraig O'Grady has already said the count will go into a second day.
Yes.
So it's going to be very exciting, and as we've seen already, it has ebbed and flowed all morning and continuing to do so.
Well, I think it could. I think that some of those independent transfers could actually make a difference between somebody staying in the contest and somebody being out of it.
Okay.
There could be a small margin of votes.
Small margin of votes, some of those transfers coming in, and it's too early yet to play. I suppose, in a way, in the European elections you get a bit spoiled, because on the first day when they're counting the locals, you can tally the number ones. So then when they're actually counting the Europeans, you actually tally the number twos and the number threes. So you know at that stage where the transfers are going. But here today, people obviously are concentrating on just the number ones. They're getting a look at the number twos, but it's very difficult to get any sort of a sense of it.
Also, one small comment. Tony McLaughlin is now about 3,000 off the pace from the last time in terms of the vote that he has accumulated so far.
Okay.
And John Perry is a considerable way behind that again. However, both Eamon's, we've mentioned earlier about that Mark McSharry had exceeded his first count vote by some 2,000. Well, according to the latest tallies now, Eamon Scanlon has exceeded the vote that he got, the first preference votes he got in the last election, which was 5075.
It's interesting to see that those exit polls we heard about in the Irish Times last night and in the Morning Ireland this morning are coming into play here as well in Sligo Leitrim.
They are.
Now, just before we take our 1 o'clock news, and I know people want to get a sort of a national perspective on what's happening, and apparently there are a number of shocks and seats about to tumble right across the country, some very, very high profile names. We do like to interact with our listeners. Francie, what else are people wanting to know? What are they saying?
Somebody was just wondering, could Jerry Reynolds, and this is for the panel, could Jerry Reynolds overtake John Perry? And if he does, what will that do in transfer for Reynolds and McLaughlin, says Sean?
I'll bring in Noel.
Sorry, Noel.
On that, Noel.
Yeah, it's at this point in time, there's no question but that's going to happen. Jerry Reynolds will be a long way ahead of John Perry. But Jerry Reynolds won't be near the quota on the first count, so transfers just won't come into play from Jerry Reynolds at this stage.
And also, again, going back to the traditional pattern of voting here, it raises an interesting question, Francie, and what Nola said. Let's assume that Jerry will be, because he's currently on 1429 as against John's 3772, and with the Leitrim vote to come in. So let's assume that Jerry is ahead of John Perry, and let's say that John Perry is eliminated. And I hate using those words because we're talking about a human dimension here, as you know, Marion, and I'm very conscious, particularly of John and the Perry family, all that's gone on. But anyway, just for statistical purposes only, and trying to dehumanise it if one can, that John was eliminated, it would seem to me that the pattern of transfers would favour Tony McLaughlin, and Jerry might be left stranded. Okay. Now, Noel, I don't know.
Yeah, okay, well, I will take a few more questions because we want to take our 1 o'clock news break. Francie,
is Chris McManus safe, or is he in with a chance of a seat for somebody? Is he in with a chance of a seat?
I think that Martin Kenny, who is currently on 872 votes as against Chris's 3440, Martin is going to come in with a big vote out of Leitrim, and I think he's going to go ahead of Chris.
Yeah.
And then any transfers are going to benefit. However, there is a caveat again, and it goes back to Marion's point about the independent inter-transfers, particularly in the Sligo town.
That's right.
And I think they will benefit.
There.
I mean, they'll benefit. If you take Declan Bree has 2672, so
the Gallagher man has 1318.
So would you agree, Marion, that both of the Sinn Féin candidates are still in play here?
Oh yeah, they're still in play.
Absolutely.
They're still in play, but
okay. One more question, though.
Just finally, if anybody does want to get, actually, here's one. Niall, did the moratorium apply to canvassers on the eve of an election as I had a canvasser? And here's another one. Somebody has tweeted and texted in saying that when they went to vote yesterday, their name was off the register.
Well,
why would that happen?
It happened because they themselves, with respect, didn't take the responsibility to go down to the post office and ask if they were on the register. And I know I'm being very harsh, but there was a time. There was a time when the rate collectors used to identify people in the, and then there was a time more recently where the structures carry out an analysis of the registers, and I don't think that structure is as much in place. And I'm sorry.
They were already on the register.
They were already. Oh, that's a different thing.
Forgive me. No, they're already on the register. And supposedly, it's
that should not have happened.
It happened yesterday to a few people. So.
All right, okay.
But I got that question time and again from people. I didn't know how to register. Now, in fairness to the ordinary general population, perhaps there should be more of a responsibility on the state agencies and on the local authority to inform people and to actively encourage them to go and register their vote.
We're going to take a break for 1 o'clock news. I just want to bring John in before we do, and then I'll just give you a quick wrap on the tally figures, which you can still get online, obviously, as we've been emphasising all morning. John, a quick question or a quick update from you just before we go to our 1 o'clock news break, and we will get a national update as well.
Very, very little to update you on from what I had given before. Our tally persons have now asked for a little bit of seclusion in order to input the final data, and we're expecting that we should have the final tally result
1:30. Okay, right. Well, I'll tell you what we'll do. In advance of that, we'll take our 1 o'clock news just to give people the running total. There are 113 boxes opened in County Sligo. There are 25 opened in Cavan. Then we'll be going to the Donegal boxes and finally to the Leitrim boxes. And the running totals are as follows: Declan Breeze on 7%, Marie Casserly's on 5%, Finbar Filan 2%, Nigel Gallagher on 3%, Des Guckian on 1%, Martin Kenny on 4%, Chris McManus 9%, Mark McSharry 17%, Tony McLaughlin on 12%, Eamon Murray 0%, Bernie O'Hara on 2%, Leslie O'Hara on 1%, Susan O'Keefe is 4%, Paddy O'Rourke 4%, John Perry 10%, Jerry Reynolds 6%, Eamon Scanlon 13%, and Bernard Sweeney 0%. So still all to play for. 62% of the boxes opened, and as John says, we should have that tally in about half an hour's time. Ocean FM Ireland on Twitter or Facebook if you want those tallies at your fingertips. Literally, as soon as the tallies come in, you'll have them if you log on to that on Twitter or Facebook, or if you want to watch what's going on here at the count or with our panel, Ocean FM Ireland, and hashtag Sligo Leitrim, which I'm told by Francie has been trending in Ireland this morning, which is great to hear. Hashtag Sligo Leitrim. We're back in about 4 minutes' time.
Welcome to this week's Sligo County Matters. Coming up on this evening's show, we're here at Hazelwood in County Sligo, where we're going to meet Beatrix and Wendy and hear about the Wynne family who lived in Hazelwood House and the history of the house as well. We're also going out to Lachine in Strandhill to the Strandhill Show and Craft Fair. But first, we're off to Ballymote to Eagles Flying. Hi Clarion, thank you very much for having us here today. So it all started with the National College of Art and Design, where you studied art.
Yeah, it did. Gosh, I wasn't expecting to go back that far. Yes, I graduated in, when did I, God, 1991? 91, yes. I did.
We're out in Kesh in County Sligo, where John Wilmot is going to take us up to the caves of Kesh. Tonight we're here in Call of the Wild on Castle Street in Sligo, and we have a big treat in store because we're going to meet Mingma and Pasang Sharpa, 2 of 7 who hold the Guinness World Record for climbing Mount Everest 54 times. Let's go and hear what they have to say. Would she lay her egg on the kitchen table, do you think? It's okay. She has to do what she has to do. So will the egg? So will the eggs? Oh my God! Oh wow, John, this is amazing.
This is what survives of the original cloister.
I'm here on Water Lane in the centre of Sligo town, and today we have found a little hidden. It's called Heads You In. I'm going to go inside to have a look at this treasure trove of beautiful hats and vintage clothes. Well, Carol, this is a treasure trove of beautiful things. But this all started, this journey for you, with the hats.
It did, yes. First hat I ever made. Our son was getting married in England.
Well, I'm afraid that's all we have time for on this week's Sligo County Matters. Please join us at the same time next week, Tuesday at 6:30. And in the meantime, as always, slán agus beannacht.
lunchtime here in the Clarion Hotel in Sligo, the ongoing Sligo-Leitrim count, the very, very exciting Sligo-Leitrim count. And just to remind people again, without wanting to bore you, if you want to watch what's going on here, you can do so by going on to Ocean FM Ireland on Twitter or on Facebook. Ocean FM Ireland, and remember to use the hashtag Sligo-Leitrim, which is trending across Ireland at the moment. Hashtag Sligo-Leitrim, or you can go onto our website, oceanfm.ie. That's if you want to watch what's happening here online, or if you want those tallies as they happen at your fingertips. And just to give you an update, it is lunchtime now. We expect to have our final tally. John Comiskey said at around 1:30. Can't see that happening, John. There's about 15 minutes to go. Just to give you an update, we have 138 boxes open in the constituency. That represents 62% of all the boxes. Of them, 25 are in Cavan, 113 in Sligo. And just to give you a running total at the moment, Declan Bree, Independent, is on 7%. Marie Casterly, Independent, on 5%. Finbar Filan of Renua on 2%. Nigel Gallagher, People Before Profit, 3%. Des Guckian, Independent, 1%. Martin Kenny of Sinn Féin, 4%. Chris McManus of Sinn Féin, 9%. Mark McSharry, Fianna Fáil, 17%. Tony McLaughlin, Fine Gael, on 12%. Eamon Murray, Independent, 0%. Bernie O'Hara, also Independent, 2%. Leslie O'Hora of the Green Party is on 1%. Susan O'Keefe of Labour on 4%. Paddy O'Rourke, Fianna Fáil, on 4%. John Perry, Fine Gael, on 10%. Jerry Reynolds, Fine Gael, on 6%. Eamon Scanlon of Fianna Fáil on 13%. And Bernard Sweeney, Independent, on 0%. Ocean FM Ireland, as I say, if you want to watch live, or if you want those tallies on your home computer or your mobile device or whatever, you're sitting at home or at work or whatever, you can have the very, very latest basically right in front of you, and you can watch this live as well. And remember, we're here until the very, very end, until all 4 seats are filled. The count is not going to be finished today. We expect the final tallies to be in the next 15 minutes, according to John Comiskey. I can't see that happening, John. We'll come to John in a moment. First count maybe around 7-8 o'clock this evening. Right, Pascal?
Here's the thing.
There's been a lot of discussion out there.
Yeah, can I throw
sort of a lunchtime break here now, and there's a lot of people talking out in reception, some very, very interesting perspectives on what's likely to happen.
Can I throw something into the mix here?
Oh, throw away.
There is a possibility that it could be Chris McManus will take the Sinn Féin seat in this constituency. And the reason I'm suggesting it is that there are currently 8,200 independent votes, most of them focused around Sligo, of which 75% of them would be classed as maybe left-wing. That includes Declan Bree with 2730, Gallagher on 1336, and if you add Chris McManus's 3,500 to that, you're looking at that 8,200 has to go somewhere, and all of it is in Sligo.
Yeah.
And Martin Kenny is in Leitrim. So on the balance of probability, Chris McManus, who will be not the last man standing, but who will be surviving that cull that includes the aforementioned, is going to benefit, in my opinion, more than Martin Kenny and Leitrim.
All right, okay. Well,
I know John has a view of that.
That's interesting. I didn't hear that outside, and I was outside talking to a few people. Didn't hear anything about that. I suppose the only thing that everybody seems to be agreed on at this stage is that Mark McSharry is going to get elected.
Yes.
And after that,
well,
can we say Tony McLaughlin and Fine Gael at this
well,
stage?
There's a view that Jerry Reynolds is going to pull the vote in, but I again have to express an opinion here.
Yeah.
That once you cross the lake, as we call it in Leitrim, once you cross Lough Allen, down into North Leitrim, Tony McLaughlin's legacy, tradition, background, his uncle, and the fact that he was working that part of the constituency for 5 years, I think that that's going to eat into Jerry Reynolds' potential vote.
All right, okay.
The only other thing is that Paddy O'Rourke, as things stand at the moment, is not generating the sort of vote that I would have hoped that he would have in some of the larger areas, such as John has already outlined, although we haven't got the official tallies, but he has given us figures out of Singer Booths in Drumshanbo, Carrick and Shannon and Ballinamore. And Paddy has not marked Jerry Reynolds in those areas. Now, in fairness to Paddy, Jerry Reynolds was a councillor in Carrick and Shannon. His business is in Carrick and Shannon. He comes from Ballinamore, so he was a bit like Charlie Haughey in that he had a foot in several camps that have all seemed to come back to help him, whereas Paddy has suffered from that particular handicap. And therefore, if Paddy O'Rourke is eliminated, will the vote stay in Leitrim or will there be a party transfer?
Okay, so lots of.
They're only questions.
Yeah, and it's it's 20 past
Well,
one now.
I'm sticking my head out here and saying that Chris McManus is still very much in play.
All right, okay. Again, people are curious to know who's here. Finbar Filan of Renew has arrived in the past. I find generally with these counts is that candidates sort of stay at home, I think, and they kind of listen to how it's going on the radio and get a sense. And if they feel that they're, well, not necessarily doing well, but they kind of get and you'll know this yourself.
My father, God rest him, never ever came to account until he thought he was going to be either elected or eliminated.
And that's understandable. And it is possible that some candidates mightn't turn up here at all today. But what so far I've seen, Finbar Filan arrived, Leslie O'Hora is here of the Green Party. I saw Des Guckian arriving earlier on. Bernard Sweeney is here as well. Martin Kenny was here, one of the first in the door, and Nigel Gallagher was one of the first in as well. Aside from that, I haven't seen any candidates, and people just want to know what the atmosphere is like. Right, John, you've had time to take stock, and you've been out in the corridor talking to people, all with different opinions.
Yes, indeed, and I don't disagree totally with what Pascal has just been surmising there on it. The only thing, and I did say that the momentum was with Chris McManus, and I still have that opinion. I certainly think that, and Pascal seems to suggest that Paddy O'Rourke will be eliminated, and my instinct tells me that Paddy O'Rourke, the votes will stay within Leitrim to a large extent. And I think this is something that Fianna Fáil will perhaps look at their strategy of running their a candidate there that probably might have been better if they had stick with their two candidate strategy and leave Leitrim to Eamon Scanlon, who had polled very well in it before. But that's for the parties, and we're just surmising on it at the moment.
Well, we've had a whole range of views this morning. I mean, a couple of hours ago, some of you were talking about 2 Leitrim seats, and then you made the bold suggestion about an hour ago that there could be no Leitrim seats.
Yes, and if we follow on, if Pascal is saying that Chris McManus is coming into play in it, then Leitrim could be left without a seat. But these are all the imponderables as we go along. We make predictions on what we see in front of us at that particular time. It's a point in time. A good goalkeeper can change the run of how a team plays.
All right, and who's the goalkeeper on this occasion, do you think?
Well, we've seen a few of them coming in here. Can I just brief you on one thing? We were expecting the final tallies at 1:30. We won't be that far behind on it. The Donegal votes have been completed. The 14 boxes in Donegal have been completely tallied.
Okay.
The tally for Cavan, 25 have at least been completed out of the 28. 113 out of the 114.
Yeah, okay, you're right, and that's my mistake. We should update people. All the Donegal boxes have now been tallied, and maybe we should run through a final tally in Donegal.
Again, can I just add a little caveat to that before we go into and reading anything into the percentages? There is a small discrepancy there, which when the final tally is in, we'll try and have rectified and fixed. There is a discrepancy in the total vote in the constituency coming up on the screens.
All right, let's go through the.
That's the Donegal tally.
Yeah, let's go through the final Donegal tally. So is that okay?
It doesn't seem to be correct.
Okay, it doesn't seem to be correct, but will we read it out?
The Donegal tally is correct as I.
Okay. All right.
But it's giving Martin Kenny. Oh no, sorry, it's been updated again now. I'm just looking at the vote in the constituency, which is the wrong line.
Yeah, no.
Carry on.
Let's go to the Donegal. This is the final Donegal tally. 14 boxes in Donegal. And the final tally is as follows: Bree 5%, Casserly 5%, Filan 2%, Gallagher 3%, Guckian 2%, Martin Kenny on 6%, Chris McManus 24%, Mark McSharry 26%, Tony McLaughlin 12%, Eamon Murray 1%, Bernie O'Hara 1%, Leslie O'Hora 1%, Susan O'Keefe on 2%, Paddy O'Rourke on 1%, John Perry on 6%, Jerry Reynolds 3%, Eamon Scanlon 2%, and Bernard Sweeney 0%.
Could I just pause you there, Niall? In real terms, what's really impressive, again, going back to the McSharry's campaign, he has outstripped every other candidate in Donegal. He's on 1,055 number ones. whereas his nearest challenger, if I could use that term, is Chris McManus on 965. And the rest are just trailing in his wake. I mean, they're all on 100 and 200.
And it's funny, John mentioned earlier you took one box, I think it was Rockfield. Was it Rockfield in Ballyshannon? And the trends in that that's kind of mirrored, isn't it, in the overall Donegal tally, what you were saying?
It did indeed, yes, that came quite true. And if you just want to add into the mix here, because there's quite a substantial postal vote this time, and listeners, and I know it's been updated, but I have the unofficial postal vote, and I can give them to you. And we can't make a direct comparison because the postal vote changes from year to year, depending on who applies for postal votes or what have you. But at the moment, the postal vote: Bree 32, Casserly 18, Filan 4, Gallagher 14, Guckian 10, Kenny 186, McManus 37, McSharry 80, McLaughlin 48, Murray 5, O'Hara 7, O'Hora 10, O'Keefe 6, O'Rourke 91, Perry 45, Reynolds 91, Scanlon 37, Sweeney 1. So that's the postal vote as we have it at the moment, and I'm pretty confident that'll bear out in the official tally.
All right, just to let people know again, if you're following this online or you're accessing the tallies, we have 25 boxes open in Cavan, which is 89%. We have 2 boxes now open in Leitrim, 113 in Sligo. And the rolling totals we have here is McSharry's on 17, Scanlon's on 13, McLaughlin's on 12, Perry's on 10, and Bree's on 7. Okay, Haskell.
I'm only looking at what's up on the screen here. There are only 2 boxes that are actually showing up. That are showing up as on our official tally, and one of them is Auchnacheelan. This is for people perhaps that are watching this, where it shows Martin Kenny on 112. Auchnacheelan is between Drumshanbo and Ballinamore. It's only about 3 miles from Ballinamore. Traditional Sinn Féin area, and Sinn Féin, big Sinn Féin vote there, so that would explain Martin Kenny's vote. But Paddy O'Rourke has done rather well in that he's taken 59 in it to Jerry Reynolds' 46, and considering that that's next door to Jerry's hometown.
Well, they're coming in thick and fast now. There's 10 boxes now open in Leitrim, so they're ploughing through it, as John said.
Yeah, we're not showing them up on the screen here.
Yeah, we'll try and get them updated.
But again, Ballinamore, as I said earlier, I was somewhat disappointed that Paddy's vote wasn't a bit better than the 56 that he got in Ballinamore. But in fairness, Jerry Reynolds, that's his home area. But it's rather interesting in that Martin Kenny, in one of the booths, there are 3 booths in Ballinamore, the third booth number 3, is showing Martin Kenny on 124 Sinn Féin and Jerry Reynolds just on 91, which is somewhat interesting. Possibly the Reynolds people might feel that he could have done better there. But overall, although the gap has narrowed between Paddy O'Rourke and Jerry Reynolds, that 600 number ones that he got in Sligo is a major difference. Major difference. Yeah, we have some more here. I'm sorry that we weren't looking at a few of them more, because I was interested to see.
And you know something, I'm just.
I was interested to see what was going to happen in some of the North Leitrim booths. In terms of Jerry Reynolds, for example, in Drumahare, the 2 booths in Drumahare, Mark McSharry picked up a total of 51 votes in Drumahare, and Paddy O'Rourke got 29. That would be explained by the fact that a lot of people living in Drumahare work in Sligo and might be oriented towards Sligo. Taking the Kinlough booth, Mark McSharry did 58 to O'Rourke 17. Again, a very strong support for McSharry in Kinlough. That's just in one of the booths. Manor Hamilton, I'll leave it at this. O'Rourke, there's just 2 of the 3 booths that have tallied at the moment, and O'Rourke has picked up 63 votes to McSharry's 50, 30, 81. Again, McSharry has been taking votes out of Leitrim that are severely damaging Paddy O'Rourke's chances. And as I said before, people didn't hear, there was no agreement on boundaries, and all of the candidates had free run right across the 4 counties. So there's nothing untoward about what happened. I'm just suggesting to you that whereas Paddy O'Rourke's message was to try and keep the vote in Leitrim, the strong influence of Mark McSharry is diluting his vote, and I think it's making it more difficult for him to get ahead of Reynolds.
That's the major. I'm just looking at the Leitrim tallies. There's a bit of a discrepancy at the top. If you look there, they have Mark McSharry's photograph under Martin Kenny's vote.
Well, they've pulled. Mark has taken 305 votes so far.
Eamon Murray in for Mark McSharry's. Maybe they'll get that rectified, because it could cause a lot of confusion to a lot of people.
It's rather interesting that in terms of the overall Fianna Fáil vote, I have to say that I'm very pleased in that Mark has 305 so far to Paddy's 313, and Eamon Scanlon has picked up
166.
I'm just trying to see, is it 166? Now, I would have thought that Eamon would have been hoping to get more votes, John, out of North Leitrim than that, because of what we were saying earlier, as a sitting former TD and having an office in Manor.
Okay, John, you're nodding in agreement there with
Yes, and that's the point exactly that I was making there. That was the Fianna Fáil strategy. Were they better off if they had leave it with Leitrim to Eamon Scanlon? Paddy O'Rourke has come in there and has done quite well, but he has in effect taken a Fianna Fáil vote from a Fianna Fáil comrade rather than from another party.
Look, I was personally, I was aware that potentially that was going to happen, because Mark made it clear from day one that he saw the constituency as open.
We'll have these arguments later.
And in fairness to him, I just want to defend the man in one sense, in that in fairness to him, he had lost the last election and he was absolutely focused and determined that he wasn't going to leave a stone unturned in that regard. Whereas Paddy O'Rourke came into this late, going what John has said, came in very late into the campaign, had less resources, and was also farther and farther away. Every mile he travelled out of Carrigallen was taking him away from his own area.
It's funny, when we were just on a brief break there at 1 o'clock, it's amazing how many people outside are now questioning Fianna Fáil's strategy around the country because of the success of some of their candidates. And I know hindsight is 20/20 vision and all that.
Well, let's talk about Sligo Leitrim, which is what our most listeners are interested in. The Leitrim organisation and many of the voters of Fianna Fáil persuasion in Leitrim made it absolutely clear for 6 to 9 months after the convention that was held last May that there was a need for a Leitrim-based candidate. The councillors in Leitrim were absolutely petrified at the prospect of not having a Leitrim-based candidate, which was going to then materially affect their vote going forward into the next local elections. So there was a variety of reasons for it, and headquarters then belatedly made a decision that yes, we will put on another candidate. Of course, the ideal would have been for one candidate in Leitrim and one in Sligo, but the convention that was held, where there was a Leitrim-based candidate put her name forward, she failed to be selected. So the two candidates that emerged were both Sligo-based. And then, of course, you had to look at Fine Gael, who also had that strategy in mind, but that too was overturned for other reasons.
All right,
so I'm only just kind of, in a way, not defending it, but I'm also speaking up maybe for my own county here, in that traditionally there was always a candidate, Fianna Fáil candidate in Leitrim. And from that point of view, I think Paddy O'Rourke stepped into the breach. I think he's done an extraordinary job in with limited circumstances and very short time frame. I'm just sort of saying that it's sad in a way, the way politics works, that the vote, as you say, has been diluted, or John said has been diluted to some extent. But then again, I think the same is going to happen between Jerry Reynolds and Tony McLaughlin when we look at...
You can't know these things before the election. Again, over the break you've been out and about chatting to people of your own party and so forth. What's the feeling out there now? Totally unpredictable still.
I suppose, Niall, from a Fine Gael perspective, it's disappointing. There's going to be a Fine Gael seat. It's unclear yet who's going to take it till all the boxes are in. It's in the realms of possibility that Fine Gael will get 2 seats, but it's becoming more increasingly unlikely. I think, just on a general comment, 2 general comments really. I think that both Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael, and there was probably very little they could do about it in this constituency, but I think both parties, ideally, in an ideal world, if you're starting from a green field, you'd be running two candidates. Each party would have ran two candidates to maximise the amount of seats. But that wasn't the case with Fine Gael
for various reasons, which we won't go into. Yeah.
But I think there's a lesson to be learned around the country, and from the last local election as well, that if you run too many candidates, you dilute the vote and you spread yourself too thin, and it handicaps your ability to, while it increases your percentage vote that you get, it handicaps your ability to take the final seats. And the other point is, I think Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil, both of them had an open strategy in the constituency. Now, the last time around, both Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil did it different. The constituency was divided, and it concentrates minds better, I think, when the constituency is divided into areas. Whereas when you have an open field, what tends to happen is that candidates goes after the softer vote, maybe in the towns, that's easier to get around on, that you can canvass several hundred houses in a day compared to in the rural part of the constituency. And it ends up that the strongest candidate gets stronger and the weaker ones probably are put back in a situation like that. So it's, I think, holding true here for both candidates. I mean, Mark McSharry, from what Pascal is saying, canvassed a lot of the constituency, and he's steamrolling ahead here and doing extremely well. Now, whether that's good for Fianna Fáil is another story. It's certainly good for Mark McSharry. But whether it's good for Fianna Fáil, I suppose we'll know later in the day.
All right, okay, it's now 20-2. Yeah, I think we'll take a quick break. We'll take a quick break. As John says, we're not too far off a final tally. So join us again here in the Clarion Hotel again in a few moments. Yeah, we have it sorted now. Not our fault. Okay, the tallies are up to date. You can get them on our website, oceanfm.ie. You can get them on Twitter, OceanFM Ireland, on Facebook, OceanFM Ireland. Remember to use the hashtag Sligo Leitrim. You want to keep that trending across the country this afternoon. Hashtag Sligo Leitrim. You can watch it live on oceanfm.ie, or you can watch it live on Twitter or Facebook, OceanFM Ireland. Now, there was a bit of a discrepancy with those Leitrim tallies, but we have them back now, and we can see the overall vote in Leitrim, and we can see the overall vote in the constituency, and this is with 57% of the boxes opened in the constituency, I hope.
57.
Yeah.
Is it a lot more?
I'm not sure about that, but anyway, yeah, there should be more than that. Again, that's John, just to explain, there's a bit of a problem here with the Leitrim figures, isn't that right? Because they're just not adding up at the moment.
No, the problem is with the total vote in the constituency and the way it's linked through between Cavan, Donegal, Leitrim and Sligo. And what I pointed out to them is to take that out at the moment. It's slowing down the process for them, and those figures, just ignore them for the moment.
All right.
We'll concentrate on the figures where it says total votes discounting.
All right, and we're going to talk about Leitrim, isn't that right?
And we can talk about Leitrim.
Okay, and the number of boxes open in Leitrim, 14, correct?
And I have to refresh my screen.
14.
Yeah, but Niall, we're looking at a total.
The total is 16. Don't worry about
16 boxes open in Leitrim. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
16, and the total at the moment is Bree has
3%, Casterly's on 3, Filan's on 1, Gallagher's on 2, Guckian 2, Martin Kenny 27, Chris McManus 2, Mark McSherry on 8, Tony McLaughlin 7, Murray's on 1, O'Hara's on 3, O'Hora's on 1, Susan McKeefe on 2, Paddy O'Rourke on 15, John Perry 2, Jerry Reynolds 18, Eamon Scanlon 4 and Bernard Sweeney 0. And that's with 16 boxes open in County Leitrim, which is a quarter of the boxes.
Correct.
Okay.
Now, ignore all figures under that line there.
So just stick with the Leitrim figures for a moment. Okay.
So those total figures for both the constituency are not correct. They're not updated.
Not on this page. No, they're not updated. So let's stick with the Leitrim figure there, Pascal. What do you make of that? 27% Martin Kenny.
Yeah. Can I add
Paddy O'Rourke 15, Jerry Reynolds 18.
Well, can I add the votes in the county to the vote in the constituency, just to give a more accurate figure? John, you know what I'm looking at here.
That's what the website is supposed to do. It's just not doing it at the moment.
Not doing it at the moment.
But if I add, for example, in Martin Kenny's case, his 2866 to the 1100, does that give a figure of 3966?
It should.
So that would be a more accurate figure. Well, he's on 39, and McManus is currently on nearly 4.8.
Yes.
So there's around 900 votes between Martin Kenny and Sean McManus. Chris McManus. And Chris McManus is staying ahead, which is significant. In the context of the contest between Jerry Reynolds and Paddy O'Rourke, Paddy O'Rourke is currently on 2.8, around 2.9, and Jerry is on something like 3.7. So there's around 800 votes between Jerry. It goes back to the point I made earlier that the 600 votes Jerry Reynolds got in Sligo is proving pretty critical now in terms of that battle that's going on between Jerry Reynolds and Paddy O'Rourke. Okay. But within the county, Paddy is holding his own. If you stripped out that Sligo vote, it's a dead heat between Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil in Leitrim context.
Okay, we'll bring Micheál Culreevy back in a moment, the outgoing TD, the outgoing Leitrim TD, we should say.
Well, I just add again that in terms of what we were saying earlier about Tony McLaughlin, while Michael is getting ready there, is that his figure of 5.5 is now up at 5.8, nearly 5.9. 5.9 as against John Perry's 4.2. So there is now a considerable gap between Tony McLaughlin and John Perry, constituency-wide.
All right, okay. And I think, and as you said, you don't like writing off any candidate at this early stage, but
no, but because
there's a huge uphill task for John Perry.
Yes, but there's 8,200 independent votes in Sligo, which
is going to be hugely significant.
So that's why I wouldn't write him off.
Yeah, Micheál Culreevy, we haven't heard from him in a while. I don't know if you're in tune there with the Leitrim box. 17 boxes open.
Okay, no, I haven't got the most recent figures now.
Well, the figure...
Well, we'll let Michael digest those figures, and we'll just turn to John for a moment.
That's the county figure here, John and Michael.
What's your observations on the Leitrim figures there?
Yes, indeed. What's most interesting here in the Leitrim figures, as we're getting them in now and we're starting to add them up, we see that now Jerry Reynolds is coming very close to Tony McLaughlin. And Pascal and myself are both in agreement at this stage that Paddy O'Rourke will be eliminated at some stage, and whatever about the 8,000 independent votes in Sligo, there's a greater chance of Paddy O'Rourke's transfers going to Kenny and Reynolds before they cross any place else. So Reynolds could quite possibly catch Tony McLaughlin. So again, it's going to bring it much closer than what we were expecting earlier.
Okay, Noel, would you agree with that? Reynolds could catch McLaughlin, John's assessment?
Well, I think on the first count, I think when all the Leitrim boxes are in, I think Jerry Reynolds will be well ahead of Tony McLaughlin. Well ahead of him, but I mean, there is a considerable, there's a huge vote around Sligo Town, an independent vote that has to be eliminated. And I think it'll probably be some stage tomorrow before any of that will be done. And I think that's where Tony McLaughlin his vote will increase. You know, I mean, there'll be candidates going out at that stage that'll have 2,000 and 3,000 votes, and fewer candidates left in the race to soak them up. And I suppose Tony's location will allow him to take a significant portion of that. But I think at this stage, John Perry's position is becoming increasingly doubtful, and I don't think at this stage.
Pascal says it's perilous, and as I said, and you made a very good point earlier, Pascal. I mean, this is you're talking about people's livelihood here and their families concerned listening to this, but it's
well, John has been a TD in the constituency for 18 years, and you know, I mean, it's a difficult situation for any politician or any TD that loses their seat, and unfortunately, you know, it's going to be mirrored around the country in lots of constituencies. In 2011 we've seen it happen to Fianna Fáil. Today it's going to happen to Fine Gael, and it looks at this stage that you know, I mean, look, it could possibly make a comeback at this stage.
Okay, and we look at when we get the first tallies in, we'll have more time to reflect on national trends and you know what we can read into this result here in Sligo, Leitrim, and so forth. We can make comparisons. You should all smile again. We're reminded to smile because you're
trying very hard here. When you're number crunching,
you're on the World Wide Web all over the world, and I can tell you, and as Ciaran and Sifa were telling us, we were literally being viewed all over the world, Ciaran. Isn't that right? From Australia to Darkest Africa to Dubai, everywhere. So
and just if I might make a comment, seeing as we are all over the world and everything, it's interesting that we have an IFA election going on. We had a FIFA election yesterday. We also have an election in America, in the United States of America, and I think we're blessed here with the caliber of candidates that we have here, who have presented them to this electorate in Ireland, less than 4 million, where you have 320 million who haven't done a great job at selecting candidates in America.
The IFA election or the US presidential election or the FIFA election, they weren't trending, but we are this morning or this afternoon. We want to keep it that to be the case. I'll come to Francie in a moment for a couple more questions. Michael, you've had time now to digest those Leitrim figures.
While we're on the World Wide Web, isn't it an awful pity that our immigrants who have had to leave the country and are abroad don't have the right to vote in these elections? I think it'd be.
You feel strongly that they should have the right to vote?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Well, I have to put in there just a little amusing aside.
Okay.
I'll always remember that this has been a perennial issue about the voting for immigrants, and being an immigrant myself, former immigrant, I have a great sympathy with it. But I remember Dick Spring famously saying that he would hate to be awaiting the results of the last box from Boston, the box from Boston to decide the last seat in Kerry North. And I thought it was a kind of an apt comment to make, that it could end up that the diaspora might end up deciding on the balance of power, even though there's no, what's that old cliche, Michael, about no representation without taxation? You know, in other words, if you don't pay tax, well then you shouldn't have a vote. Well, I mean, it's a wider issue.
Many of them would have been paying taxation in this country, only but they had to leave it.
I'm with you. On the Leitrim figures, Michael, which are interesting considering the fact that you got elected 5 years ago.
Well,
do you see any significant?
Martin Kenny is running at he's the highest percentage out of Leitrim so far. 27%. So we'll have to see how that one works out. It is becoming clear, the candidates who will not be there at the end of the day.
Okay, well, we'll just name them because people do like to hear this.
I don't see Declan Bree or Cassidy or Phelan or Gallagher.
Okay.
Or Guppy.
There's only 100 votes between them, Michael.
Yeah,
there's only 100 votes between Kenny and McManus
in the first hour, Michael, we were Marion and Pascal were considering an independent seat, but you're ruling that out.
I don't think there's going to be at this stage. No. I still think that Sinn Féin, I said at the outset that on a good day we'd be in there fighting for 2 seats and the last seat. I think that will come to pass. I'm not going to predict which of them will be at the top going in.
But you still think that two are a possibility?
It's a possibility.
Yeah,
yes,
okay.
It is a possibility. Very much so a possibility. They're voting very, very well. Mark McSharry is going very well, as is Tony McLaughlin going very well. After that, I'm not too sure how it's going to look out. Jerry Reynolds, I don't think he's 32.80.
He's on 9.34.
Yeah,
he's on 4.1 roughly.
Yeah. So I think he'll have some difficulty there as well.
Yeah, but and as Pascal and John and Noel reminded us earlier, there's a huge number of independent votes then in the Sligo town area. So
yes, there are, and the transfers are going to be very interesting to watch there.
All right, okay. John, did you want to? No, sorry, I'll go to Francie with some of your comments because we do like to just take people's questions and observations and grilling of the panel.
Yeah, someone was just wondering, and a lot of people are asking, what do the panellists think the quota is going to be? That's a lot of people are asking that on the text on 083 3500 530, and also with regard to Pascal's comment about Paddy O'Rourke, excuse me, about Paddy O'Rourke's profile outside of his own area. His canvassers in Carrick and Shannon were a disgrace and would do nothing to entice you to vote for him.
Okay, well,
Pascal.
I wonder if they're including me in that, because I was pounding the pavements of some of the housing estates in Carrick, and gosh, I don't like to think that
I'm sure that wasn't
when I was knocking on doors.
The quota, I think we're all agreed, what, 12,500, 13,000 in and around that?
12 and a half, I would say.
12 and a half.
Yeah.
And could we have figures as well, as opposed to percentages? Somebody else was wondering.
I've been following Niall. Every time Niall does the percentages, I've been
and some people like percentages, some people like figures because, and we'll give both from now on, isn't that?
And if you do have any questions, you can text us 083 3500 530 on Facebook at Ocean FM Ireland, or indeed if you use the hashtag Sligo Leitrim at Ocean FM Ireland on Twitter, we'll get to as many questions as we can. So there are the details there.
All right, okay. You can get those updated tally figures. Again, John, it's now near almost 2 o'clock. Are we near a final tally, do you think, John? John is busy scribbling. Are we near a final tally, John? What are you hearing back from the tally man? When are we going to get the final tally?
I'm not exactly sure, but we should have it very, very shortly. I'd say they're probably updating that last line to give the total in the constituency.
Which people want to know.
It looks like that they have pretty much a lot of Leitrim inputted at the moment. Certainly I'll go and find out how my colleagues Pádraig and Edmund are getting on their updating on it there.
Yeah, 20 boxes open now in Leitrim according to the website, and there are 64 boxes in Leitrim, so that's roughly a third, isn't it?
Yeah.
Less than a third in County Leitrim. And we have Donegal in, as we know. That's complete. That tally is complete for anybody who wants to check it out on our website. And Leitrim are the last boxes to be opened. Noel, what are your thoughts now at this stage? Anxious to see that final tally, I'm sure.
We're just waiting on the additional 40 boxes or so to come in from Leitrim, and that's just going to shape the final tally. And I suppose it's really speculation until they come in as to how well Jerry Reynolds and Paddy O'Rourke and Martin Kinney is going to do there in Leitrim. So, I mean, we will probably have it in the next 15 or 20 minutes, and I think that'll tell the full story then as to the shape of the whole thing.
I'm just looking back, John, Noel and Pascal and Michael, at the Sligo tally, and I think they're all in Sligo, bar St John's Hospital. I think they're all the tallies are in. So if people want to get an overall view of how Sligo voted, County Sligo voted.
St John's Hospital may not be tallied because there's a moratorium on what can be tallied and what cannot.
That's all. So we can take that as a final Sligo tally, isn't that
correct?
Right?
Sligo's final.
Maybe we'll run through that, and we'll run through it in percentages, and then we'll mention the numbers, because I know people were on to Francie about giving both. So this is the final County Sligo tally. This is Sligo Town and Sligo County. The entire County of Sligo finished as follows. Declan Bree, 8%. Marie Casserly, 6%. Finbar Filan, 2%. Nigel Gallagher, 4%. Des Guckian, 1%. Martin Kenny, 2%. Chris McManus, 10%. Mark McSharry on 19%. Tony McLaughlin, 14%. Eamon Murray, 0%. Bernie O'Hara on 2%. Leslie O'Hora on 1%. Susan O'Keefe, 4%. Paddy O'Rourke, 0%. John Perry, 11%. Jerry Reynolds, 2%. Eamon Scanlon, 15%. And Bernard Sweeney on 0%. And maybe we'll just mention the figures as well. So you've got Bree on 2,672. Marie Casserly on 2,044, 2044. Finbar Filan on 556, 556. Nigel Gallagher 1,236, 1236. Des Guckian on 198. Martin Kenny 504. Chris McManus 3,400. Mark McSharry 6,257. Tony McLaughlin 4,540. Eamon Murray on 22. Bernie O'Hara 600. Leslie O'Hora 289. Susan O'Keefe 1,369, 1369. Paddy O'Rourke on 114, 114. John Perry 3,716. Jerry Reynolds on 759. Eamon Scanlon 5,193, and Bernard Sweeney on 78. That's the final County Sligo tally, percentage-wise and numbers-wise. Pascal.
I wonder what some of our number crunchers around, because I was trying to do it, but it's impossible. Could they total the votes in the constituency and maybe come up even, how many more boxes are there left in Leitrim?
20, there was a moment ago, there was 44 boxes left in Leitrim.
And that's right. Now, therefore, they give maybe a skewed figure, but it might give our listeners some indication of the quota, because several questions are coming in about a possible quota. So I'm wondering if they could total all of the votes so far, the accumulation of votes, I think, and it'll come close to what we think the quota
I think we have them here. If you open the Sligo tally page, yes. I think the rolling votes at the bottom of that are the overall total. If you can access that.
Have I got an overall total?
Yeah, right down the very end, total vote in the constituency.
This is the total.
And this is...
Sorry, before you go to that...
The only thing is, that's showing with no Donegal boxes, so that's probably inaccurate as well, John.
That's inaccurate.
That's inaccurate
That's
as well.
inaccurate. Okay. And to go back to Pascal's, I'm busily working on it here.
Yeah.
I'm hoping that we'll have the three of them, and then we'll add Leitrim to it very, very shortly.
Yeah. You see, the difficulty here for people at home is that the tallies have been broken down into 4 areas: Sligo, Leitrim, Donegal and Cavan. And what hasn't been updated in a while now is the overall combined tally, and that's what people are looking for and anxious to find.
Well, what I've been doing here is on the Leitrim tally screen, I've been totaling the total vote in the constituency. I've been totaling the total vote in the constituency screen, and then adding what the total votes are in Leitrim as they come in. That's what we've been doing. So I don't know whether that's of any help.
Okay, I'll tell you, we'll take a quick break. It's 2:00. We'll take a very quick break. We're back again in a few minutes with John and Michael and Pascal and Noel and Francie and Marion and just about anything else we can find to. Back in a moment. tell. We're awaiting finalised first tallies, and we'll give you an update from each county in a moment. The difficulty I think that everybody's finding is that we don't have that rolling total. We'll have it very shortly. We can tell you how the tally is going in Sligo, as we just mentioned. We can tell you how it's going in Leitrim and in Cavan and Donegal. It's complete in Donegal, it's complete in Sligo. We're just looking for that rolling total, because I know people, not everyone is logged in online and like to hear it on the radio, just exactly the final figure. Incidentally, Marion is out and about and has been for a while, and she's sort of getting a perspective from various parties and individuals as to how they're feeling and how they think this will pan out, and everybody of course has a different opinion. Francie is there. Incidentally, you can text on 083 3500 530. I'm delighted to say our website, after enormous traffic all morning, is back up and running, so you can watch us live on oceanfm.ie. You can access the tallies live on oceanfm.ie. Failing that, you can go to Twitter at OceanFM Ireland, Ocean FM Ireland, or Ocean FM Ireland on Facebook, and remember to use the hashtag Sligo Leitrim to keep us trending. So you can watch us online, you can go to Facebook, you can go to Twitter, you can just do about possibly anything here this morning. Right, Pascal?
Again, a little disappointed.
Has his hand up at the back of the class.
Yes, it's showing 31% boxes open in Leitrim, so it really isn't giving us a flavour of what the outcome is going to be in the county. John was saying earlier that they were loading them in. Is there a reason for a delay? I'm just curious to know why we haven't been getting anything. We've got nothing new from Leitrim over the last 15 minutes.
Right, John, how possibly you can deal with that one?
No, I won't give you anything new from Leitrim, but what listeners might be interested in is the figures without the Leitrim. No, this is completely without the Leitrim tallies at the moment. Sligo, all of County Sligo, all of Donegal and West Cavan. The total vote at the moment is Bree, 2,000.
So just before you do that, this is complete tallies from Sligo,
Donegal
and Cavan. Okay. Yes. So this is the tally of these three counties, excluding Leitrim.
So then we only have one figure to add to this, and we'll have the final tally.
Okay, go for it.
This is Bree, 2,898, 2898. Casserly, 2,329, 2329. Filan, 145, 145. Gallagher, 1,434, 1434. Guckian, 328. Kenny, 1,766, 1766. McManus, 4,458, 4458. McSharry, 7,685, 7685. McLaughlin, 5,207, 5207. Murray, 198, 198. O'Hara, 783, 783. O'Hora, 435, 435. O'Keefe, 1,509, 1509. O'Rourke, 1,775, 1775. Perry, 4,045, 4045. Reynolds, 2,346, 2346. Scanlon, 5,307, 5307. And Sweeney, 94, 94. That's
just
okay, and just to
something
tell people,
that
they're the final tally: Sligo, Donegal, and Cavan combined, excluding Leitrim.
But we have something like 10 or 15 boxes out as Leitrim already in our system.
Oh yeah, we're just making the point.
For example, I mean, Martin Kenny's vote is actually 3266. because he got 1,500 votes so far out of Leitrim. That's just one example.
We're just qualifying that. That's just the final tally from Sligo, Donegal and Cavan, excluding Leitrim.
But they have increased based on the tallies that we have so far received that are on the Leitrim tally list. And like Jerry Reynolds has got another 1,000 on top of the figure that John gave. Paddy O'Rourke has another 900 on top of the figure he was given. Just looking at the Leitrim candidates, the three main Leitrim candidates who've got significant share of the vote, which, as I said earlier with Michael, when we were talking about the contest between Martin Kenny and Tris McManus, there's only 100 votes between them now, and there's still more of Leitrim to come in. So it'll be interesting to see what more votes that Martin Kenny can pick up in Leitrim, Michael, because there's still some of the North Leitrim vote to come in, and there's still some, in fact, right across the county, there's still votes to come in. Like all Carrick and Shannon, for example, we're not showing anything for Carrick and Shannon. I'd say that's one of these normal hushes that happens every so often. Somebody sees somebody moving on the stage, and then there's a hush, and it's like somebody and everybody then that normally happens at counts. I wouldn't think there's anything happening. Could be wrong now, but
you're never.
I wouldn't think there's anything happening.
You're always right.
Somebody gets up and moves across the stage, and then everybody goes shh.
The focus is now, I think, in the corner right beside us.
Absolutely,
of the tallies and the final
that's
tallies.
much more.
Again, like I said, there's a surge of people after arriving at the Clarion Hotel now in the past half hour since lunch, since 2 o'clock. It seems to have significantly increased in terms of the crowd. Okay. There were the figures. The figures John gave out were the final tallies combined: Sligo, Leitrim, Sligo, Donegal, and Cavan combined, excluding Leitrim. That's the caveat, and of course that will make a huge difference, quite obvious. So that being said, John, as John says, we're not too far away from a final tally. Okay, Francie, any more questions coming in? Any more points? Just to remind people again, you can now. Our website's back up and running. oceanfm.ie if you want to watch live. If you can't access that for whatever reason, you can watch it on Twitter or Facebook. Ocean FM Ireland, isn't that right?
Sorry, Niall, that is right. And somebody was just saying we'll have the Mac back, says somebody, before tea time, and hopefully Eamon Scanlon for the second seat. A Tubba Curry listener says there. How do you think Tony McLaughlin will fare in Leitrim? So somebody else, a listener on that.
We can give him a figure on that so far if they want. The figure that we're showing for Tony is 343 with 31% of the boxes tallied.
And Pascal, somebody was wondering, is the only viable option Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael? Is that what we're looking at? Or what will happen when all this is over, basically, is what people are asking?
The Fianna Fáil Parliamentary Party will not support going into government with...
How can you say that, Pascal?
Because that's the position, and that has been consistent.
1 second, there's another hush.
I would say there's nothing. It's just another
half hour. Okay, a half hour. In a half hour's time, we'll have the final tally.
Is that a half hour tally?
Yeah, final tally in a half hour.
What are we going to talk about for the next half an hour?
You're obviously, I mean, we can talk about what you're after. A grand sweeping statement ruling out
a grand sweeping statement.
Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael. But you know what's going to happen. They're going to come out, not tomorrow, they're going to come out Monday and tell us that the electorate have spoken and the electorate want this.
Well, here's the scenario.
You know that's
supposing
you can't heed a word of what anyone said during the campaign.
Supposing the difference between Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil is a matter of a few seats. I think there'll be a lot of horse trading will go on then with all the other parties, depending. But I have to say, I'm talking in a bubble here. I have absolutely no idea what is going on nationally.
How could you?
I haven't a clue.
How could you
Everybody out there knows more than I know.
Parliamentary Party will
because the Fianna Fáil Parliamentary Party have already said that, and Micheál Martin has consistently said he wasn't going to.
But the goalposts have changed, or they will change.
No, but sure, the commentariat was saying regularly that there was going to be an inevitability.
This is for later in the day. What about the prospect of a rotating Taoiseach, Pascal?
I'm just saying to you, you can't say or do anything until all these votes are counted, until you see how many seats there are. That's all I'm saying. But if there is a gap of only a few seats between Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil, I think that changes the dynamic.
Noel,
now you see the trouble you caused there, Francis.
Yeah, no, and well, sorry about that. Noel, somebody else was wondering, the next leader of Fine Gael.
Oh, such a question to land on Noel at 2:15 in the afternoon.
We don't know. Look at. The leader is still in place, and I think that question should be asked on Midwest Radio maybe rather than
it was amazing. I remember when I think it was the 2002 election. in the Gillooly Hall when Marion was elected, and I remember John Perry doing interviews at the time and calling on Michael Noonan to step down, and it was the first call nationwide at the time. It caused consternation at the time, I remember. But it's a bit early for that now.
Just to come back to Pascal's point here about the Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil coalition. I mean, I suppose we have to remember that Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil is in coalition on nearly every county council up and down the country, and in most counties in the country for a lot of years.
And it's all very harmonious, as we know.
And it has worked successfully by and large. So I suppose it's not.
You keep all the lucrative positions amongst yourselves. I'm saying, so that's how it works well.
No, but what I'm saying is, I mean, the two parties together will have probably around 50% of the vote, and it's not beyond the realms of possibility if it happens at local government level for the last, I don't know, 30, 40 years that it mightn't happen at national.
So you're saying
hasn't before.
You're saying it could. Pascal's saying absolutely no way. Michael Careve is not even contemplating that.
Local government and national government are two different animals, completely different animals.
Michael, I haven't been in tune with what's going on nationally, but is there any way that Sinn Féin can be part of any grand coalition based on what you're hearing outside or based on the makeup?
Well, it's very clear what Sinn Féin would like. I mean, we would like to be working with those candidates and parties who have signed up to the right to change. I don't know how the numbers are stacking up nationally, but I'm sure there will be some discussion along those lines. It will be, I think, interesting to see Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael negotiations, and to what point they're going to be able to identify differences in policy and put those forward as reasons for not going into a coalition or some form of government sharing, if not indeed coalition.
Okay, well, I'll just throw this one out to you and I'll go back to Francie. Remember, we went through all this before, Pascal, the government before last, when the leader of a party had to step aside to make way for a coalition, the Green Party.
You can go back a little bit more in history before either of us were even thought of. The first ever coalition, or as it was then called, the inter-party government of 1948. It was formed primarily to keep out Fianna Fáil, who had been leading government for some 16 years. So that was the mission statement of all of them. But that particular government was formed by six groupings. And it lasted for over. It lasted over 3.5 years. So I'm saying that with the plethora of parties that are out there, and as I say, I'm talking in a vacuum here. I have no idea how Renew or Social Democrats or all the Independent Alliance, how they're doing or how they will do. But that's why I'd much prefer for the dust to settle. But I can say this to you, that the general sentiment among Fianna Fáil supporters, and remember, for the first time ever, the Fianna Fáil leadership will have to go to the Fianna Fáil foot soldiers on this issue after the election to get their opinion. The general view is that while it might be fine in the short term, that as a political party, Fianna Fáil would probably be ending up with no relevance after the next election.
Or maybe Fine Gael would.
And in fairness to Micheál Martin, he has pointed out, despite or in spite of commentary to the contrary, there are distinct differences between Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael. If anything, Micheál has moved the party more left of centre over the last number of years, far more removed from Fine Gael's traditional.
Any more questions there, Francie?
If Fianna Fáil don't go into government with Fine Gael, well then will the numbers look like Fianna Fáil and Sinn Féin a government? Will that happen?
No, Fianna Fáil have ruled out any coalition with Sinn Féin. We're just totally incompatible.
But by the way,
economic issues or nothing else.
Somebody else on Twitter, Jerry on Twitter, was just wondering why do you keep apologising every time you say John Perry will be eliminated? Will you do that for all the candidates?
I've never said that he was going to be eliminated.
It was me who said that. No, all I'm saying is that
he's the only outgoing TD.
I'll qualify what I said. When we talk about anybody possibly losing their seat, we do it statistically, and we bear in mind that it is difficult for all candidates, and it's a brave thing to do, to stand, to put yourself before the electorate, and it can only be 4 victors, and it's, we're talking about, in some cases, people's livelihood here, so just to keep that in mind, I think that's only fair, isn't it?
Well, we were talking in the wider context of an outgoing TD with a significant vote who was still a player. In fairness to all the others, of course I understand, but there is an old cliche in politics that it's far worse to lose what you have than to not gain what you never had.
Yeah, okay. Anything else, Francie, before we move
if
on?
anybody else, just if they want to comment, there's a number of ways. Just text 083 3500 530. You can call 0818 365 500. But the best way probably online is on Twitter at Ocean FM Ireland. Use the hashtag Sligo Leitrim, or on Facebook Ocean FM Ireland, and you can watch all the action here. Tweet us, text us, or whatever you'd like to do. We're all there.
And you can see what's going on. And I have to say, and you'll know this, Pascal, a huge amount of Fianna Fáilers all of a sudden in the hall. I wonder why.
Well, sure, it's the old story. Success breeds success, and we're here in Sligo, and their man in Sligo town and their other man down in Ballymote is doing well. So I suppose people like to be identified with success.
Okay.
And anyway, aren't Fianna Fáil entitled to have a good day in the general election for a change?
God, it's only been 5 years, Pascal, I tell you. Right, okay. Anybody else? Noel, you want to comment on anything at this stage as we wait for the final tally?
I just feel that Fianna Fáil will have a bit of responsibility if they come back with 40 seats or 40 seats plus. And Fine Gael has 45 seats or whatever they will get, between 40 and 50. I think Fianna Fáil has a bit of a moral obligation to play a part in forming a government of some sort. It's fine to rule out Fine Gael and to rule out Sinn Féin, but if they are that significant of a player, I think, on the national stage, I think comes with it a responsibility.
Yeah.
And I think that responsibility will have to be taken seriously. I know it'll be a bitter pill to have to swallow, but so it was for Fianna Fáil back in the 90s or whenever it was when they first accepted
just
going
on
into
that,
coalition.
it's inconceivable, Pascal, as if Noel says, that if Fianna Fáil gets 40 seats, it's inconceivable that you wouldn't want to be part of any government, is it?
Yeah, but you also have to remember that for a democracy to be effective, you need a very strong opposition.
Well, you're going to have a very strong and vocal opposition in Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael.
We have laboured, in my opinion, over the last 5 years because of lack of critical mass, with 20 TDs who are sitting between Sinn Féin on one side with very, very articulate and very impressive spokespersons among some of their numbers. And then you had on the other side some equally articulate and very impressive independents who were also dominating a lot of the airwaves. And Fianna Fáil had a very difficult job. We've never been good in opposition anyway, traditionally. And we struggled, I think, with a lot of handicaps over the last 5 years. But having said that, there was a general acceptance within the party that we wanted to renew the party, we wanted to grow the party. We now are on the verge of having what I call critical mass. So I think the whole question of government is not something that is exercising the minds of Micheál Martin right now.
All right, okay.
We're waiting to see what the outcome of the election is going to be, and then when the dust settles, obviously there's going to have to be decisions taken.
Right, John, let's go back to people are wondering about the tallies. There are 35 boxes opened and tallied in Leitrim, which is 55% of the total boxes. We still haven't got that overall figure, which a lot of people are wondering about, John.
We're waiting, and it will take about another half an hour, I suspect, to get to the final tallies and complete the tallies. We are working on being pretty accurate on these, and we want to have it pretty accurate that when we announce the final tally that we are accurate on it. What we've given you so far is a synopsis of what has been happening, and it just goes to show that the whole process today, and listeners will just have to bear with us, is that it is going to be a slow, methodical process. After all, it is the government of this country that hangs in the balance here, and Sligo Leitrim has been to the forefront in whatever decisions were made at general elections down through the years. Whatever happened in Sligo Leitrim generally reflected on what government was formed by whichever parties when they meet on the 10th of March 2016. And to go back what Noel and Pascal have just been saying there, I think I agree with Noel particularly in that Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael must now see that it's the centenary years, and I think civil war politics has perhaps exited the country, and we're now for the benefit of the people that are here. And I think we could very well begin. This last government has lasted 1,832 days. The previous 1,826. The previous record for a government before that was 1,832, and that was back in 1938. Again, interesting facts coming from this when we look back at history. The last time that an outgoing Fine Gael-led government was in 1932 on the back of a recession, and it asked to be re-elected on their performance in 1932. It didn't happen. This time they've done it again on the back of a recession, and we're looking that they may not be returned to power unless the Civil War.
We'll be back in a recession if we don't take an ad break. We'll be back again in the Clarion Hotel in a couple of minutes. should have, of course, thanked all the dedicated Ocean FM staff, and there's a huge effort, I can tell you, going into our coverage today and tomorrow and maybe Monday as well, I dare say. And just thanks again, and we'll mention them later, to Ciaran and to Sifa for all their hard work, and to Claire and Harry in the corner who were updating people on the website, and to Kevin and Francie and Claire and everyone else, and obviously to our panel. Now, John Comiskey tells me that the Clarion Hotel is booked until... It is booked on Monday as well, John, is that right? The hotel is booked on Monday.
My understanding, yes, that the hotel is booked. I don't think there's rooms booked for us, but just the hotel.
All right, just to let people know that the count will not be finished today. It'll go on tomorrow, and probably a significant portion of tomorrow as well, and the hotel is booked till Monday. Right, Pascal, there's, again, figures, new figures. And
thankfully, we've got some. I went over to the tally people and I said, will you give us some more figures, just whatever you can give us, despite not getting a final tally, but at least give us some extra figures so we can work on them. And I was particularly interested in the Carrigallen booths, which is Paddy O'Rourke's hometown. and I have to say that the people at Carrigallen definitely turned out in big numbers. They turned out in big numbers for him, because he's got something like 330 number ones in Carrigallen, as against Jerry Reynolds' 115, 120. But that's to be understandable, as I was saying earlier about Jerry and Ballinamore. But looking at some of the other figures, it certainly has upped his Leitrim figure, and that the total vote in the county now between Jerry Reynolds and Paddy, Jerry is on 2,725. This is in Leitrim alone now. And Paddy is on 2,331. So the gap has narrowed in Leitrim. However, on in the overall figure so far, there is a gap of almost 1,000 between Jerry Reynolds and Paddy O'Rourke. This is kind of just putting figures in context. Martin Kenny has pulled some 2,000, nearly 3,000 votes out of Leitrim so far, which is a very impressive result for him, and it has put him up to around 4,745, and has put him about 150 votes ahead of Chris McManus. But I think Martin Kenny needs to be further ahead. There needs to be a bigger gap. I don't know if Michael has a view on that, but I think that he needs to be farther ahead.
Okay, there's still a fair few Leitrim boxes to come in.
There's only 2/3 in so far.
Yes, but if you look at the trend of the boxes open so far, they have all been in South Leitrim. So in the main, we're now looking at a majority of booths which would be in the north of the county. For example, you have Ballinamore and Diffreen to come in yet. Diffreen, which is near Glencar.
Yeah.
You have Drumciaran to come in, Glenfarn, Killanumry, Killarrigy, Kiltyclogher. Another one out of Kinlaw. Another couple out of Manor Hamilton, Newtown Manor and Tarman have yet to come in. So they're all in the north of the county.
Yeah, a lot of north Leitrim boxes still to come in.
Yeah, and they're in the north of the counties, which will have a significant impact in terms of the votes that both Martin Kenny, Jerry Reynolds and Paddy O'Rourke are going to pick up. That's what I'm suggesting, and that there could be a drift towards Sligo.
Yeah,
Sligo candidates.
Michael, would you agree with that?
No.
I thought you mightn't.
I'd expect that Martin Kenny and indeed Chris McManus will both pick up a respectable vote from the North Leitrim boxes. Of Martin Kenny or indeed Chris McManus falling behind significantly because of North Leitrim.
I'm talking, Michael, about the dynamic between Chris McManus and Martin Kenny.
Well, I think
that's what I'm suggesting.
I think Chris will certainly get a certain vote out of North Leitrim. His mum is from North Leitrim.
Yeah.
But I think that Martin will probably take most of the Sinn Féin vote out of North Leitrim.
Okay. Noel, you were nodding your head there. I don't have an agreement, or were you looking for more Kit Kat or something like that? I don't know.
No, I just can't hear everything. I'm at a little disadvantage here, besides the rest of me, because I don't have headphones.
Okay, I must. Yeah.
But by the way, just to know,
maybe the general election in 2020, I'll bring another set of headphones.
It's not the set. We've loads of sets of headphones. It's just we don't have enough. We don't have enough jacks.
That Martin Kenny will get the bigger share of the vote in North Leitrim than Chris McManus. Of what's left. I don't disagree with that.
That possibly is the case.
Will it be big enough? Will the gap be wide enough? That's the question.
But I think Martin Kenny needs to be significantly ahead.
Yeah.
When I say significantly, I mean by up towards someplace between 1,000 and 2,000 votes, 1,500 votes at least of Chris McManus if he's to hold on, because. I still go back to what I said earlier this morning, is that there'll be a lot of eliminations, mostly based around Sligo town. That's where the big number of eliminations will be, and the left-wing candidates will, I'm sure, go to Chris McManus rather than to Martin Kenny.
Okay, so, right. I'll bring John in at this stage. John, you've heard the discussion in relation to Leitrim. We're still interested in getting those overall totals, which we haven't got yet.
Well, we haven't, but what I will do for listeners now, we have half of the votes for Leitrim in at the moment, and I've totaled those now together for all the rest. Leitrim, half Leitrim, all Cavan, all Donegal, all Sligo.
Yeah, this is what we want to hear,
and
John.
this is what it looks like
so
now.
This is all of Sligo, all of Donegal, all of Cavan, and half of Leitrim.
Okay, well, and this is how it looks at the moment.
Okay.
And I'm not going in alphabetical order this time for you, so please bear with me. McSharry, 8,190. McLaughlin, 5,613. Scanlon, 5,531. McManus, 4,586. Reynolds, 4,552. Kenny, 4,343. Perry, 4,157. O'Rourke, 3,601. Bree, 3,042. Casserly, 2,522. O'Keefe, 1,644. Gallagher, 1,605. O'Hara, 993. Guckian, 692. O'Hora, 544. Murray, 238. Phelan, 206. And Sweeney, 110. So that gives
they are the figures that we've been looking for, and that's with half the Leitrim boxes in, all of Sligo, all of Donegal, all of Cavan.
Correct.
Okay, we'll just run through those figures again very quickly, and I'll do so alphabetically. Declan Bree, 3,042. Marie Casserly, 2,522. Finbar Phelan, 206. Nigel Gallagher, 1,605. Des Guckian, 692. Martin Kenny, 4,343. Chris McManus, 4,586. Mark McSharry, 8,190. Tony McLaughlin, 5,613. Eamon Murray, 238. Bernie O'Hara, 993. Leslie O'Hora, 544. Susan O'Keefe, 1,644. Paddy O'Rourke, 3,601. John Perry, 4,157. Jerry Reynolds, 4,552. Eamon Scanlon, 5,531. And Bernard Sweeney, 110. And that's with roughly about 30 boxes left to open. Isn't that the case? About 30 left.
That's correct, about 30 boxes.
All right, lots to discuss there. Noel. Yeah, go ahead, Noel. Do you want to make a point?
No, it's just sorry. There's two different sets of figures coming here now, Niall, and we have a different set of figures here in front of us. I'm not sure where the difference is or the discrepancy.
Yeah, what John was saying, we can't go by the computer overall figures at the moment.
Okay.
Because there's a bit of a discrepancy. There has been for some time. So they are the accurate figures with 30 boxes left to open in the constituency. Pascal, any views on that?
Yeah, I'm just curious there. The Phelan figure is showing up at 800.
No, 206. You disregard this because it's wrong.
Right,
it's wrong.
Yeah, well, again, going back to what we were saying earlier about the dynamic in the Leitrim context, and with half the boxes yet to come in, is that Martin Kenny and Chris McManus are literally neck and neck.
Yeah.
But as Noel was saying, I still hold to the view that the transfers out of Sligo are going to benefit McManus more than Kenny, with only half the boxes left in Leitrim, and most of them are in sort of scattered areas of North County Leitrim, which might not give him sufficient momentum to get ahead of McManus. The other aspect of it is that John Perry has fallen behind a little from Tony McLaughlin, and that I think Tony McLaughlin's camp followers, I think, can have a reasonable degree of optimism that he will hold his seat based on these figures on 5-6-1-3, with half the boxes to come in, and again with the transfers coming out of Sligo town where he himself is based. In relation to John Perry and Eamon Scanlon, Eamon is now 1,400 votes ahead of John Perry. There was always a view out there that depending on who was ahead of who in South Sligo was going to benefit significantly in the transfers. So I have to at this stage still hold to the view that Eamon Scanlon is in the game for the fourth seat. And I'm not changing my mind on that.
Okay. And just go back to what you said earlier, and maybe Michael Kilreevy might comment on this. You're of the opinion, you were, and maybe increasingly so, that Chris McManus may now be favoured ahead of Martin Kenny to get that one Sinn Féin seat.
I'm trying to be statistically objective here on the basis of 8,000 plus independent votes to be distributed in Sligo, and Martin Kenny up in Ahavass, and Chris McManus sitting right in the middle of them.
Michael, what do you make of those figures? 30 boxes left.
Certainly Chris is looking very well here. I mean, my priority is that we hold the Sinn Féin seat, and preferably that we'd have it be in contention for 2 seats. I'm not going to make a call on it until such time as we have the Leitrim ones out. But I think it's very clear. I think it's very clear that we're certainly going to hold the seat here in this constituency.
Okay, now I know Pascal in particular will look at me with disdain when I say this, but people, believe it or not, like to know the sequence. You know, and I know it makes no difference overall, as you know, but according to these figures, and remember, there's 30 boxes still to be open. McSherry will top the poll. He's followed in by Tony McLaughlin. This is just at the moment. McLaughlin has the second highest number of votes, followed by Eamon Scanlon, followed by Chris McManus. Then you have Jerry Reynolds 5th. You have Martin Kenny 6th. John Perry 7th. 8th is Paddy O'Rourke. 9th Declan Bree, and 10 Marie Cassidy. That doesn't mean anything. We know that it's completely irrelevant, but people just like to know who's doing what.
Mark McSharry.
They're the top 10 at the moment.
So you want me to put them in sequence?
In sequence, just top 10 number of votes.
I have a feeling that Chris McManus will take the second seat.
All right, Michael is holding judgment on that one. John, do you want to make a comment on that?
Again, it shows
sorry, when you say the second seat, you mean second seat for Sinn Féin or second seat?
No.
Okay,
second
seat.
sequence.
I meant for Sinn Féin.
All right, John.
No, in sequence.
Yes. A slight error. Filan should have read 786.
Okay, right. Pascal was right again.
Yeah.
Okay.
786. Okay, the rest of them,
they're all accurate. Okay.
I'm pretty sure that.
Apologies, Pascal, for even doubting you on that one. So.
Even
going, you're entitled to at least one mistake every half hour.
Even going on those,
if you're entitled to one, I'm entitled to 2.
On the 8 top there's less than 1,600 votes separating those.
As we predicted. We predicted that all week, that it was going to be very close in order of preference. Isn't that right, John?
Yes, but more importantly is the order of elimination will now come into play in it. So for example there, if on the elimination of Sweeney, and if Scanlon got all of Sweeney's votes, he would be, and give them to Scanlon, yes, 500, and he'd be passing out McLaughlin. So that's the scenario that you're faced with.
Okay.
And that's an extreme example, I accept.
Okay.
But it shows you how close it's going to be.
All right, Noel, but I just bring in Noel first.
Sure.
Go ahead, Noel.
I still go back to what I was saying. Like most of the eliminations are Sligo town based. I think the 2 candidates in South Sligo, John Perry and Eamon Scanlon, cannot benefit to the same extent from the Sligo eliminations as the Sligo town-based candidates Mark McSherry and Tony McLaughlin.
Noel is right. I mean, we've been consistent about this most of the day. Noel is absolutely correct that the bulk of those votes are in Sligo. One of the interesting aspects of the transfers is that, and I, among others, have been talking about left wing. And could I maybe preface what I'm going to say, that none of us, myself perhaps included more than anybody, has got any real insight into how this is going to pan out. We can only offer an opinion.
Absolutely,
and we're not trying to suggest we know it all or that whatever.
And that's a given.
It's nothing more than that.
And people love that, and we know how difficult it is.
That's all it is.
And we're
so I'm trying to
a day and a half away from a final result.
Yeah, and I'm trying to tease out, say what's going to happen within that 8,000 plus independent vote. Marie Cassidy has 2,500 of them. Now, Noel might know more, my Sligo colleagues. I would suggest that there would be more of what might be termed, and I hate using stereotypes, but more of a, let's say, middle class vote than a working class vote for Marie Casserly, which would suggest that her transfers might in the main go towards Tony McLaughlin, rather than to say
Noel is not in an agreement.
Like Declan Bree would still be in the race, and of course Chris McManus. Take those two. That it's more likely that I could be very wrong, and it'd be interesting to see what happens with those votes.
Well, just
but they will help Tony McLaughlin more so than they'll help John Carty.
Well, just we have okay. And I want to ask a question. Yeah, go ahead, Noel.
I think Marie Casserly votes will help Tony McLaughlin more so than Mark McSherry.
Yeah.
I think the votes will stay local to Sligo town.
Okay.
I mean, from what I understand, is Marie Casserly's background is more Fine Gael than any other party.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about maybe her personal background, but her family background.
Yeah, we're talking about family background. Her dad was involved in Fine Gael.
Was a member of Fine Gael, yeah. So I mean, I'd expect that Tony McLaughlin would pick up a significant amount of votes when her elimination comes about.
But on the basis of I agree, I take the point that Noel is making, but on the basis that Mark McSherry is also in Sligo town and would be having a similar type profile, although looking at his Sligo town vote, he's picked them up everywhere. I mean, he's picked them up in the working class areas as well as he's picked them up in the middle class.
Right.
So he can't be ruled out of also getting a significant share of that transfer. I'm just saying, in terms of the Fine Gael situation, that's going to put more daylight between Tony and Jerry Reynolds.
Yeah. Okay. Again, I know. Sorry, Mike. Excuse me.
I think there's another interesting aspect that we should keep an eye out for. It'll be interesting that if we look at the independents and we say what you'd broadly call the parties of the left, it'll be interesting to see, will they vote geographically or will they vote
that's been the big question.
in the things.
And that's going to be key.
With
these questions are coming in very basic. How many votes will be needed to reach the quota? We don't know. As Noel Pascal said earlier, around 12,500, possibly heading towards 13,000.
Well, we can say with certainty, I think you've said already, Niall, nobody is going to get elected on the first count.
No, there's going to be...
So there will be a delay and there will be eliminations.
Okay. Is Pascal really suggesting, again, is Pascal really suggesting that there could be 3 Sligo town seats at the end of the day?
Yes.
Okay, so Paddy O'Rourke's vote, this person says, will give Martin Kenny a seat.
Can't see it. Can't see it right now.
Yeah, okay.
We're not ruling out.
And this person is going on to say that if that's the case, it's too Sinn Féin.
Yeah,
no, Michael, you won't comment on that. It's too early.
I think it's something as well as looking at the independents and whether they vote geographically. It'll be interesting to see whether if Paddy is eliminated, whether his vote says geographically or party. Yeah. So
okay, there
a lot of interesting.
Right, there's only 10 boxes to go, John, according to my official figures. There's 54 boxes in Leitrim tallied, which is 84%. There's 64 boxes in Leitrim, only 10 left, so we're very, very close to a final tally.
We're coming very close to it, yes, but just to go back to the point that we're making there, the singled out Marie Casserly there with 2,522 votes for distribution. But to counter that, you have, and again going back to what Michael has just been talking about, will it be geographic or whatever? You have O'Hara, you have Guckian and O'Hora with over 2,000 votes between the three of them. So they immediately cancel out Casserly's vote because they're all Leitrim votes. So we have to be very careful when we're saying that they'll benefit who or who they won't benefit. And they're geographical there on that. And we have 1,600 of Gallagher's votes. And I said in the morning that Gallagher could be the kingpin in this, and I think his votes are the ones because he doesn't have a counterbalance in Leitrim. Casserly has, as I've just pointed out, has that counterbalance in Leitrim for the distribution of those votes. Gallagher doesn't.
John, we also have 1,650 votes to come from Susan O'Keefe, and I think by and large they'll stay in Sligo. They're mostly Sligo votes. I think they'll stay in Sligo and they should go to Fine Gael
if the pack works.
Well, I'm expecting the majority of the basket will go to Fine Gael. There'll be some of them obviously will benefit.
All right. Just a reminder once again, if you need reminding, you can watch all this live on our website oceanfm.ie. Alternatively, you can go to Twitter or Facebook. Ocean FM Ireland is the address. Ocean FM Ireland on Twitter or Facebook. You can watch the entire proceedings live and get all those updated tallies, and the final tally will be in the next 15 minutes or so. If you're Facebooking or if you're tweeting, remember hashtag Sligo Leitrim is our Twitter hashtag. Hashtag Sligo Leitrim, and it's been trending all day, and we hope to continue to keep it trending. Okay, I don't know if we have a break to. Yeah, we have a break to take. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll do a quick wrap up before the final tally.
Who's on the break?
Right, John Cummins here, just to let people know, we're going to stay on air now. We've got a couple of breaks out of the way because the final tally, John, it's only a couple of minutes away now, I would say. Is that the case?
That's exactly it.
Okay, did you have some updated figures?
Yes, I have some updated figures here, and we're about, I should think
59,
maybe...
There's 5 boxes left to be open, according to my computer. 5 boxes.
And according to my calculations here, and I'm almost ready to give them to you now, Bree, at the moment, and this is with 5 boxes to open
5 boxes left,
in the constituency.
Get your pens and pencils ready now.
3,141, 3141. Casserly, 2,639, 2639. And I don't know how Phelan got in there, but Phelan 855. Gallagher 1,721. Guckian 1,032. Kenny 5,665. McManus 4,675. McSharry 8,631. McLaughlin 5,975. Murray 320. O'Hara 1,198. O'Hora 641. O'Keefe 1,765. O'Rourke 4,729. Perry 4,266. Reynolds 6,238. Scanlon 5,710. And Sweeney 120.
Okay, well, one thing sticks out there to me is Jerry Reynolds. A significant increase in Jerry Reynolds' vote there. In fact, if we look at it there, Jerry Reynolds is now second in order of preference after Mark McSharry. Jerry Reynolds is up on 6,238 votes.
Yeah, but again, we're going back to that big clump of votes out of Sligo.
Yeah.
I mean, once this is over, these 4 or 5 boxes, I believe that will be the end of both Martin Kenny, Jerry Reynolds and Paddy O'Rourke's hope of getting significant transfers out of Sligo. That's all I'm suggesting.
But given the fact, Pascal, that they were amenable to getting votes out of Sligo, they have the same proportion of getting a transfer as they have of getting a first preference. And McLaughlin only equalled, so far, he has equalled the same. McLaughlin has taken the same amount of votes out of Leitrim as Reynolds has taken out of Sligo.
Yeah, but are you suggesting that the 3 Leitrim candidates are going to get a significant share of the transfers from the Sligo town candidates? I can't see it.
What I am about to suggest there is that we have O'Hara, Guckian, O'Hora, they're Leitrim-based candidates, and O'Rourke when he's eliminated. I think they're the counterbalance to anything that's coming out of Sligo. And remember that the votes that are coming out of Sligo are independent votes, and they will not necessarily go to favour a candidate from the larger parties. They will be splitting as they go along on it. So I think there's more prospect of Jerry Reynolds picking up more of the Leitrim vote that will be distributed than there is of a Sligo candidate picking up the Sligo vote that will be transferred. So Jerry Reynolds is back certainly in play here, as McManus is back in play.
He most certainly
Sligo.
is. Okay, I'll bring Noel in, and then Marion, who's been. We'll come back to Marion when the tallies are in. Right, Noel, what do you make?
Well, I suppose
Jerry Reynolds is the talking point there, is he? Since we came.
Yeah, we really have to wait until the next 6 or 8 boxes is in from Leitrim until the tally is full. But I mean, at this stage, it's very, very clear that there'll be no independent seat in Sligo Leitrim. It'll be the main parties. So, irrespective of how the independent votes transfer to one another, they're still going to end up with the main parties at the end of the day. And the bulk of those is in Sligo. Now, Jerry Reynolds would need to be a clear 2,000 votes ahead of Tony McLaughlin, or maybe 3 to stay ahead of him, I would suggest.
Okay. Pascal.
Only 300 votes between Jerry and
Tony McLaughlin.
Now, I mean, that's a very impressive vote by Jerry, but equally Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil, I think, have held on to the sort of vote I expected them to get. If you look at the totals for Fine Gael, it comes close to what the local election vote was, and in the context of Fianna Fáil, they got 6,000 votes the last time, and Paddy O'Rourke is on 4-7, and maybe we'll pick up another few with the few boxes that are left, coupled with the 1,400 that Eamon Scanlon and Mark McSharry got out of Leitrim, so that overall the Fianna Fáil vote has increased in Leitrim from the local election vote. However, I take the point that John has made, but I think it will come down to the old story of figures, is that the total number of available votes for transfer within a geographical area is greater in Sligo than it is in Leitrim. Although I have been one of the people that have consistently said that Leitrim voted Leitrim, but you're also going to have, if Paddy O'Rourke's votes are distributed, I appreciate that there will be a significant amount of them will stay up in South Leitrim, but there will be equally quite a number of them that's going to transfer to Mark McSharry and to Eamon Scanlon. So they're all in play, and I agree that the vote that has now shown for Jerry Reynolds leaves him in the race, no question.
You're talking to people.
Yes, I have, Niall, and there's a lot of excitement out there. Everybody's wondering what's happening, and I'm just having a quick look at the Leitrim vote now, and I'm missing the discussion here because I don't have a pair of headphones, but Martin Kenny, it would seem to be the one who's going to take a seat there, but are you suggesting that there might not be another seat in Leitrim?
I wouldn't agree that Martin Kenny is odds on the seat. I think it's Chris McManus.
Yeah, yes. Pascal was making the point here that Chris McManus has every chance, if not more of a chance than Martin Kenny.
Because he has a greater pickup of transfers.
He probably has a greater pickup in Sligo, yeah, you're right about that. But I mean, we can't have all the seats in Sligo, that's not going to happen.
That's the question that came in.
That just can't happen geographically.
Was Pascal suggesting that there could be 3 Sligo town seats if you want to call Tony McLaughlin a Sligo town seat?
Yeah, that just can't happen. But I see what you're saying, all right. But then, the geographical spread will matter. So I've been out and about, and Niall, I mean, for anybody, who's listening at home, this is the excitement. This is the great bit, and people are buzzing here. And it's a great service that people at home can listen and get a sense and a feel for what's going on.
And they'll see you as well, Marion.
Yeah,
that's an added advantage.
It never ceases to amaze me how many people are interested in the count and the process of the count when they're not necessarily interested in politics or the election or in voting or the issues, but they all seem to love to hear and watch.
Well, it's a bit of a blood sport, you see. Yeah, and I mean, I was talking to some Fianna Fáil supporters out there, and I was saying, you're doing well, and he said, yeah, but we've seen the bad days, and that's the truth of it. There's good and there's bad, and that's, I think, what excites people. When you get time, I know we're interested in Leitrim now. I did a few comparisons for a few Sligo boxes.
No, just do that, because we're still waiting, and I'll go to John then.
Yeah, well, you cut across me anytime you like, but just
give us a few
over lunchtime, I just looked at a few boxes. These are all Sligo boxes. In other words, what people got before and what they got this time, because people are sometimes interested in that. I looked at the 2 booths in Galway, and what was very clear there was McSharry's vote previously was 116, went up to 165, a very significant gain for him. The Sinn Féin vote, exactly the same. Colreevy's vote was the same vote as McManus and Kenny got at 61. Tony McLaughlin lost a substantial number of votes here, from 296 down to 199. Perry went down a bit from 90 to 60. Scanlon, roughly around the same. Bree increased. But, of course, what we did find was the last time out, Labour did very well here. And their vote, at once I collapsed, but it was by 1/3. So McSharry was the big winner there. And then I went to Cliffney. And again, the Sinn Féin vote was about 5 down from what it was before. Colreevy got 94, Kenny and McManus between them got 89. McSharry almost doubled his vote from 99 to 170. McLaughlin was down from 166 to 94. Perry about the same, 60 and 57. Scanlon exactly the same, 51 and 52. And Bree increased his vote. Marie Casserly, of course, did well here. And that's an interesting one because some of the boxes I looked at, and I looked at Grange as well, I'll come to that in a minute. Marie Casserly has 108 votes in the Cliffney 2 boxes, and in the Grange boxes have 350. So where are those votes going to go? And what you can say is that transfers generally go the way number ones will go, at least. And what we see happening there is that McSharry's vote is up in all of them, and the Fine Gael vote is somewhat down. So again, while you can't extrapolate that, but there's nearly 500 votes there, where are they going to go? So again, if anybody's interested, and I'll finish with this on Grange.
Yep.
The Sinn Féin vote the last time for Michael Colreevy was 127. These are 3 boxes put together now. This time the Sinn Féin vote is 76, so that's a drop. McSharry went from 208 to 230, not a huge jump, but a bit of a jump. McLaughlin, I'm afraid, seemed to have halved his vote here, and roughly the same with John Perry. Scanlon lost a few, but didn't do so badly, and Bree again went from 52 to 37. But of course, as I said, the big vote there was Marie Casserly, so that will be spread out. Maybe we look at Lan and Ballymote later. Maybe they've heard enough figures now that they're mithered, but it's just people in their own area sometimes like to know.
I know, and we'll have lots of time to discuss that later. Just to let people know, we're just waiting on 2 more boxes. 2 more boxes before a final. For a final tally. Sorry, Noel.
To go back to what we were saying earlier about whether the votes are in the independent votes, where they will go. There's roughly, just doing a rough thought here, there's roughly 14,000 independent votes in the constituency. And there are 3 of those, and 3,000 in Leitrim and 11,000 in Sligo. So there's a difference of 8,000 votes, independent votes, between Sligo and Leitrim. So I think that's where the Sligo candidates, they really have an advantage of 8,000 votes that we do know is going to come through eliminations as the counts go on. So it's going to benefit the Sligo town-based candidates, Mark McSharry and Tony McLaughlin.
Right, okay, I'll bring John in at this stage. Sorry.
But more importantly, Chris McManus is the one that's going to benefit greatly from those. And the other imponderable that we have here at the moment, which we better not forget, and that's when John Perry is eliminated. John Perry's transfers, given the debacle that has been all through the High Court and everything else, I think they're more likely, along with going to Eamon Scanlon, I think they're going to go to Jerry Reynolds before they come to McLaughlin. So that's a very, very important ponderable there.
Okay.
Sorry, I did leave out one thing, was Chris McManus. I mean, Chris McManus is going to be a big beneficiary as well. I just mentioned Tony McLaughlin and Mark McSharry. Chris McManus is going to get a huge lift from the 11,000 votes in Sligo.
And also rather interesting with the comparison figures that Marion was giving about Grange, and in reference to Noel's comment earlier about, I asked where that 2,640 votes of Marie Casserly's is going to go, and he suggested they will go to Tony. Based on the figures that Marion has shown for Grange, where the Fine Gael vote was halved, would seem to suggest that yes, that Tony will be perhaps a major beneficiary of Marie Casserly's vote, and also, as we're all saying earlier, coming from a Fine Gael gene pool. That might help.
It's certainly very, very, very intriguing, and getting more so as the afternoon progresses.
And we're waiting for 2 more boxes out of Leitrim.
2 more boxes. So I don't know. We'll have the final tally in a couple of minutes, and then we can reflect and contemplate what might happen throughout the evening.
Well, I suppose we're going to be looking then at the eliminations.
Yeah, and maybe you can think ahead to that and give us some sort of an indication and a prediction as to what's likely to happen and the sequence of events. And again, people aren't really sure about the prospect of multiple eliminations, and we might explain that to them, how that will work and why that works, or why that is the case. And
you want to answer that now?
Well, maybe we'll take that now, because I know this is something that people don't understand.
It's only where it will make a material difference to the next remaining candidate.
Yeah.
And if, for example, the first elimination there would be Sweeney Independent with 120 votes. With 120 votes, if the difference between the next two candidates is less than 120, well, then they will proceed with the elimination and distribution of those 120 votes. If they don't make a difference, if the gap between the next two candidates above them is greater than 120 votes, well, then what the returning officer will do is that he will add that 120 to the next lowest candidate, which would in this instance be Emma Murray Independent on 320. So he will add the 320 on the 120 to give a total of 440. And if that 440 votes makes a material difference between the next two candidates above them, they will then eliminate. They will then distribute those 440. But if it doesn't make a difference, in other words, when you add up the figures, well, then they will go on to the next elimination. So that there could be, as you mentioned earlier,
I think
multiple.
There'll be just two first.
Marion might want
two first. Yeah.
I think there'll be just two first, and then
two eliminations.
Yeah, I think that's the way to go.
Which won't make a huge difference, obviously, to the ongoing count. So again,
well, it'll give a trend.
Give a trend. But people like to know this, and you're talking what, 12, 13 counts, maybe more.
Oh yeah. Well, there's 18 candidates, so it could go to 15 counts.
Yeah. Okay.
And then, of course, you're looking at non-transferables.
Yeah,
and there'll also be perhaps a surplus or two to be distributed nearer to the end.
You think?
Well, nearer to the end.
Well, no, you're right.
Yeah. But I mean, at this stage, Mark McSharry is heading the poll there, but he's still, probably a good 3,500 votes under quota.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there will be no candidate elected for several counts.
All right. No. Okay. And will there be somebody elected by this evening, would you think?
No.
Okay. Well, there you go. And people again like to get a handle on that and know the timeline involved, because, as you know, when somebody is about to be elected, you tend to get a surge of people.
Yeah. Well, I would suggest that the eliminations will move very fast. Remember, the first couple, as Marion has said, would be very short, very small. Yeah. You're looking at a very short time between the first, second, and third count, and the chances are that once that they go into the heavier votes, that you will come close to a quota. So I wouldn't rule out, depending on what the returning officer. Now, the assistants in Leitrim told me before the count started that they believe that they would finish at 11 o'clock on the Saturday night.
All right,
in the event of there not being any candidates elected rather than going on.
Which is early enough. We've gone on longer than that before.
Well, you see, if there's no
prospect of finishing,
it depends on
finishing or whatever, I think that they will just stop and start again.
I'm just looking at the Leitrim boxes. Are they all in? I'm just seeing if there are any blank spaces.
We're
waiting in Largy National School. And
Differing, which of course is down near Glencar. Beautiful. Which, by the way, is in County Leitrim.
Okay.
I was tweeting with
One Manor Hamilton box.
Well, I was tweeting with Sean O'Rourke.
Differing is in now. I have Differing in.
On RTE.
I make it just one box left now to open. Largy National School is the only one I can see, which is not.
Can I get me plug in for Glencar Waterfall?
Oh yeah, work away in County Sligo. Isn't that right, Pastor?
That's what Sean O'Rourke says. Do you say that too?
No, I don't.
Well, I actually went out to Glencar.
I know you had a bit of a rant on your show a few weeks ago when someone texted in and answers the question.
Yeah, well, I went out to Glencar.
Sorry, we have the final tally, I hope.
Thanks very much, everybody. Thanks for your time and attention. Now, we've had two papers that we can't find for some reason. Not quite sure where they are. But we have a very, very active tally to go. So thank you all for your effort. Okay. I'm just going to call them over in the order they were here on the last day. Give you all a chance to have your biro and paper ready.
Right.
Okay, we're going to call them out in the order that they appear on the ballot paper. Okay, so Bree, total vote in the constituency 3176, and that was 5% of the vote. Casserly 2675, 4% of the vote. Filan, 870, and that was 1% of the vote. Gallagher, 1741, and that was 3% of the vote. Gucking, 1050, 2% of the vote. Kenny, 6079, 10% of the vote. McManus, 4721, 8% of the vote. McSharry, 8763, and that was 14% of the vote. McLaughlin, 6083, with 10% of the vote. Murray, 329, with 1% of the vote. O'Hara, 1233, 2% of the vote. O'Hora, 578, 1% of the vote. O'Keefe, 1803, and that's 3% of the vote. O'Rourke, 5174, and that's 8% of the vote. Perry, 4298, and that's 7% of the vote. Reynolds, 6505, and that's 11% of the vote. One take now, we're just bringing up the last sheet. So, Scanlon, 5765, and that's 9% of the vote. And the last is, and that was 9% of the vote there for Scanlon. Sweeney, 121, and that was 1% of the vote. The total vote was 60,964, and that's what we've tallied. So the quota we'll expect it to be 12,400, 12,000. Yeah, 12,100. We expect to be around the 12,000. Once again, thanks very much, everybody.
All right. And again, thanks to Pádraig Carty for facilitating us. And again, I should say, well done to Pádraig Carty and all the tally team, because that was a fantastic tally. And we'll see later on just how absolutely accurate that is. They've done a fantastic job once again. And some very, very interesting figures. So there you go. A lot of people are texting and tweeting all morning and ringing us. What is the quota? So as Pádraig says there, the quota is going to be roughly 12,100. 12,100. Total vote 60,964. And as you know, Mark McSharry to top the poll comfortably here in Sligo Leitrim, which is well, first of all, that's a fantastic performance by Mark McSharry. We should acknowledge that. Mark McSharry to top the poll, and a great performance and well ahead of the rest of the field.
Can I pay a particular tribute to my friend and colleague Paddy O'Rourke for, I believe, in the circumstances that he faced and the challenges that he had to undertake, that he exceeded 5,000 votes, which wasn't looking like it likely earlier on, and I think it's a great tribute to him and the team that was around him.
All right, okay, Marion, just an overall comment on those final tally figures, which we'll run through again in case
the truth is, Niall, you'd have got 100 to 1 from Paddy Power on those kind of figures.
Why do you say that? What's so surprising about those figures, do you think?
It's just the extent of the Fianna Fáil vote is very significant. You know, it's higher than any of the national polls put it, and as you said, I mean, Paddy O'Rourke, a great achievement, getting over 5,000 votes. It's just higher than anybody would have expected, and I mean, Fine Gael have done all right as well, but you know, they've maybe just not in certain areas not got as many votes as they would have hoped for. I think at one stage there was talk of 2 Sinn Féin seats. There's 1 Sinn Féin seat there at the moment.
You don't see 2 at all in those figures?
No.
I would say that the Fine Gael people in Leitrim and those around Jerry Reynolds are particularly pleased as well, because not only has he held the Fine Gael vote based on the local election figures, but he's increased it, and I think he was particularly benefited by that 600 votes he got out of Sligo, which has kept him up there. With Tony McLaughlin and himself now only 400 votes between them, I think Noel might have an opinion of this. I know he's been expressing the view that with the massive transfers coming out of Sligo, that it is going to benefit Tony, whereas John is of the view that the Leitrim candidates are going to benefit from the transfers out of Sligo. And I can't see, I think on balance, that the bulk of the transfers are going to stay within Sligo, mainly because of the geographical location of those candidates that are being eliminated. They're all in Sligo town and its environs. At least that's how I see it.
Okay,
rather than transferring.
I get a comment from you all, and then I'm going to come back to maybe ask you about a prediction, which I know you don't like doing at this stage. Noel, your views on the final tally?
Yeah, well, I think that, as I said earlier, I think that Tony McLaughlin is going to stay ahead of, is going to pass out Jerry Reynolds, and if Fine Gael gets 1 seat, and I'm not ruling out the possibility yet of them getting 2, but if they get 1 seat, I think that seat will go to Tony McLaughlin based on the tally figures, and the tally figures will be fairly accurate.
Okay.
Mark McSherry, obviously, it was a tremendous performance to 8,763 votes. Not so sure if he's a bit too high for Fianna Fáil's good, as I said earlier on, but that'll be determined later on in the day. I think the Sinn Féin seat, Chris McManus on 4-7 and Martin Kenny on 6,000. I think I would nearly have to favour Chris McManus in that instance, because of all the eliminations coming, the bulk of the eliminations coming from Sligo.
Okay, which is what Pascal said about an hour and a half ago. We'll come back to you, Pascal, in a moment. John, your thoughts on that final tally?
Yes, immediately my instinct on that is, and again there's a tremendous showing there by Mark McSherry, but again that's only 100 votes out from what I was given Mark last night. I had him at 8,800 last night. The point I'm making is that those votes that are in Sligo, whilst they will stay within Sligo, they will not transfer in sufficient quantities. Now, I see the battle here at the moment, and Reynolds and McLaughlin at this moment are both favoured to take the seat along with Kenny and McSherry. Scanlon, whilst he hasn't that much ground to make up, is certainly in the fight, given the fact that he has O'Rourke behind him. McManus, an outside chance at this moment in time, but again, he's over 1,000 votes behind the leading contenders there, and given the fact that Kenny will be absorbing the transfer vote coming from Leitrim and Reynolds, it's a very outside possibility at this stage that McManus can make up the ground. Perry and O'Rourke, the two, how their transfers will go, I question somehow Perry's transfers. O'Rourke's will be going, but at the moment it looks on those that there is a battle between Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael for a second seat.
Okay, I'm going to put you on the spot. You don't have to answer this if you don't want to, but again, people like to know and hear what you said. We've heard your initial feeling. Marion, what would you, if someone was to ask you at this stage, where the seats would go?
It has tightened, and I agree with John. It's a battle between Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael, and a lot of imponderables will come into play, from geography to where the various transfers go. But if I was asked to call it, when you look at the others that are there and you recognise the size of that vote, a certain proportion of it will go to Sinn Féin. But the question is it more likely to end up with Fianna Fáil or with a government or with the government? And maybe it's less likely to end up with the government candidate. But look, we could be looking at a couple of hundred votes here before we're finished. If I had to call it, I'd say it's still, in my opinion, slightly more likely that Fianna Fáil will take that.
All right, okay, so Marion is saying, and again with health warnings and caveats, 2 Fianna Fáil, 1 Fine Gael, 1 Sinn Féin. Pascal.
Yeah, I agree with Marion about the transfers. Remember that the environment in which this election was fought, and the results have reflected it, was an anti-government swing. Significant anti-government swing. So therefore, put yourself in the mind of somebody going in whose attitude was, well, I'm anti the government, or I want the government out, and really a plague in all your houses, they will vote anti-government, or those parties that were opposed to government, rather than to give preferences, in this instance, to Tony McLaughlin and John Perry, or Jerry Reynolds. So therefore, my view would be that the first seat is going to go to Ray McSharry. I still, or to Mark, why do I say Ray? Mark McSharry, and I was calling Chris Sean. Forgive me, lads. The second seat, I still hold to the view that Chris McManus of Sinn Féin has the edge over Martin Kenny. The third seat will be to Tony McLaughlin, and the fourth seat, as Marion has said, is going to be a fight between Jerry Reynolds and Eamon Scanlon.
Okay,
that's how I.
All right. Okay, so that's interesting. So you're giving 3 Sligo town seats there, Pascal, as you said earlier. Okay, Noel, do you want to call it at this stage? You don't have to if you don't want to.
No, there's no problem. I think that at this stage it's obviously 1 Fine Gael, 1 Sinn Féin, 1 Fianna Fáil seat, and I think I'd have to agree with everybody else. I just want to tot up one figure. Oh yeah. I suppose if one had to call the Fianna Fáil seat at this stage, or had to call the final seat at this stage, you would have to slightly favour Fianna Fáil to get it. I mean, I think they have about 20,000 votes or 21,000 votes in total. Fine Gael is about 17.
Okay.
And taking Pascal's point into consideration that the independents, the fact that some of them is there in the first place, maybe they're more anti-government than pro-government. So I suppose you'd have to conclude that more transfers will go to Fianna Fáil than Fine Gael, and on that basis, if one had to call it, I think Fianna Fáil is probably best placed for the fourth and final seat.
Okay.
Just a small point. I mean, Susan O'Keefe is on 1,800 votes. Depends on how many of them are government votes as well, or will some of them be a woman vote? You just don't know. So that's nearly 2,000 votes to play around with. So I wouldn't disregard it.
We'll come back. I just want to get John's prediction. Then we'll take a break, and then we'll come back to more analysis.
Right. Well, we're in agreement anyway on Mark McSharry.
Yeah.
I'm certainly, now that I've had a few moments to look and digest at these figures here, I have to agree with Pascal. Chris McManus has to be in with a very favourable fight here. He certainly will be in the running right up until the end. We have Bree with 3,176 and Gallagher with 1,741. So those are very crucial votes there on that, and I would expect a lot of those to go to Chris McManus, and that certainly brings Chris McManus into play on it. Once we look down on it, I'm not sure if McLaughlin can be that confident at the moment. I think there's still going to be a battle between McLaughlin and Scanlon for the last seat. I think it's going to be a Sligo battle for the last seat.
Okay.
And I think Reynolds to me,
you're giving Reynolds a seat, so John.
I think Reynolds has to be in with a chance of with a seat there. I think Reynolds has to be in with a prospect. McSharry, Reynolds, Kenny, and McLaughlin, Scanlon, and McManus.
you can't call.
And Kenny,
all right,
all battling for the last two with.
Okay, so Marion and Noel kind of favouring two Fianna Fáil seats. Pascal not sure if the last seat will go to Fianna Fáil or Fine Gael, and John not sure if the last seat will go to Fine Gael, Fianna Fáil or Sinn Féin.
Niall, if I was put to the pin of my collar, I think from the outset, I very early on said that we were going to be in fighting for the fourth, and I did it on the basis that if Eamon Scanlon was ahead of John Perry, that South Sligo was not going to leave this election without voting for a TD. And I think there'll be a great deal of cross-party between the two of them when that elimination
We'll have more analysis in a moment. We're going to have questions from Francie because there are questions coming in. Remember, you can watch all this live on oceanfm.ie. You can follow us on Twitter, Ocean FM Ireland. You can go onto the Facebook site, Ocean FM Ireland, hashtag Sligo Leitrim. The tallies are now, we'll repeat them again after the break, and they are on our website, the final tallies. We'll have more analysis, and then we'll also be, and there's loads of people here we want to talk to. Claire and Harry will be out and about talking to some of the guests that are here so far in the Clarion Hotel, and we're awaiting now the first count. And traditionally, I suppose, there's a bit of a lull when the final tally comes in, and then we can analyse what's likely to happen throughout the day. I also want to give a plug, obviously, to the Clarion Hotel here in Sligo, who have been absolutely wonderful in their preparation for the count in general, but they have really, really helped us out. They've gone beyond all expectations in helping us out, because we've got a prime spot here in the Clarion Hotel for the count coverage, and we do appreciate all the help that manager Sheila Gray has given to us, and Niall and all the backroom team in the Clarion. So we deeply appreciate that for facilitating us on what is a very, very busy weekend for them. We'll be back in again with more analysis in just a couple of minutes.
You have the most fabulous 19th century building, complete with Elizabethan facade. It stands on its own grounds, 3.5 acres to the front, with ample complimentary car parking.
What makes the Clarion Hotel in Sligo unique? It's the largest hotel in the northwest. It has the largest number of suites of a hotel in Ireland. We would cater for families in the holiday season, corporates at other times of the year. We would also host many national conferences and events, and we would be a very popular wedding venue with the unique facilities we have here with the churches and the Elizabethan facade of the hotel.
The range of facilities we offer here would include 20-metre swimming pool, we've got jacuzzi, sauna and steam room, we've got an extensive gym with over 60 pieces of equipment, we've got a separate fitness studio where we do a huge range of fitness classes as well. Currently we're the only facility in the Northwest to hold the White Flag Excellence Award, which is a quality award for leisure centres and spas.
We operate in two restaurants in the hotel. One is modern European food, and the second is with Asian influence. Our food is celiac friendly. Our chef's going to be more than happy to help with any special requests.
Sligo is surrounded by many tourist attractions, and in the last few years it's become extremely popular. Just out the road there's Yates Grave, and also the coastline such as Ross's Point and Strand Hill. We also offer surfing and hill walking also.
the final tallies are in. We'll run through those figures again. We like to involve the listeners. They are key here, as we know. And just incidentally, I just got a text from the guys back at base to tell us that I'll just get the text exactly to say what it says. There are 51 countries around the world visiting our website as we speak. 51 countries, which is very, very interesting. So I hope they understand what's going on and understand what all the panellists and myself are saying. Right, Francie, a couple of questions.
Yes.
And a couple of predictions from people out there as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Does Pascal, just a comment, so does Pascal not think that O'Rourke's 5,000 votes will elect Kenny ahead of Scanlon and Reynolds?
This is the imponderable question. I have always been of the view that Leitrim has voted Leitrim, and that would have been the message all of the candidates would have been selling. However, the three of them also are pulling out of the same pool geographically. Martin, Kenny, Paddy O'Rourke and Jerry Reynolds would have represented that area, two of them currently and Jerry previously in South Leitrim, the Ballinamore electorate area. So one could be forgiven for thinking that yes, that there would be an inter-party transfer. However, I do know that the strategy of Fianna Fáil was to go for transfers and within the party and between Mark McSharry and Eamon Scanlon. So traditionally Fianna Fáil have always transferred very well, and I would think that while there will be some slippage to Martin Kenny unquestionably and to Jerry Reynolds, I would still be of the opinion that this bulk of the transfer vote from Paddy will go to Eamon Scanlon and Mark McSharry, and I think that will be significant in the overall scheme of things. That's again a personal opinion, but I take the point that traditionally that there was always, and way back before any of us were ever thought of, there was Stephen Flynn, Ben Maguire and Mary Reynolds, and it was always 1, 2, 3, and they represented Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael and independent Fianna Fáil, but this vote stayed. And as a youngster I remember coming down to counts here in Sligo when my father was running, and the Sligo people would always ask the question late in the count, where's the Leitrim vote going? Where's the Leitrim vote going to go? So I mean, that's history. This may be different.
All right, Marion, you wanted to make a comment on that?
The thing is, I think it was a headline on the Leitrim Observer again, keep the vote in Leitrim. So you don't know, I mean, Leitrim have had the experience before of not having a TD, so people don't forget that easily either. I suspect the Fianna Fáil vote will transfer pretty solidly, but a solid transfer, is 70%. There's still 30%, but then some of them may just not go anywhere. I think still Kenny will be scrapping for votes, but it's not over.
Okay.
It's not over.
Just to give an indication nationally, I see Brian Dowling of RT is predicting that there'll be a gain of 9 seats for Sinn Féin, 20 plus for Fianna Fáil, and 17 losses for Labour. He doesn't give any indication of the Fine Gael overall. I'll come back to that in a moment. But
can I just, I got a text from somebody, I won't say who it came from, and it's somebody just having a joke, and they said to me, what odds? Next government, Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael and the 2 Healy Rays. So I don't know whether people find that funny or not.
Well, the 2 Healy Rays doing well. I mean,
I think both of them will be elected. Just somebody thought it was I won't say who sent it. You're safe enough.
No, don't say that. Francie, what else are they asking?
Do you want some predictions from listeners?
Give us a few questions.
McSharry, McManus, Reynolds and Scanlon, says Councillor Michael Clark. I think the 4 seats will be filled by Mark McSharry, Chris McManus, Tony McLaughlin or Jerry Reynolds and Eamon Scanlon. Some will be elected without reaching the quota. Would you agree on that?
Noel says
somebody said no matter what party gets together, please get it right for the sake of our country and no more elections, because there is talk of
Pascal. That's telling you, Pascal.
There you go.
Well, the people made their decision, and
what's that famous, I can't say this in radio, what's that famous
I know, yeah.
What's that famous line, the people have spoken?
Whatever
Tell Pascal,
expletives deleted.
Expletives,
Tell Pascal it's all over. It's going to be McSharry, McLaughlin and 2 Sinn Féin.
They must be looking at a different set of figures than me.
There you go. And there's a few people asking Niall if you could repeat some of the tally figures again, so maybe go through them. So if anybody's any more questions for us, you can text us 083 3500 530. You can tweet at Ocean FM Ireland using the hashtag Sligo Leitrim. If you go to Facebook, Ocean FM Ireland, there's links at the top, and we are live until however long it takes.
And welcome to all our viewers and listeners from the 51 countries around the world. And with the risk I'm not going to bore people, I know, but just run through those final tally figures again. It may be in order of poll topper downwards. So Mark McSharry on top on 8,763, 8,763 Mark McSharry of Fianna Fáil. Next up, Jerry Reynolds of Fine Gael on 6,505, 6,505. Tony McLaughlin of Fine Gael 6,083, 6,083. Martin Kenny of Sinn Féin 6,079, 6,089. Next, Eamon Scanlon of Fianna Fáil on 5,765, 5,765. Paddy O'Rourke of Fianna Fáil 5,174, 5,174. Next, Chris McManus, Sinn Féin, 4,721, 4,721. Followed by John Perry of Fine Gael on 4,298, 4,298. Next, Declan Bree, 3,176, 3,176. Marie Casserly, 2,675, 2,675. Susan O'Keefe of Labour, 1,803, 1,803. Next, Nigel Gallagher, People Before Profit, 1,741, 1,741. Then Bernie O'Hara, Independent, on 1,233, 1,233. Followed by Des Guckian, also Independent, 1,050, 1,050. Next, Finbar Filan, Renewa, 870, 870. Leslie O'Hora of the Green Party on 578, 578. Eamon Murray, Independent, the only candidate, incidentally, outside Sligo and Leitrim. Eamon Murray on 329, 329. And Bernard Sweeney, Independent, on 121. There are a couple of... sorry, did you want to say something, Francie? No.
Just a few people were just wondering about the Leitrim TD. Who do you think it's going to be? And just maybe on a national point of view, I'm not sure if you mentioned it, Shane Ross is the first TD elected to the 32nd Dáil. So I'm not sure if you know that, but it's been announced.
Yeah, well, apart from the Council.
Yeah, well, yeah.
And we've just been smart, Francis.
Yeah, there you go. And somebody said, was it true that was Joan Burton 5 years ago?
I don't remember. Shane Ross was in studio only last Thursday.
Yeah, there you go. He's the first. Well,
be interesting to see how his independent alliance group go done, and maybe. Sorry, Marion.
Sean Canny is topping the poll in East Galway. Sean is an independent, and he's part of that. And it looks in Roscommon, Dennis Nocton got 34%. That's what I heard of the vote, and Michael Fitzmaurice was on 20. So that's a certain election for Michael. Michael is a member of that group as well. So also I heard Catherine Murphy top the poll, as did Stephen Donnelly. So those are just a few figures, but there's lots more out there.
I just want to...
Sorry, Niall, Francie, was there anything about Mary White of Fianna Fáil?
Well, I heard earlier
her husband, as you know, is
Mary White from Kinloch. And I heard Mary White was I heard earlier that Mary White was polling very strongly and was almost guaranteed a seat, but we'll check that out. Mary White, who's in what constituency? Dublin?
She's in the same as Alan Shatter and Shane Ross.
Dublin South.
Dublin Rathdown. Dublin Rathdown is called. It was the old Dublin South.
I might check that out, Francis.
Went from a 5-seater to a 3-seater. Alex White, the Labour Minister, is there. Alan Shatter.
And we'd be interested to see how Alex White is doing, because he's got strong Sligo connections as well, as we know.
And Joe Costello, of course.
And Joe Costello, who was in a bit of a ding-dong battle, I think, as well.
And just talking about the Marys, Mary Hannafin is ahead. She's the Fianna Fáil candidate who's ahead in Dún Laoghaire Rathdown.
Can I just ask, we know we were talking about who's in the shake-up for seats, but maybe just for a few moments, just speak about those who unfortunately won't be in the shake-up for seats. And very, very earlier on this morning, we were talking about Declan Bree perhaps being in the hunt, but that's not going to be the case now, obviously.
Although I have to say that he got a very, very good vote relative to last time, when the wind would certainly have been at the back of anti-government voters. He got 2,200, I think. This time he's gone another 1,000 up. I know that's not much, it's cold comfort for Declan, but I mean it shows the strength of his vote in Sligo and its environs, and it's probably a tribute to his own continuing commitment to community work in the Sligo area. But the problem, I think we identified it early on,
once he got outside
he was going to have a problem.
Marie Casserly, of course, she blazed the trail, Marion, as you know, in the county council elections 2 years ago. She was one of the main talking points after that, and just didn't do it on this occasion. It's a huge jump up, as we know. between a local election and a general election.
It is, and I suppose a lesson I learned in my first election, Niall, when I didn't get elected in that first European I came forth, was people need to know you, and even though you can be very well known in your own area, people need to know what you're doing and who you are and all of that kind of thing. So, this is a first step for Marie, and it will be a disappointment. And I mean, it's shocking when you go out there and people receive you well and things just don't go on the day. And I think we need to remember that. And all of the candidates will hear us here talking about them losing or gaining votes, particularly those who are losing. And I always feel bad when I say it, because people, it's so difficult to hear it. It really is. So we have to. This is part of the democratic process.
Sure, Marion. I don't want to be revisiting perhaps what wasn't initially a pleasant time for you, but when the closeness of the vote between yourself and Pat the Cope, I'm sure the thoughts were crossing your mind.
Absolutely.
What was going to happen?
271
votes in a European election was like having 10 votes here.
Absolutely. It was even less, I'd say. Yeah, there was nothing in it. So it is.
You understand.
And Niall, it's your supporters. It's the people who knocked on the doors
because you know how much effort goes into this.
The people who knocked on the doors, who asked their friends, who sent the texts, who fundraised, and who do all of that stuff. And that's right across the board for every single candidate here, some more than others, obviously. And sometimes they're the people who are most disappointed. So look, anybody who puts their head above the parapet, anybody who says, I would like to serve my constituency, is, it's a great thing to do. And what we're bringing to people today is a sense of that and the challenge that's there. And I always say, Pascal, and we all know this, votes come in ones. They don't come in twos or threes. They come in
as I say,
ones.
we've talked about those still in the hunt. We've talked about Paddy O'Rourke, various aspects of Paddy O'Rourke. I have to mention John Perry, because I think we're all agreed now that well, I won't say it's the end of Deputy Perry's career, but I mean, he's been a TD, Noel, as we know, since 1997. It's a long, long time. And it's going to be a sad day for John Perry today.
It is indeed, John, as you say, has been a TD for the past 18 years, just over 18 years. And, I think when any TD of any party loses a seat, I think it's a huge personal blow to the person and a personal blow to the family. And I'm sure John is feeling that today as we speak. But, it was a difficult situation, I suppose, for Fine Gael, dropping from where we started off in the polls at 30% down to wherever we're finishing up nationally, around 26. We got 36. Fine Gael got 36% in the polls the last time. We had 3 candidates. There had to be casualties.
Yeah.
And John in casualty today for Fine Gael, and I know he put in a brave campaign, but I suppose this is politics. There's winners and losers, and John is going to be the loser today.
Yeah, and as Marion said, Fianna Fáil had a bad day at the office 5 years ago. It's amazing just the way it swings around.
I remember clearly 5 years ago, I mean, it's a Sligo North Leitrim, and it was a 3-seat constituency, and Fianna Fáil came in with 2 sitting TDs and went home with none, and it was very, very disappointing day for Fianna Fáil. It's going to be a disappointing day nationally for Fine Gael today, and it's just the way politics works. It comes your way sometimes and it goes against you other times, and politics is very fickle. You can be clever in the month for very little reason, and the tide can go out against you for very little reason.
Shane Ross was elected in Dublin Rathdown. Mary White in terms of first preference votes is in 4th position. Alex White back in 6th.
Right.
Not too many votes between them. So.
Could I add to what has already been said about John? I've known John at a personal level since he was first elected back in 97, and I also served on a committee with him which was to do with European scrutiny of legislation for a short period before the last election. And of course there's a Leitrim connection there as well. Marie and her brother Dara, they're originally from Keshcarrigan outside of Drumshanbo, and I've had a very, very warm relationship with all of them, and I couldn't help but reflect from the very beginning, and I think you and I, Niall, qualified our comments earlier on when it looked like it wasn't going to be a good day for him. But I have to say that I feel very much for him, because he's such an indefatigable character. I mean, he was so temperamentally, very positive, even in the midst of all the tribulations of the last few months. And I met him regularly, and it didn't knock a fly out of him. I mean, at least externally, but I'm sure internally it probably did.
And what happened and what he did and the challenge he took, it was against all the odds. Nobody thought he had a
So from that point of view, and politics is a cruel sport. I have no doubt whatsoever that John Perry did the very best that he could for the people that voted for him. And yes, the people make their verdict and they take a different position, and that's unfortunately what happens in politics.
And as you said, the families as well.
Oh, no question.
All of those who try so hard. But you're right, I met John once or twice as well, and John was always upbeat. Whatever came his way, it didn't matter. He was going to turn it into a positive. And you nearly have to be that way in politics.
You do,
but he's not the only one. Susan O'Keefe will be very disappointed with
and I've
what
served with
happened.
Susan in the Senate.
She was close. She wasn't too far away 5 years ago, as we know.
Yeah, I mean, her vote is, at 3%. She'll be devastated with that.
It also is a bad day for Labour in this constituency, because traditionally there was always a Labour vote, but that has now, it seems to me, diluted significantly with the variety of left-wing parties and groupings.
Yes,
and it's going to be difficult, isn't it, for Labour? I mean, they had their problems last time out with a split in the Labour camp here in Sligo, and I think they're going to have a real difficulty as a party to
where you have so many people listening, because there will be hearts broken and tears shed here today, as well as cheers of elation. And all human life is here, and that's why people are listening as far away as Australia and elsewhere. They just want to feel a connection with what's going on. It's like a county final in a way, supporting your local teams. So look, it's really devastating for some people, and we should never ever forget that, and we need to remember that. But equally, to the victors, the spoils, and that's how it goes, and the people have voted. And
Michael Lowry going to take the first seat down in Tipperary, no surprise there. We could go on and on. A couple of high profile Labour casualties. Peter Matthews has lost his seat, and I see Mark Mortell of Fine Gael saying that this is inevitably going to end up in another election.
Well, he can't say that. I mean, the truth of the matter is that whoever is the biggest party, they have a responsibility to try to form a government. Just because something is difficult, I mean, you cannot say that when the votes aren't in. I mean, I know we have a fair idea how it's going to pan out, but people didn't go out to vote yesterday, so that they might, be told they'll have to go out to vote in another 3 or 6 months. That may happen, but they will be judged very harshly, any party or grouping who do not make a very sincere and genuine effort to form a government. Look what's happening in Spain at the moment. Look what's happening elsewhere. Just because it's a bit new here doesn't mean that we shouldn't do it. Just in case, just for one or two other figures that might be of interest to people. In Mayo, I have the tallies here. And the Taoiseach and the Kenny on 13,300, and I reckon the quota will be around 11.5 there, so he should be elected first count. And Michael Ring just behind him on 11,270.
That's interesting, because the suggestion was it was going to be reversed.
I think Michael Ring was it.
Where does that leave the third?
Well, just looking at the rest of the votes, Dara Cleary has 9-4, which is a very substantial vote. Chambers has 8-2.
Oh, they're very close. She must be in a shout of a seat.
And then the third, the other Fine Gael, Michelle Mulhern, is on 7-8, so she's behind both of those. Rose Conway-Smith, I don't know, she's on 6-3. I'd say that might be a bit of a disappointment, because I'd say they had really targeted that seat. Jerry Cowley got 3,500, 3-4. Where will his vote go? That will be interesting. But
that could stay in Erris.
It could, and that's Rose Conway. But he'd have got votes in Ballina, places like that as well.
Well,
but,
of course.
That's where it is at the moment, and that could be a change in Mayo.
I see where the Healy brothers there's an interview on RT, and they're talking about a message being sent out to the smart Alex in Dublin, and I know that's all popular stuff, but that's an interesting point, because I think there was a feeling during this campaign that maybe the media nationally may have got this wrong, and the mood in the country wrong.
You see, the Healy Rays are a unique institution. I mean, they work 24/7, and I would have connections through the Senate councillors down in Kerry, and when this was announced first, their initial reaction was that it could happen, it could work, because the manner in which they go about their business, they are very much grounded in the community, and the history of the father, of course, and what he did during his time.
But the point they're making, this disconnect between what's happening in Dublin and maybe the more urban centres and what's happening down the country.
Well, I think that would be a symptom of the periphery of Kerry as it is with Donegal.
Okay.
I think
and speaking of Donegal, it looks like Fianna Fáil are going to get 2 seats, and your old sparring partner, Pat the Cope, is going to be back as well.
I spoke to him on the day before the election, and he was very upbeat, I have to say.
Yeah, and again, that shows, Pat narrowly lost out a seat in the European elections to myself. That might have been the first election Pat lost. And what did he do? He dusted himself down.
And
but I mean, can I just finish
sorry.
about Pat? I always said that, the way some people live and breathe politics. If I ever met a politician who lived and breathed, it wasn't what he did, it's who he is. And that was Pat the Cope, and he dusted himself down, and it just shows swings and roundabouts.
He said he was coming off the ferry from the islands, having got about 16 number ones.
And quite incredibly, Pearse Doherty's not going to top the poll in Donegal.
What's going to happen with the
Charlie McConlogue is going to be the poll topper, followed by Pat the Cope and Pearse Doherty.
And then?
Well, I don't know. I'm just reading.
Well, because there was some suggestion based on
there was a suggestion Fine Gael mightn't hold any seats.
Well, not just that, but that Pádraig McLaughlin's share of the vote was way down as well. And considering that Charlie has got such a poll-topping vote out in Inishowen, I wonder if there's a place for 2 in Inishowen, Marion.
That's very. If Charlie has got a huge vote out of Inishowen, while Inishowen is a kingdom in its own right, they call it the kingdom of Inishowen, and nothing comes out of it. But that might be a question for Pádraig McLaughlin. It depends on how strong Fine Gael are. I haven't seen any figures. You need to
couple more minutes to analyse the figures. Then we'll take our 4 o'clock news, and then we'll talk to some more of the people who are here in the count centre now that the final tallies are in and we're waiting the first count. John, do you want to say something there?
Just as I've been talking to some of the candidates, not the candidates, but the representatives here, there certainly is an awful air of fear here.
Of fear?
Of fear, yes. Fianna Fáil are wondering how they're going to get the second seat. Sinn Féin are just equally as awed. Have they got a seat? Is it possible that they mightn't have a seat? And similarly with Fine Gael, they're also in awe that they may be down to just the 1 seat. I think what happened in the Mayflower and Drumshanbo has had a telling effect and will certainly reflect when John Perry is eliminated. There certainly is a rumble. Sometimes I think the only thing that united this constituency was the Sligo Leitrim Great Northern Railway, and it will take a lot to get it back on track.
All right, Noel. Any more thoughts? And that's well, I'm sure you haven't been tuned into Donegal or neighbouring constituencies, but.
No, I mean, look at the Sinn Féin seat is not in doubt in this constituency. There's no question about that. I mean, Sinn Féin will transfer very well. I think they're the most disciplined of the 3 parties in terms of transfers, and they'll transfer well to one another, whichever of them comes out on top. But I don't think there's any question about the Sinn Féin seat.
Pascal was asking me about Donegal, just to finish that point. Joe McHugh, they're saying will get the seat. Pearse Doherty, 2 for Fianna Fáil, and the last seat, a fight between Pádraig McLaughlin and the outgoing Thomas Pringle Independent. Sorry, go ahead, Noel.
Yeah, no, that was just the point on Sinn Féin. I mean,
no doubt, as you say, Sinn Féin will
they will definitely hold the seat. I mean, I think the other 2 parties, Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil, is probably less disciplined as to vote transfer, and it's but at the same time there's a seat there for each party, and there's another seat. There's a seat for somebody else,
Yeah, the Sinn Féin will transfer pretty solidly, and I think there's no question about that.
No,
I mean, I'd be shocked beyond belief.
No, it can't happen. It can't happen.
It can't happen.
Okay. All right, Francie, any more questions coming in before we take a break? Just to remind people that you can watch all this live on oceanfm.ie. The final tallies are in. You can access them on our website. You can also watch what's going on Twitter, Ocean FM Ireland, or on Facebook, Ocean FM Ireland. And remember, our hashtag is Sligo Leitrim, hashtag Sligo Leitrim. And keep sending your tweets in, because we will address those questions that are coming in on Twitter, and they're coming up on the live on-screen feed, your Twitter comments. Francie, any point?
Could you ask the panellists who do they think the seat in Leitrim will go to, Reynolds or Kenny? A few people on that, panellists.
Pascal is indeed.
I'll stick my neck out straight away and say Reynolds. And I'm not ruling out Kenny, but definite Reynolds.
Mary.
Well, you see, that's assuming Kenny takes the the Sinn Féin seat. We're saying here that maybe Chris McManus is in a better position because of the Sligo transfers that have to come. So a lot might come down to, O'Rourke. If he goes out, and we can't say yet what's going to happen, but if he does, will his vote stay in Leitrim? Will it eventually go to Kenny? So we don't know that. But if the Fianna Fáil vote doesn't leak, shall we say, then McManus might be the person. So in that case, Reynolds will absolutely would have to. Leitrim has to elect somebody, and in the final analysis, that's where it would be. But look, we're away from that yet.
Yeah, a long way away.
Can we just remind people that the full and final tallies are up online?
Online, yeah.
Oceanfm.ie. You can browse through them to your heart's content. They're all up online. Oceanfm.ie. Just click on the click here button, and all tallies there, and you can watch live.
Okay, Noel, do you want to say?
I just feel if what Marion said there, if that was to come to pass, that Chris McManus gets the seat and that Martin Kenny would be eliminated, it definitely would elect Jerry Reynolds. But I think if that happens, Fine Gael would possibly be in with a reasonable chance of taking the last seat as well, taking 2 seats.
That's way down the line.
I know it's way down the line. I'm not speculating on it,
but sure, the speculation is half the fun. And people at home saying that crowd in Ocean haven't a clue what they're talking about. They don't know, and that's half of the fun.
There's pots of tea and coffee arriving, which is a good time, I suppose, for you to draw your breath, because you've been ongoing now for what, 7 hours you've been on air now.
Has Francie got any more questions?
No, we'll take a break. I tell you, we'll take a break. We'll go to the 4 o'clock news, get a national update, and we'll come back, answer your questions. If you've got questions, text now on 083 3500 530, or you can tweet them, which will come up online here, Ocean FM Ireland, hashtag Sligo Leitrim. Back in about 2-3 minutes or so.
You have the most fabulous 19th century building, complete with Elizabethan facade. It stands on its own grounds, 3.5 acres to the front, with ample complimentary car parking.
What makes the Clarion Hotel in Sligo unique? It's the largest hotel in the northwest. It has the largest number of suites of a hotel in Ireland. We would cater for families in the holiday season, corporates at other times of the year. We would also host many national conference and events, and we would be a very popular wedding venue with the unique facilities we have here with the churches and the Elizabethan facade of the hotel.
The range of facilities we offer here would include 20-metre swimming pool, we've got jacuzzi, sauna and steam room, we've got an extensive gym, with over 60 pieces of equipment. We've got a separate fitness studio where we do a huge range of fitness classes as well. Currently we're the only facility in the Northwest to hold the White Flag Excellence Award, which is a quality award for leisure centres and spas.
We operate in two restaurants in the hotel. One is modern European food, and the second is with Asian influence. Our food is celiac friendly. Our chef's going to be more than happy to help with any special requests.
Sligo is surrounded by many tourist attractions, and in the last few years it's become extremely popular. Just out the road there's Yates Grave, and also the coastline such as Ross's Point and Strand Hill. We also offer surfing and hill walking also.
You have the most fabulous 19th century building, complete with Elizabethan facade. It stands on its own grounds, 3.5 acres to the front, with ample complimentary car parking.
What makes the Clarion Hotel in Sligo unique? It's the largest hotel in the Northwest. It has the largest number of suites of a hotel in Ireland. We would cater for families in the holiday season, corporates at other times of the year. We would also host many national conferences and events, and we would be a very popular wedding venue with the unique facilities we have here with the churches and the Elizabethan facade of the hotel.
The range of facilities we offer here would include 20-metre swimming pool, we've got jacuzzi, sauna and steam room, we've got an extensive gym with over 60 pieces of equipment, we've got a separate fitness studio where we do a huge range of fitness classes as well. Currently we're the only facility in the Northwest to hold the White Flag Excellence Award, which is a quality award for leisure centres and spas.
We operate in two restaurants in the hotel. One is modern European food, and the second is with Asian influence. Our food is celiac friendly. Our chef's going to be more than happy to help with any special requests.
Sligo is surrounded by many tourist attractions, and in the last few years it's become extremely popular. Just out the road there's Yates Grave, and also the coastline such as Ross's Point and Strand Hill. We also offer surfing and hill walking also.
You have the most fabulous 19th century building, complete with Elizabethan facade. It stands on its own grounds, 3.5 acres to the front, with ample complimentary car parking.
What makes the Clarion Hotel in Sligo unique? It's the largest hotel in the Northwest. It has the largest number of suites of a hotel in Ireland. We would cater for families in the holiday season, corporates at other times of the year. We would also host many national conferences and events, and we would be a very popular wedding venue with the unique facilities we have here with the churches and the Elizabethan facade of the hotel.
as you've probably been listening and hearing about and watching here online as well, oceanfm.ie is the website if you want to watch what's going on. Our final tallies are on that website. You can access them and see how things went. Mark McSharry is the poll topper here in Sligo Leitrim, certain to be elected. There's going to be one Fianna Fáil seat, one Fine Gael seat, and one Sinn Féin seat for definite. Who's going to fill them? We're not quite sure. And the fourth seat will go to Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael or Sinn Féin. So no independent seat here in Sligo Leitrim. So it could be a very good day for Fianna Fáil or indeed Fine Gael, despite the national trend, or even Sinn Féin. Now, looking very tanned and relaxed in front of me is a man who's count hopping. He's here in the Sligo count in the Clarion Hotel, and you're on your way to Letterkenny very shortly to the Euro Centre. Councillor Sean McNiff, you're very welcome.
Thank you very much, Niall, and delighted to be with you here today. And I'm a very happy man that Mark McSharry has did exceptionally well. We worked hard for him in South Donegal, and we got the result. And I think Mark's very happy with the vote that he got out of Donegal.
Yeah.
And we were very happy to do it. Of course, it's not the first time we've worked for a McSharry. Yeah. Ray was in Donegal, Leitrim before, in Sligo. So I was delighted to be associated with Mark's campaign.
Okay, there was a fear, I think, that people in South Donegal, in your area, wouldn't come out to vote. We haven't looked at the final turnout, but they did come out.
They did come out. I think it's somewhere around 55-60%.
Okay, well, that's good. It's a lot more than people thought, yeah.
There's a lot more than people thought, but it had to be worked on very hard to get them out. But I must say, Mark, since he has been having clinics in my office in Bundoran and one in Ballyshannon on a weekly basis, this must have paid big dividends to him, because he was definitely by far the strongest candidate.
Yeah, we were making a few comparisons earlier as the tallies came in, and John was adding up votes, and he wasn't, in some of the boxes, the Fianna Fáil vote actually not too far away from the combined Mary Coughlin, and I'm trying to remember who else, Brian O'Donnell vote last time, so not much slippage in the Fianna Fáil vote at all, was there?
No, there wasn't a bit of slippage. There wasn't slippage at all. I think we increased the vote slightly.
Okay.
I'm not quite certain. I haven't the figures to hand. I would take your word on that, but I must say I'm happy that Mark got such a large vote out of Donegal, because it's very hard to convince Donegal people to vote, and they're very unhappy with the constituency as it stands.
And understandably, and nobody would disagree with that. And indeed, I heard Mark McSharry himself, and I can't remember where or when, saying that one of the things he would be doing if elected was to try and reverse the decision and redraw the electoral boundaries, putting pressure on us whatever way he can to do that.
I'm delighted that he's made it his top priority, because it's ridiculous to have them from outside of Cavan town right down to Ballantrae, and from Ballantrae to Innisgrove and Carrick-on-Shannon. Unbelievable constituency. It must be the biggest geographical constituency in the country.
Okay, as the longest serving councillor, I'm sure you're fed up of being reminded about this, Sean, being the longest serving councillor in the country. You've seen good days and some very bad days for Fianna Fáil. Well, where does today rank? It's obviously a lot better than it was 5 years ago.
It's a lot better than 5 years ago, and I must say that I was rather disappointed when I look at the national results coming in, that in some constituencies we could have had two candidates elected with only one candidate going forward. I'd be referring to Laois and Limerick, which came in very, very strong for Fianna Fáil. And it's an unfortunate situation that it wasn't looked at where we had strong candidates. Willie O'Dea in Limerick got a huge vote. He outvoted Michael Noonan.
Yeah, and we won't get into any political arguments with you, but why has it changed so much in such a short time, from the disaster, the wipeout, almost entirely of the Fianna Fáil party? And there were some, as you know, predicting their complete demise 5 years ago.
But I think people reflected too, because Fianna Fáil done a good job while in government. It was an unfortunate situation with the banks. It was the banks brought down the country, not Fianna Fáil. And when you look at infrastructure in this country, the road network we have, all of that infrastructure that has been built by Fianna Fáil, the M50 in Dublin, the M1, the N4. Now, I can't say you're satisfied with the N4 in Sligo, because from Boyle down to Sligo now it's not one of the greatest roads in the world, and I don't know what happened in Sligo that was not made a high priority, because it's an absolute disastrous road as far as I'm concerned.
Okay, I'll talk about the national picture in a moment. You're off to Donegal, where it's looking even better for Fianna Fáil in Donegal than Sligo Leitrim.
It's much brighter, because Sinn Féin ran 3 3 candidates, hoping to get 3 seats. They'll be fighting the last seat with Thomas Pringle for a second seat. And I'm delighted about that.
And looking very strong for McConnell's going to top the poll.
Yes,
and the Cope looks
I say Cope,
safe as well.
Cope could be second in. That's the way I read it. And that's a fantastic result in Donegal when you consider that we only got 1 out of 5 seats the last time. An absolutely unbelievable result.
Okay, I'd be interested to hear your perspective, Sean, and I know you're anxious to get to Letterkenny on the national situation, and the only, well, we don't know yet, but it seems the only viable option for government now would be Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael. Pascal saying it can't happen, the Fianna Fáil parliamentary party won't vote for it.
Well, I'm afraid I have to agree with Pascal as well, and I believe that Micheál Martin will have to call in Ardèche before he can decide to coalesce with Fine Gael. That's my reading of the situation, and I would be disappointed because I think we've got to stay on our own this time. Because I think if we join up together, you're just going to have on the left then you'll have Sinn Féin, Labour, and all these lefties with a situation such as we have in Spain at the moment.
But if you get the 40 seats or they're predicting, have you not a responsibility to form a government?
Well, that's another day's work, but if I was at the top, I wouldn't be in favour of it.
You wouldn't be in favour. And just on
I think we can fight our way back. Okay. I think we'll have another election within 6 months.
You think that?
I think that.
Right, okay. Well, the argument could be that Fianna Fáil mightn't do as well in 6 months' time, and you should take your chance now when the wind is behind your back.
Hopefully the wind will get up to gale first, and we'll be flying.
All right, and just on that, Pascal says it will come down to the parliamentary party. Are you saying it should be a matter for all members of the party in Ardèche, or?
As far as I'm concerned, it should be in Ardèche.
In Ardèche, so all grassroots members of the party?
All grassroots members should be in
should have a vote.
Should have a vote, and they should decide as to where the parties go.
Okay, but as far as you're concerned, you would prefer for now for Fianna Fáil to stay in opposition?
And absolutely.
Okay.
It's unbelievable, but that's how I feel.
All right, okay. Sean, many thanks for joining us.
Thanks, Niall, for having me. I'm always delighted to be associated with you.
No problem at all, Sean. And
very fair and hard, which I like by times. Thank you very much.
Well, I wish everybody agreed. Okay, safe trip to Letterkenny. I know you're anxious to get going to some of your colleagues in Letterkenny, and thanks for joining us.
My main colleagues are down there.
Okay, Sean, thanks for joining us. That's Councillor Sean McAniff, who's joined us and on his way to Letterkenny. Okay,
how you doing?
And a good day for Fianna Fáil. Sean is just meeting with Marion Harkin. John, did you want to say something? Just you've been reflecting over the figures again, and
yes, indeed. And the more we reflect on them, the more we change our mind here.
You've changed your mind again, John. You have.
Well, I'll throw it out there for the listenership to decide whether we're changing our mind or not. But this is what I'm seeing at the moment. We have done an analysis of John Perry's number 2s.
Okay.
Now, there was great speculation earlier as to what we do, and remember, we're looking at tomorrow's count.
Yeah.
We haven't finished today's, we haven't even got to it, but this is what's going to happen
that's how expert you are
tomorrow.
Yeah.
What we've found at the moment we hope is a representative sample of John Perry's number 2s, is that Mark McSharry will be picking up 5%.
Okay.
McLaughlin, 35%. Reynolds, 25%. And Scanlon, 21%. Now, that leaves it that then it's going to be very difficult for McLaughlin not to take a seat.
Okay, so
that transfer.
That transfer from Perry to McLaughlin is higher than you would have maybe anticipated earlier on.
I made the point earlier that I thought with what had happened
with the history and the circumstance of John Perry running
and all, yes, I wasn't expecting that it might be that high. It certainly seems that way. And again, Reynolds with 25%. And the other one that's surprising on that is again that Eamon Scanlon at 21%. Now these may not happy. If the representative, then
it's just a
the
general
Ballymore one.
Okay, well that would strengthen Tony McLaughlin's position, presumably, would it?
Correct.
Looking ahead. Marion.
It would, but what we don't know is, excuse me, those boxes. If they are representative, it's very good news for Tony McLaughlin, but we don't know, for example, are there any Ballymote boxes in there? Could Eamon Scanlon hope to increase on that 21%? I'd say, and all of that is still sort of, in the mix. So we don't know where they're from, but McLaughlin has to be happy with that 35%, because, Perry's vote is well over 4,000, so if you're getting 35% of that, that's a significant lift. But it does really depend on whether they're representative or not. What do you think, John?
Yes, I have to agree with Marion on that. But the important thing here, it's good news for Tony McLaughlin. It may not be very great news for Eamon Scanlon, but it's bad news for Jerry Rindles.
Okay.
That's
right. And I say you're looking forward. These are votes which are going to be dealt with tomorrow, not today.
Tomorrow, yes.
Okay.
Another interesting point, Niall, I was just talking to some of the people on the tally there, and they were saying that in maybe at least half of the votes that people were voting down the line, which is a very interesting one, because if people vote down the line, if they vote 6s and 7s and 8s, many people, when they think they put the 6 and 7, sometimes think it'll never come into play. As somebody who looked for 6s and 7s and 8s and knows how valuable they are, they can be very valuable. What I would say in that context is the party or grouping that has the largest number, the greatest percentage to begin with, which in this case are the three Fianna Fáil candidates together, that they might benefit that bit more slightly. Even if the Leitrim vote stays in Leitrim, at some point it might just leak out of it because people are voting down the line. So, we have a long day ahead of us, but we have the expert here beside us.
Here's the man who can answer all those questions. John Ellis, former Fianna Fáil TD, of course, for Sligo Leitrim for many, many, many years, as we know. John, what do you make of all this? First of all, Fianna Fáil's comeback in this constituency and comeback nationally.
Well, I don't think that the comeback was sticking out for a mile. Anybody that had looked at the local elections.
Yeah, there was a trend there.
The trend was there, and it had continued right into the general election. But this is going to be a very, very tight showdown. There's so many candidates grouped between 5,000 and 7,000 that you don't know who's going to fall. And it's going to all be down to the time that people go out and who goes out.
Yeah.
Like the first big elimination looks as if it's going to be John Perry.
Looking ahead, there'll be a number of
there'll be a number of smaller ones.
Yeah.
And the smaller ones are actually crucial because they're all around Sligo town.
Yeah.
They will decide whether Chris McManus or Martin Kinney wins the Sinn Féin seat.
Okay.
They will decide that.
And what's your take on that? Because we have differing opinions all morning as to whether it will be McManus or Kenny.
You couldn't call it until those are distributed. If Martin Kinney will get approximately 1,000 from Paddy O'Rourke. That's his only transfer that he's going to get in Leitrim. Now, I look back to the 1982 scenario where I got caught because I basically had nowhere to get transferred from. And the very same is going to arise here for somebody.
Yeah. And it could be Martin Kenny.
It could very well be Martin Kenny.
Okay.
And I could be wrong, but it's only going to be hundreds between himself and Chris McManus at that stage. And whoever is ahead gets the seat. Okay. Now the other thing is that John Perry's elimination will decide where the Fine Gael seat is going.
Yeah, and we heard a trend from John as to where those transfers are going, and they would favour Tony McLaughlin strongly.
And what percentage?
35 for Tony McLaughlin, 25 for Jerry Reynolds, 21 for Eamon Scanlon, and 5% for Mark McSharry.
So, in other words, there is. Where's the other 20% going?
John, can you answer that? John Ellis is just asking about the John Perry number 2s you asked about. The ones you mentioned 4 candidates. Where is the rest going?
Well, Susan O'Keefe is getting a minimal amount.
Susan O'Keefe is gone.
Yes, but she won't be gone at when the tally that we have done.
Yeah, I know what you mean. You're taking her from the tally, John.
Yeah, we've done the tallies on the number 2s. Bree has got a few of them. Casserly has got a few. Phelan, yes, the McSharry, as I pointed out on it. But O'Keefe has been the greatest beneficiary of the outside, and that's the government vote coming into it there, the pact that was there on it, and the rest then are probably non-transferable.
All right, but staying with those, Reynolds 25, McLaughlin 35, you would feel, John, that's significant? Or maybe not?
That's significant, but is 25 enough for Jerry Reynolds to be able to stay ahead of Tony McLaughlin, despite the fact that he will also get 1,000 off Paddy O'Rourke?
Yeah. We were talking earlier, just before John comes in, John Cummins, we were talking earlier about 2 Leitrim seats, then we were talking an hour later about no Leitrim seats.
There is that danger.
That could actually happen.
There is that danger.
Okay,
and it's back to the same as what we said before. The Leitrim candidates trying to pick up transfers outside of Sligo, and I heard what Marion said about 6, 7 and 8s. That's the most important thing, is you make sure you get a vote. And anybody that ever fought a Shannon election will realise that. And I fought my first one in 1977 after a general election, and I went to a wise old man, now deceased, who had been a senator, called Paddy O'Reilly. Who was a senator for Fianna Fáil senator. And I said to him, how do you fight a Senate campaign? He said, you study the opposition first. You see what votes you can get, number ones, and after that you take any tea you get anywhere from 2 to 22. And he was right, because it's get sure you get a vote. Doesn't matter whether somebody might feel that they're insulting you giving you number 6. And they might do it for badness, but actually that number 6 could very well become a number 1 and can make the difference.
Okay, so if I was to, as I have done with the panel, just ask you at this stage, John, how would you call it? It's very early, as we know, and it won't be decided until tomorrow, but how would you call it?
I think Fianna Fáil will end up with 2, and it'll be 1-1. But to decide where the 1-1 will be on the other sides, it'll take a few eliminations to decide that.
Okay.
But I still think that Jerry Reynolds actually could be in the stronger position of the 2.
You were saying there, because you've obviously been watching it, Paddy O'Rourke's votes. If you're saying there's 1,000 roughly going to Kenny, that means Chris McManus needs to make up about 2-3 to 2-5.
Yes.
And he really could do that.
He could.
On the Sligo vote. So there's going to be nothing really between them at the end of the day. Because as you said, Kenny, probably the few transfers he'll get after that won't be significant.
Now,
I think McManus is strengthening.
Yeah, but if Kenny is eliminated, it'll be interesting to see where his votes go. Now, the Sinn Féin vote seems to be fairly well controlled if you look at the papers.
And everybody agrees with that.
But is there going to be 20% of it that stays with Jerry Reynolds?
Yes, that's the question.
If 20% of it stays with Jerry Reynolds, it brings him and Tony McLaughlin into a very tight showdown, and anything could happen.
Yeah. John Cummins, do you want to respond to John Ellis on those points?
Yes, but the important one that is that we have to then see where is Eamon Scanlon going to pick up all these votes, because he's now vulnerable, so he needs to pick up votes then. I agree, yes, Chris McManus probably will. I don't foresee at this moment in time that Merton Kenny will be eliminated. I think what's going to happen is that Merton Kenny will be there right up until the final count, and there will be no distribution between Kenny and McManus.
Can't happen. Candidate standing. Somebody has to go.
At that stage,
if you take it this way, give 2 to Fianna Fáil, 1 to Sinn Féin, and 1 to Fine Gael. You just take it that way. It means that Kenny has to be eliminated.
Yes, but what I'm saying is that Kenny and McManus may be down the grouping, that McSharry and I think Reynolds and McLaughlin will be the 3 that's leading them. And the fight will be between, that Scanlon won't be in on it on that stage, and the 4th seat will be between McManus and Kenny.
And that Kenny's votes may never be distributed if it's between the 2 Sinn Féin.
What you're thinking is that the 2 of them will last it out to be 4th and 5th?
Yes.
I don't think so, but you don't know. Counts are funny, and I think we've all agreed on one thing. as you get down the preferences, that's where it's all going to come into play.
We could be looking at recounts now. You
say
could
that.
be here for a few days.
The hotel is booked until Monday, as we heard earlier.
Yeah, you could be here until Monday.
Yeah.
Okay.
Going back to the point that Marion made earlier there, about 50% of the people voting down the card.
Yeah.
That's incredible, and it shows the exciting state that Irish politics is in, despite all that we hear outside and everything, that they're all the same and everything, but yet to give that amount of thought to vote for 18 people, it takes at least 3-4 minutes in the ballot box.
It does, yeah, and yeah, a lot of people actually said that to me yesterday, that they were bamboozled when they went in, because 18 names in the ballot paper is a lot of names. They feel under pressure, particularly when there's a lot of people in the polling station, and it takes, you're right, it takes a couple of minutes to go through all the options.
It shows the thought that our electorate are putting into it. They're not just going out and voting 1, 2, 3. They're continuing on.
They're no longer doing that on any side. Like, the number of totally party political votes is diminished considerably from my early days.
Yeah, I'd be interested in, Johnny, getting your perspective, and it's a debate for later on, and perhaps on Monday or Tuesday, whatever. You think Fianna Fáil should consider coalition government with Fine Gael?
I don't think so. I think that it's absolutely out of the question, because Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael as a coalition wouldn't last no length of time. It would break up, and both parties would suffer as a result, because what you would do is you would create a situation where left-wing parties would really start to get an opportunity. I don't see it happening. I don't see it even being considered in the end.
John, I mean, what happens if you're in a position that the only possible stable government is Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael together? I mean, if for example, Fianna Fáil didn't consider it, would they not be harshly judged?
No. Because the bottom line of it is, if you can consider it, and in considering it, you don't have to become involved. But you have to be quite clear on a number of things, that there is a number of things even already, policy-wise, that would be totally diverse.
What's going to happen? There's going to be no government at all, John, as you see it.
My opinion is you will have a minority government that will hang around for 6-12 months. You'll be back here inside the 12 months. And at that stage, the people will give a decisive decision, given a second chance at it. And which way they go, I wouldn't call it, but they will be given a decisive decision. This reminds me of the 81-82 scenario. The only thing, that stage, you hadn't as many parties involved. But what happens always after something of uncertainty is the smaller parties get hammered. And it's a case of whichever is the biggest fish in the pond is going to win.
Yes, but the one thing I would say there to John is, if we look across at Europe and see what's happening, there is a fracturing of politics. I'm not saying it's going to happen here, but we've got the start of it. I'm not sure it's going to go back. You could be right, John, that maybe people would lose patience and they say, right, we get rid of the small parties, whatever. I'm not at all convinced of that. I'm not at all convinced. Because some of those people, for example, the likes of Stephen Donnelly, topped the poll, Catherine Murphy, that's a small party. I was wondering how Lucinda is doing. I have no idea. But
we can check that out, yeah.
You know, unless we're going to buck the trend at European level, then we could be looking at, you know, smaller groupings of parties. But it's early days.
Okay, it is. And actually what you're saying, Marion, probably is how it'll finish up after the next election, is that you will have a number of the smaller groupings that may come together as a single party or a single grouping.
Or under an umbrella.
Yeah, under an umbrella. To support a government or to become part of a government.
Yes.
Okay. Because that I think is going to be the net result of it. Anyone after the next election that can make 55 seats is going to be the leader in it. And then you will have a situation where you will have 3 or 4 smaller. And the only thing that will have to be done is that you're going to see radical changes with regards to a number of policies as far as all the parties is concerned. I think that there's a very clear message came back from this, that people aren't that worried about tax cuts, they're more worried about their public services, and rightly so.
Okay.
Because public services have been run down.
I'm going to take a break, and we're going to be talking with Thomas Walsh from the John Perry campaign in a few moments. It's interesting, actually, I just think it's very interesting that Pascal Mooney and Sean McNiff and John Ellis, and you won't be insulted, John, if I call you veterans of the Fianna Fáil party, have all ruled out the prospect of Fianna Fáil going into government.
Not on.
So there you go. And just on that, just before we go to a break, Sean McNiff was of the opinion that it should be a decision for all Fianna Fáil members, not just the parliamentary party. Do you have any views on that?
It'll have to be a decision for all Fianna Fáil members, because the parliamentary party, if they were to take a decision like that against the wishes of grassroots, you'd have a schism.
Okay.
And also when people are elected, when people have just got their seats, they are not very interested in going out pounding the pavements
that's
again.
for sure.
So
Definitely
certainly,
not.
John, I think it should be. It should be a grassroots decision.
Micheál Kilreevy in.
I also think that it has to be considered, and it will be considered by the public. People will begin to look at policies of the various parties, and they'll be looking to see what's the difference between Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael. I mean, Fianna Fáil says that Fine Gael and Labour are following their policies, their plan. Fine Gael saying. So I think the public are going to take a close interest in these negotiations that are going to go on.
Okay, many thanks.
I think you're actually right in that, Michael, but let nobody be under any illusions. What the Fine Gael government and Labour government did was they implemented the plan of the late Brian Lenihan, because the changes was nothing, only tweaking. Remember that the heavy lifting and the real abuse had been given to the Irish public before the last general election by what Fianna Fáil had to do.
It's starting in earnest now, I can tell you, and it's only early on Saturday afternoon. John Ellis, many thanks for joining us. We'll talk to John, no doubt, over the weekend. Quick break to take, more guests to talk about. We'll be talking with Thomas Walsh from the John Perry camp in a moment. Okay, welcome back. Thomas Walsh is with us, Director of Elections for John Perry. What can we say, Thomas? Not a good day for you, unfortunately, and it's been a long time. John Perry's been a TD, as we know, for 19 years.
Yes, Niall, not a good day for Fine Gael, not a good day for John Perry, not a good day for John Perry supporters across the county, but we all have them bad days, and today is one of them bad days.
Hugely disappointing. I mean, we don't have to go back through the whole history of how John ended up running, but suffice to say, and everybody agrees, that if he's nothing else, he's a fighter and always has been.
Yeah, absolutely. The whole court case from September back, it showed the amount of character he has and the amount of fight he has. to take his own party to court and to get back on the ticket. He was treated very badly by the party. There was a lot of mistakes made, but he got on the ticket and he fought a very good campaign. We ran a very positive campaign. Unfortunately today, it's just not John's day.
Yeah, okay. And Norman, and we know from I know myself personally how much work goes into a campaign like this, whether you win or lose.
Yeah,
it's an exhausting process, isn't it?
Yeah, it's absolutely. It's probably see the pub for a small while tonight, but unfortunately it's not going to be a party. But look, it's a bad day for Fine Gael in general across the country. We got our strategy very wrong. There's a lot of mistakes made. And this story is being replicated across the country. While there is a small chance of Fine Gael taking 2 seats in this constituency, it's very small, and it does look like Fianna Fáil and Fianna Fáil of old, their vote has come out. They're around 32% or just over 32%, I think, in Sligo Leitrim. No one predicted that. So we have taken a hit today. John has taken a fall. We've had a number of issues over the last 5 years. Fine Gael have, which weren't handled that well. But everything comes around, and when you have bad days, you have bad days. When you have good days, you have good days, and I'm sure there'll be good days again.
19 years is a long time, and I remember the day well when he got elected in the Galooly Hall. It's a long, long time, isn't it?
It is a long time in politics, and it's tough on him, it's tough on his family and his supporters. But, I suppose the trend across the country from the exit polls last night, no one expected them. We were down, we really didn't gain any momentum from the Ardesh on. I think the Ardesh, from the Ardesh, we started losing ground. And our strategy of keep the recovery going and its mantra, it didn't appeal to people in rural Ireland. Yeah. It didn't appeal to people.
Were you getting that on the doorsteps?
Absolutely. Yeah. We tried, we did offer advice during the campaign, and the mantra of keeping the recovery going was just daft. It was about stability and not recovery. And what Dublin, Cork, Galway and Limerick seen, we in Sligo Leitrim haven't seen that. And we've got that at the doors. I think there was an arrogance in our campaign, the Fine Gael campaign, and we failed to actively listen to middle income Ireland, to people who go out to work every day. And the campaign just really didn't take off. So
yeah, it's upsetting, isn't it? It's upsetting for you and all his supporters.
Of course it's upsetting, but we have to work as a team. We have to rebuild. We have to put a different structure in place. We need to attract more young people in the party. But Fine Gael will be back stronger. I'm confident of that. There's different issues, but Enda Kenny has taken a lot of flack today. Probably not. He's taken a lot of flack. Not all his doing. The party strategist got this very wrong. The keep the recovery going mantra didn't travel into the doorsteps in rural Ireland. Places like Ballysadair, Collooney, Grange, they haven't seen what Dublin has seen. We have people travelling to Dublin every week. So our strategy was poor, to put it mildly.
Have you been talking to John yet in relation to the vote?
I have. I spoke to him, and he's quite disappointed, but he's a fighter, as you say. So I'm sure he'll be back in some way.
Okay, we might see him later on, maybe.
Yeah, absolutely. He'll probably come into the count at some stage.
Okay, Noel, would you like to say anything to your colleague Thomas there?
Yeah, well, look, I'd just like to say, Thomas, that it's a difficult evening for you and for John Perry and all John Perry's, John himself and his family and all his workers and campaign team, and it's very disappointing. I know John Perry since I first met him in Fine Gael, probably in the early 80s. out at district executive meetings in Ballymote, and John would come in after working a long day, maybe a 12 or a 14-hour day in the shop. He'd come to the meeting, and he certainly put in an effort at every level. I mean, he's a workaholic, I think. Absolutely. I think he's a fella. I don't know, I need twice as much sleep as night as John Perry seems to need at night, and he seems to get away with, working probably 16, 18 hours a day, 20 I'd say if he had to. And, I know he worked extremely hard for the 30 years that I know him, or 33 years that I know him, and he worked hard for Fine Gael. He was the TD in the constituency for 18 years, almost 19 years, and he increased his vote at every single election he fought until this one. His vote is down significantly, down to nearly half of what it was the last time, but there was a lot of difficulties in the constituency. There was a lot of probably expectation of the government when this government came into power in 2011. And certainly the hospital issue in Sligo was, a huge issue, and I suppose there's lessons to be learned from that. John probably took everything he heard at face value and ran with it and believed everything he heard, and it didn't happen. It was a bit ironic, I think, this week that the mammography services, the tender has been signed. Yep. Probably a bit late for John. If it was announced maybe earlier in the campaign.
It's a pity it wasn't 6 months earlier, but
yeah, I think it would have helped him. But
yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
I mean,
I just want to ask Thomas, and I'll come to Leslie O'Hoare in a moment from the Green Party. Disappointing there for you, Thomas, and obviously all connected with John Perry. How do you think it's going to pan out from the figures you've seen? You say Fine Gael have a very, very slim chance of 2 seats.
Yeah, well, look, obviously, it's number 2s are key. I guess when Paddy O'Rourke and John goes out, they're going to paint the picture. But there is a strong possibility that Fianna Fáil will take 2 seats. I believe Chris McManus will take the Sinn Féin seat, and Mark McSharry is obviously very safe. So it's very hard to call, I mean, transfers and John's transfers and where they will go, whether they will go back to Deputy McLaughlin, Jerry Reynolds, or back to the Ballymote-based candidate in Sligo, Eamon Scanlon.
They're favouring McLaughlin, we're told, ahead of Reynolds. 35-25, we're told.
Right, well, I wouldn't be privy to that information. But, yeah, it's going to be interesting. I'd like to congratulate the candidates elect, wherever they are. I'm sure Senator McSharry is very safe at the moment, and he will be probably in party mode by now. So, look, good days are good days, bad days are bad days, and politics is a tough business. And when you're gone, and when you're there, and it's one of those jobs where people have little pity. John has lost today. He's 19 years a Dáil deputy. He served as a minister, chairperson of Public Accounts Committee, and he now currently serves on the Public Accounts. He's spokesperson at senior level for marine and natural resources at some stage as well. So, look, John has put in 19 years for the people of Sligo Leitrim. He's delivered a lot of projects over the last 5 years, and probably the most challenging times in the history of the state. The N4 is on the capital list. Mammography, satellite mammography services has returned to Sligo University Hospital. Without John Perry, mammography services wouldn't be in Sligo Regional Hospital from 2016. And Summerhill College, schools, capital list. Look, there's a lot of projects. John Perry, Scarden and Strandhill wouldn't be there for John Perry, or Sean Fallon Park and the showgrounds wouldn't be there for John Perry. So, look, he's a big legacy. He's 19 years a Dáil deputy. Today is a tough day on his family. It's a tough day on his supporters, and it's across the constituency. So, I don't think I have too much more to say than that.
Look, we appreciate you coming in, because I know it's a difficult day and a difficult thing to do, and you've been more than open in doing that. And thanks for your time this afternoon, Thomas.
Great, thanks,
And the best of luck to you. That's Thomas Walsh, Director of Elections for John Perry. I'm going to bring in Leslie O'Hara, who's been waiting there for some time, of the Green Party. First run out, Leslie, your thoughts?
Yes, indeed.
Do you enjoy it? You did?
I did enjoy it. I was very energised over the last number of months, and I started at this, before Christmas, and then I took time off work for, off the day job work for over a month, and got to know the issues in the area, beforehand.
Yeah. Was it an eye-opener for you now in hindsight?
Certainly a lot of it was, particularly in relation to healthcare. I've worked in healthcare for over 20 years, but some of the, particularly the community care aspects and the whole vacuum that exists in community care, and the lack of knowledge that people had as to their entitlements, particularly cross-border entitlements, were a big issue as well.
Okay. What does it mean for you? Did you do it to dip your toe in the water? Is there a Leitrim County Council election in the? You mean is that your ultimate aim, or?
Well, I wouldn't say it was my ultimate aim. I set out, as I said in my election literature, that because the type of job that I do, which is renewable energy surveys and that, brought me into contact with an awful lot of people who just had no children or grandchildren around, and I felt that I, rather than just talk about it, I'd go out and do something. And I was very fortunate that I was a closet Green, so to speak, for years, and I got the opportunity to run.
Okay, I'm not in touch, I have to admit, with the national picture, but the last I heard, Eamon Ryan was predicting perhaps 2 seats for the Greens. Is that possible?
I think it's going to be even more than that.
Okay.
My understanding is that it's possibly going to be 4. Now, I'm not, obviously I'm here at the Count Centre, but my understanding is that we're doing very well in Waterford, and there's also a possibility in Cork, and there's certainly 2 in Dublin.
Okay, so they could have a significant role to play in coming weeks yet.
I think so, and I think the tragedy about all of this, to a certain extent, is that nobody has really won here today. And certainly people, when it comes to Monday morning, are going to be sitting around, looking that they've simply swapped Tweedledum for Tweedledee. And that's not any sour milk on my part. It's just the fact that, the 2 philosophies of the 2 large parties don't differ that much, whereas there were opportunities to change, particularly in relation to healthcare and also in relation to how we run the democracy.
Okay, Leslie, thanks for joining us again. Interesting experience, as you say. That's Leslie O'Hara there of the Green Party. Okay, Pascal.
I was up talking to some of the officials up there. They're now talking about the possibility of 7 o'clock.
7
o'clock for declaration.
All right, 7 o'clock.
But they're saying that the delay, apart from the sorting, that the delay is coming from the mathematics, of working out the mathematics in relation to the first count declaration. That's just by way of giving listeners an update. It'd be great if we could say it was earlier. Yeah. Also, it seems likely that they will finish here at 11 o'clock tonight.
Yeah, that's the word. And again, people want to know that. 11 o'clock, I think that's what the return.
Well, on the basis that there's going to be there'll be no results.
There'll be no results.
So therefore, why keep the staff here into the early hours just to move on the count?
I know we can't possibly predict this, but will Mark McCharry be elected this evening, would you think?
I don't think so, because he's 3,500 votes away. Although, going back, I was just looking at his figures here. He's on 8,500, 9,000. And I was saying earlier that in the context of the vote he was pulling out in Sligo town was a reflection of the work he was doing. I mean, he's been at it since the last 5 years, holding clinics all over the place, on the ground. And, it proves that point once again, as Michael himself knows, if you put in the work, it eventually will come back. It'll come back in spades. And that would, I would think, apart from any party sort of sentiment. I would think that it was the hard work that Mark did on the ground, so which is a good portent for the future if he's elected, that those who have voted for him can expect that he'll continue that hard work. So just a point.
Yeah, thanks. Remember, you can watch online oceanfm.ie. We're going to stay on air throughout today and obviously now throughout tomorrow as well. Ocean FM Ireland on Twitter, Ocean FM Ireland on Facebook, hashtag Sligo Leitrim. Again, if you go to our website, you can watch this online and proceedings for the next 2 days. You can watch what the panel are doing, you can get a view of the count and how it operates and so forth. I'll bring in my next guest before we take our 5 o'clock break. Eamon Murray, you're welcome along. Thanks for joining us, Eamon. Again, as I say, a brave man, because you were you can put your headphones on, Eamon. You were the only candidate outside Sligo Leitrim, which is a brave thing to do, considering how disenfranchised the people of South Donegal and West Cavan felt. But you felt it was worthwhile doing.
Yes.
So you're all right there.
Yeah, I did. I felt that there was an opening there, given that the people of Cavan felt left out of the situation, and also the people of South Donegal. So I thought it might have been something there we might have latched onto. I obviously was disappointed with the result that I got, but still at the same time, both for myself and for the people who helped me and all the effort they put into it. But I suppose we just have to wait and see what comes out of this from the parties and from everybody else that's still fighting the battle in there.
Yeah, no doubt we'll talk about this later in the weekend with our panel, Eamon. Did they come out to vote in Cavan, from what you know?
From what I know, they did come out right, and not, I think, in the numbers that would have been expected, right, but I think there was a fair good turnout in most of the booths,
Okay, well, I mean, of course you're not entirely familiar with this constituency because it's a new one and a very unwieldy one, but how do you think it's going to pan out, Eamon, from what you've heard?
Well, I suppose it'll take some settling into. The Donegal people, funny enough, when you would meet them at the doorstep, were more angry about being taken away out of their country than the Cavan people were.
Do you think so? Yeah.
Oh, that's what I would have heard on the doorstep, and they were very, very upset about it. Some of the people further down Killishandra and Arva and that, they were upset. But for ourselves up in the top end of West Cavan, we'd just be pretty much, and I certainly know me own thing, I'd be as happy in North Leitrim as I would there because, well, I grew up there anyway, but we would have an affinity with the people in North Leitrim, so more so than you would have with Cavan Town and further down there.
Yeah, okay. What about your own political future? Will you
there go again?
Will you
Niall, well, you don't quit these things here, doesn't it? I'm afraid
it's in your blood.
The bug is there, and we'll just wait for the council elections again, or for the next general, if what the rumours are.
I think I read on Facebook last night or the night before about a very special visitor you had.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
Is that
correct? Yeah, we were sitting in the house last night when I came back from the final bit of running around the roads, checking to see what was going on, right, and we're sitting trying to gather our thoughts together. And Anita, the neighbour from up the road, arrived in, and I was looking at her then joking about had she voted and what have you. And they just kind of looked out, and there the daughter from Canada was standing behind her.
Your daughter came home from Canada? How incredible was that?
It was a shock. It was a shock, and the other niece, Amanda, who's getting married in a fortnight or 10 days' time or whatever it is, she was there, and of course the yelping and squealing of all these girls. And they videoed it, put it up on Facebook, and they got something like 3,000 hits, I think, at the minute on it. I was telling them there, if I had to get 3,000 blinking votes out of it, 3,000 hits, I would have been happy.
Well, wasn't that worth all the campaigning and
it was, yeah.
Tramping on highways and byways across Sligo Leitrim too?
It was, absolutely, yeah, it was, yeah. Now, the result wasn't great for me, yes, but I do enjoy this, and yeah, you will press on with it and learn from the mistakes and try and make a better job with the next time.
Okay, how long has your daughter been in Canada, Eamon?
She only left there in the summertime.
In the summertime, okay.
In the summer, yeah.
But it was nice to get her, and she only came home because you were in the race, just to say good luck and the best of luck.
She was going home for the wedding in a couple of weeks' time anyway, so right. She came home a bit earlier just to wish me luck and add another vote there to it.
All right, okay. Well, Eamon, thanks for joining us. We appreciate it.
Niall, thank you very much, and thank you very much for the coverage.
I just personally think it's a very commendable thing to do, to run. The only candidate to run outside Sligo Leitrim was a very brave thing to do. That's just a personal opinion. I'm sure our friends will agree. Thanks for that, Eamon. That's Eamon Murray, independent candidate from Blackline. We'll take a break for our 5 o'clock news, maybe get an update of the national picture, because I know a lot of people are interested in it, and I can tell you that Ireland have gone ahead against England in the rugby by 3-0. Johnny Sexton. After 6 minutes, 3-0 for Ireland against England in the rugby. Back in a few minutes after the 5 news.